Vedanta Sutras. First ADHYÄYA. First PÂDA. May my mind be filled with devotion towards the highest Brahman, the abode of Lakshmi, who is luminously revealed in the Upanishads, who in sport produces, sustains, and reabsorbs the entire universe, whose only aim is to foster the manifold classes of beings that humbly worship him. The nectar of the teaching of Parasara's son, which was brought up from the middle of the milk ocean of the Upanishads, which restores to life the souls whose vital strength had departed owing to the heat of the fire of transmigratory existence, which was well guarded by the teachers of old, which was obscured by the mutual conflict of manifold opinions. May intelligent men daily enjoy that as it is now presented to them in my words. The lengthy explanation of the Brahma Sutras, which was composed by the Reverend Bodhyana, has been abridged by former teachers. According to their views, the words of the sutras will be explained in this present work. Then therefore the inquiry into Brahman. In this sutra the word then expresses immediate sequence. The word therefore intimates that what has taken place constitutes the reason. For the fact is that the inquiry into Brahman, the fruit of which inquiry is infinite in nature and permanent, follows immediately in the case of him who, having read the Veda together with its auxiliary disciplines, has reached the knowledge that the fruit of mere works is limited and non-permanent, and hence has conceived the desire of final release. The compound Brahma Jignasa is to be explained as the inquiry of Brahman, the genitive case of Brahman being understood to denote the object, in agreement with the special rule as to the meaning of the genitive case. It might be said that even if we accepted the general meaning of the genitive case, which is that of connection in general, Brahman's position as an object would be established by the circumstance that the inquiry demands an object, but in agreement with the principle that the direct denotation of a word is to be preferred to a meaning inferred, we take the genitive case of Brahman as denoting the object. The word Brahman denotes the highest person, who is essentially free from all imperfections and possesses numberless classes of auspicious qualities of unsurpassable excellence. The term Brahman is applied to any things which possess the quality of greatness, but primarily denotes that which possesses greatness, of essential nature as well as of qualities, in unlimited fullness, and such is only the Lord of all. Hence the word Brahman primarily denotes him alone, and in a secondary derivative sense only those things which possess some small part of the Lord's qualities, for it would be improper to assume several meanings for the word. The case is analogous to that of the term Bhagavat. The Lord only is inquired into, for the sake of immortality, by all those who are afflicted with the triad of pain. Hence the Lord of all is that Brahman which, according to the sutra, constitutes the object of inquiry. The word Jignasa is a desiderative formation meaning desire to know, and as in the case of any desire the desired object is the chief thing, the sutra means to enjoin knowledge, which is the object of the desire of knowledge. The purport of the entire sutra then is as follows: since the fruit of works known through the earlier part of the Mimamsa is limited and non-permanent, and since the fruit of the knowledge of Brahman, which knowledge is to be reached through the latter part of the Mimamsa, is unlimited and permanent, for this reason Brahman is to be known after the knowledge of works has previously taken place. The same meaning is expressed by the Vritikara when saying after the comprehension of works has taken place there follows the inquiry into Brahman, and that the inquiry into works and that into Brahman constitute one body of doctrine. He will declare later on this Sariraka doctrine is connected with Gaimini's doctrine as contained in 16 ADHYÄYAs. This proves the two to constitute one body of doctrine. Hence the earlier and the later Mimamsa are separate only in so far as there is a difference of matter to be taught by each, in the same way as the two halves of the Purvamimamsa Sutras, consisting of 6 adhyayas each, are separate, and as each adhyaya is separate, the entire Mimamsa Sutra, which begins with the sutra now therefore the inquiry into religious duty and concludes with the sutra no return on account of scriptural statement, has, owing to the special character of the contents, a definite order of internal succession. This is as follows. At first the precept 1 is to learn one's own text enjoins the apprehension of that aggregate of syllables which is called Veda, and is here referred to as Svadhyaya. Next there arises the desire to know of what nature the learning enjoined is to be, and how it is to be done. Here there come in certain injunctions such as let a Brahmana be initiated in his 8th year and the teacher is to make him recite the Veda, and certain rules about special observances and restrictions, such as having performed the Upakarman on the full moon of Shravana or Praushtapada according to prescription. He is to study the sacred verses for 4 months and a half, which enjoin all the required details. From all these it is understood that the study enjoined has for its result the apprehension of the aggregate of syllables called Veda, on the part of a pupil who has been initiated by a teacher sprung from a good family, leading a virtuous life, and possessing purity of soul, who practices certain special observances and restrictions, and who learns by repeating what is recited by the teacher, and this study of the Veda is of the nature of a samskara of the text. Since the form of the injunction the Veda is to be studied shows that the Veda is the object. By a samskara is understood an action whereby something is fitted to produce some other effect, and that the Veda should be the object of such a samskara is quite appropriate, since it gives rise to the knowledge of the 4 chief ends of human action: religious duty, wealth, pleasure, and final release, and of the means to effect them, and since it helps to effect those ends by itself also, by mere mechanical repetition, the injunction as to the study of the Veda thus aims only at the apprehension of the aggregate of syllables according to certain rules. It is in this way analogous to the recital of mantras. It is further observed that the Veda thus apprehended through reading spontaneously gives rise to the ideas of certain things subserving certain purposes. A person, therefore, who has formed notions of those things immediately, on the mere apprehension of the text of the Veda through reading, thereupon naturally applies himself to the study of the Mimamsa, which consists in a methodical discussion of the sentences constituting the text of the Veda, and has for its result the accurate determination of the nature of those things and their different modes. Through this study the student ascertains the character of the injunctions of work which form part of the Veda, and observes that all work leads only to non-permanent results, and as, on the other hand, he immediately becomes aware that the Upanishad sections, which form part of the Veda which he has apprehended through reading, refer to an infinite and permanent result, immortality, he applies himself to the study of the Sariraka Mimamsa, which consists in a systematic discussion of the Vedanta texts, and has for its result the accurate determination of their sense that the fruit of mere works is transitory, while the result of the knowledge of Brahman is something permanent. The Vedanta texts declare in many places, and as here the world acquired by work perishes, so there the world acquired by merit perishes, that work of his has an end. By non-permanent works the permanent is not obtained. Frail indeed are those boats, the sacrifices. Let a Brahmana, after he has examined all these worlds that are gained by works, acquire freedom from all desires. What is not made cannot be gained by what is made. To understand this, let the pupil, with fuel in his hand, Go to a teacher who is learned and dwells entirely in Brahman. To that pupil who has approached him respectfully, whose mind is altogether calm. The wise teacher truly told that knowledge of Brahman through which he knows the imperishable true person. Told here means he is to tell. On the other hand, he who knows Brahman attains the highest. He who sees this does not see death. He becomes a self-ruler. Knowing him he becomes immortal here. Having known him he passes over death. There is no other path to go. Having known as separate his self and the mover, pleased thereby he goes to immortality. But an objection here is raised. The mere learning of the Veda with its auxiliary disciplines gives rise to the knowledge that the heavenly world and the like are the results of works, and that all such results are transitory, while immortality is the fruit of meditation on Brahman. Possessing such knowledge, a person desirous of final release may at once proceed to the inquiry into Brahman, and what need is there of a systematic consideration of religious duty? If this reasoning were valid, we reply, tin. Person desirous of release need not even apply himself to the study of the Sariraka, since Brahman is known from the mere reading of the Veda with its auxiliary disciplines. True, such knowledge arises indeed immediately, but a matter apprehended in this immediate way is not raised above doubt and mistake. Hence a systematic discussion of the Vedanta texts must be undertaken in order that their sense may be fully ascertained. We agree, but you will have to admit that for the very same reason we must undertake a systematic inquiry into religious duty. The small purvapakshur. But a further objection is urged. As that which has to precede the systematic inquiry into Brahman we should assign something which that inquiry necessarily presupposes. The inquiry into the nature of duty, however, does not form such a prerequisite, since a consideration of the Vedanta texts may be undertaken by anyone who has read those texts, even if he is not acquainted with works. But in the Vedanta texts there are enjoined meditations on the Yujitha and the like, which uk matters auxiliary to works, and such meditations are not possible for him who is not acquainted with those works. You who raise this objection clearly are ignorant of what kind of knowledge the Sariraka is concerned with. What that Sastra aims at is to destroy completely that wrong knowledge which is the root of all pain, for man, liable to birth, old age, and death, and all the numberless other evils connected with transmigratory existence, evils that spring from the view, due to beginningless nescience, that there is plurality of existence, and to that end the Sastra endeavors to establish the knowledge of the unity of the self. Now to this knowledge, the knowledge of works, which is based on the assumption of plurality of existence, is not only useless but even opposed. The consideration of the Yujitha and the like, which is supplementary to works only, finds a place in the Vedanta texts, only because like them it is of the nature of knowledge, but it has no direct connection with the true topic of those texts. Hence some prerequisite must be indicated which has reference to the principal topic of the Sastra. Quite so, and this prerequisite is just the knowledge of works. For scripture declares that final release results from knowledge with works added. The sutra writer himself says further on, and there is need of all works, on account of the scriptural statement of sacrifices and the like, and if the required works were not known, one could not determine which works have to be combined with knowledge and which not. Hence the knowledge of works is just the necessary prerequisite. Not so. We reply, that which puts an end to nescience is exclusively the knowledge of Brahman, which is pure intelligence and antagonistic to all plurality, for final release consists just in the cessation of nescience. How then can works, to which there attach endless differences connected with caste, asrama, object to be accomplished, means and the mode of accomplishment, ever supply a means for the cessation of ignorance, which is essentially the cessation of the view that difference exists. That works, the results of which are transitory, are contrary to final release, and that such release can be effected through knowledge only. Scripture declares in many places, compare all the passages quoted above. As to the assertion that knowledge requires sacrifices and other works, we remark that, as follows from the essential contrariety of knowledge and works, and as further appears from an accurate consideration of the words of Scripture, pious works can contribute only towards the rise of the desire of knowledge, in so far namely as they clear the internal organ, but can have no influence on the production of the fruit, knowledge itself. For the scriptural passage concerned runs as follows: Brahmanas desire to know him by the study of the Veda, by sacrifice, by gifts. According to this passage, the desire only of knowledge springs up through works, while another text teaches that calmness, self-restraint, and so on, are the direct means for the origination of knowledge itself. The process thus is as follows. After the mind of a man has been cleaned of all impurities through works performed in many preceding states of existence, without a view to special forms of reward, there arises in him the desire of knowledge, and thereupon, through knowledge itself originated by certain scriptural texts, being only, this was in the beginning, one only without a second, truth, knowledge, the infinite, is Brahman, without parts, without actions, calm, without fault, without taint. This self is Brahman, thou art that. Nescience comes to an end. Now, hearing, reflection, and meditation are helpful towards cognizing the sense of these Vedic texts. Hearing means the apprehension of the sense of Scripture, together with collateral arguments, from a teacher who possesses the true insight. The Vedanta texts establish the doctrine of the unity of the self. Reflection means the confirmation within oneself of the sense taught by the teacher, by means of arguments showing it alone to be suitable. Meditation finally means the constant holding of sense before one's mind, so as to dispel thereby the antagonistic beginningless imagination of plurality. In the case of him who through hearing, reflection, and meditation, has dispelled the entire imagination of plurality, the knowledge of the sense of Vedanta texts puts an end to nescience, and what we therefore acquire is a statement of the indispensable prerequisites or such hearing, reflection, and so on. Now of such prerequisites there are four. Discrimination of what is permanent and what is non-permanent, the full possession of calmness of mind, self-restraint and similar means, the renunciation of all enjoyment of fruits here below as well as in the next world, and the desire of final release. Without these the desire of knowledge cannot arise, and they are therefore known, from the very nature of the matter, to be necessary prerequisites. To sum up, the root of bondage is the unreal view of plurality which itself has its root in nescience that conceals the true being of Brahman. Bondage itself thus is unreal, and is on that account cut short, together with its root, by mere knowledge. Such knowledge is originated by texts such as that art thou, and work is of no help either towards its nature, or its origination, or its fruit. It is on the other hand helpful towards the desire of knowledge, which rises owing to an increase of the element of goodness in the soul, due to the destruction of the elements of passion and darkness which are the root of all moral evil. This use is referred to in the text quoted above. Brahmanas wish to know him, as, therefore, the knowledge of works is of no use towards the knowledge of Brahman. we must acknowledge as the prerequisite of the Latin knowledge the four means mentioned above. The small vedanta. To this argumentation we make the following reply. We admit that release consists only in the cessation of nescience, and that this cessation results entirely from the knowledge of Brahman. But a distinction has here to be made regarding the nature of this knowledge which the Vedanta texts aim at enjoining for the purpose of putting an end to nescience. Is it merely the knowledge of the sense of sentences which originates from the sentences? Or is it knowledge in the form of meditation which has the knowledge just referred to as its antecedent? It cannot be knowledge of the former kind, for such knowledge springs from the mere apprehension of the sentence, apart from any special injunction, and moreover we do not observe that the cessation of nescience is effected by such knowledge merely. Our adversary will perhaps attempt to explain things in the following way. The Vedanta texts do not, he will say, produce that knowledge which makes an end of nescience, so long as the imagination of plurality is not dispelled, and the fact that such knowledge, even when produced, does not at once and for everyone put a stop to the view of plurality by no means subverts my opinion. For, to mention an analogous instance, the double appearance of the moon, presenting itself to a person affected with a certain weakness of vision, does not come to an end as soon as the oneness of the moon has been apprehended by reason. Moreover, even without having come to an end, the view of plurality is powerless to effect further bondage, as soon as the root, nescience, has once been cut. But this defense we are unable to admit. It is impossible that knowledge should not arise when its means, the texts conveying knowledge, are once present. And we observe that even when there exists an antagonistic imagination, information given by competent persons, the presence of characteristic marks, and the like give rise to knowledge which sublates the erroneous imagination. Nor can we admit that even after the sense of texts has been apprehended, the view of plurality may continue owing to some small remainder of beginningless imagination. For as this imagination which constitutes the means for the view of plurality is itself false, it is necessarily put an end to by the rise of true knowledge. If this did not take place, that imagination would never come to an end, since there is no other means but knowledge to effect its cessation. To say that the view of plurality, which is the effect of that imagination, continues even after its root has been cut, is mere nonsense. The instance of someone seeing the moon double is not analogous, for in his case the non-cessation of wrong knowledge explains itself from the circumstance that the cause of wrong knowledge, the real defect of the eye which does not admit of being sublated by knowledge, is not removed, although that which would sublate wrong knowledge is near. On the other hand, effects, such as fear and the like, may come to an end because they can be sublated by means of knowledge of superior force. Moreover, if it were true that knowledge arises through the dispelling of the imagination of plurality, the rise of knowledge would really never be brought about. For the imagination of plurality has through gradual growth in the course of beginningless time acquired an infinite strength, and does not therefore admit of being dispelled by the comparatively weak conception of non-duality. Hence we conclude that the knowledge which the Vedanta texts aim at inculcating is a knowledge other than the mere knowledge of the sense of sentences, and denoted by dhyana, upasana, and similar terms. With this agree scriptural texts such as having known it, let him practice meditation, he who, having searched out the self, knows it, meditate on the self as Om. Having known that he is freed from the jaws of death, let a man meditate on the self only as his world. The self is to be seen, to be heard, to her reflected on, to be meditated on, that we must search out, that we must try to understand. All these texts must be viewed as being in meaning with the injunction of meditation contained in the passage quoted from the Brahma, and what they enjoin is therefore meditation. In the first and second passages quoted, the words having known and having searched out contain a mere reference to the apprehension of the meaning of texts, such apprehension subserving meditation, while the injunction of meditation is conveyed by the clauses let him practice meditation and he knows it. In the same way the clause the self is to be heard is a mere anuvada, a mere reference to what is already established by other means. For a person who has read the Veda, observes that it contains instruction about matters connected with certain definite purposes, and then on his own account applies himself to methodical hearing, in order definitely to ascertain these matters. Hearing thus is established already. In the same way the clause the self is to be reflected upon is a mere anuvada of reflection which is known as a means of confirming what one has heard. It is therefore meditation only which all those texts enjoin. In agreement with this a later sutra also says, repetition more than once, on account of instruction, that the knowledge intended to be enjoined as the means of final release is of the nature of meditation. We conclude from the circumstance that the terms knowing and meditating are seen to be used in place of each other in the earlier and later parts of Vedic texts. Compare the following passages. Let a man meditate on mind as Brahman, and he who knows this shines and warms through his celebrity, fame, and glory of countenance. And he does not know him, for he is not complete. And let men meditate on him as the self, and he who knows what he knows, and teach me the deity on which you meditate. Meditation means steady remembrance, a continuity of steady remembrance, uninterrupted like the flow of oil, in agreement with the scriptural passage which declares steady remembrance to be the means of release. On the attainment of remembrance all the ties are loosened. Such remembrance is of the same character as seeing, for the passage quoted has the same purport as the following one. The fetter of the heart is broken, all doubts are solved, and all the works of that man perish when he has been seen who is high and low. And this being so, we conclude that the passage the self is to be seen teaches that meditation has the character of seeing or intuition, and that remembrance has the character of seeing is due to the element of imagination which prevails in it. All this has been set forth at length by the Vakyakara. Knowledge means meditation, scripture using the word in that sense. In all Upanishads, that knowledge which is enjoined as the means of final release is meditation. The Vakyakara then propounds a purvapaksha. Once he is to make the meditation, the matter enjoined by scripture being accomplished thereby, as in the case of the Prerequisites and the like, and then sums up against this in the words but is established on account of the term meditation. That means, knowledge repeated more than once is determined to be the means of release. The Vakyakara then goes on. Meditation is steady remembrance, on the ground of observation and statement. That means, this knowledge, of the form of meditation, and repeated more than once, is of the nature of steady remembrance. Such remembrance has been declared to be of the character of seeing, and this character of seeing consists in its possessing the character of immediate presentation. With reference to remembrance, which thus acquires the character of immediate presentation and is the means of final release, scripture makes a further determination. In the passage, that self cannot be gained by the study of the Veda, nor by thought, nor by much hearing. Whom the self chooses, by him it may be gained. To him the self reveals its being. This text says at first that mere hearing, reflection, and meditation do not suffice to gain the self, and then declares, whom the self chooses, by him it may be gained. Now a chosen one means a most beloved person, the relation being that he by whom that self is held most dear is most dear to the self, that the Lord himself endeavors that this most beloved person should gain the self. He himself declares in the following words, "To those who are constantly devoted and worship with love I give that knowledge by which they reach me, and to him who has knowledge I am dear above all things, and he is dear to me." Hence, he who possesses remembrance, marked by the character of immediate presentation, and which itself is dear above all things since the object remembered is such, he, we say, is chosen by the highest self, and by him the highest self is gained. Steady remembrance of this kind is designated by the word devotion, for this term has the same meaning as upasana. For this reason Scripture and Smriti agree in making the following declarations: a man knowing him passes over death, knowing him thus he here becomes immortal, neither by the Vedas, nor by austerities, nor by gifts, nor by sacrifice can I be so seen as thou hast seen me, but by devotion exclusive I may in this form be known and seen in truth, O Arjuna, and also be entered into. That highest person, O Partha, may be obtained by exclusive devotion. That of such steady remembrance sacrifices and so on our means will be declared later on. Although sacrifices and the like are enjoined with a view to the origination of knowledge, it is only knowledge in the form of meditation which, being daily practiced, constantly improved by repetition, and continued up to death, is the means of reaching Brahman. And hence all the works connected with the different conditions of life are to be performed throughout life only for the purpose of originating such knowledge. The Vaikrakara also declares that steady remembrance results only from abstention, and so on, his words being this is obtained through abstention, freeness of mind, repetition, works, virtuous conduct, freedom from dejection, absence of exaltation, according to feasibility and scriptural statement. The Vaikrakara also gives definitions of all these terms. Abstention means keeping the body clean from all food, impure either owing to species, or abode, or accidental cause. The scriptural passage authorizing this point is, the food being pure, the mind becomes pure, the mind being pure, there results steady remembrance. Freeness of mind means absence of attachment to desires. The authoritative passage here is let him meditate with a calm mind. Repetition means continued practice. For this point the Bhashyakara quotes an authoritative text from Smriti. Having constantly been absorbed in the thought of that being, by works is understood the performance, according to one's ability, of the 5 great sacrifices. The authoritative passages here are: this person who performs works is the best of those who know Brahman, and him Brahmanas seek to know by recitation of the Veda, by sacrifice, by gifts, by penance, by fasting. By virtuous conduct are meant truthfulness, honesty, kindness, liberality, gentleness, absence of covetousness. Confirmatory texts are: by truth he is to be obtained, and to them belongs that pure Brahman world. That lowness of spirit or want of cheerfulness which results from unfavorable conditions of place or time and the remembrance of causes of sorrow, is denoted by the term dejection. The contrary of this is freedom from dejection. The relevant scriptural passage is: this self cannot be obtained by one lacking in strength. Exaltation is that satisfaction of mind which springs from circumstances opposite to those just mentioned. The contrary is absence of exaltation. Over-great satisfaction also stands in the way. The scriptural passage for this is calm, subdued. What the Vaikrakara means to say is therefore that knowledge is realized only through the performance of the duly prescribed works, on the part of a person fulfilling all the enumerated conditions. Analogously, another scriptural passage says, "He who knows both knowledge and non-knowledge together, overcoming death by non-knowledge, reaches the immortal through knowledge." Here the term non-knowledge denotes the works enjoined on the different castes and asramas, and the meaning of the text is that, having discarded by such works death, the previous works antagonistic to the origination of knowledge, a man reaches the immortal, Brahman, through knowledge. The non-knowledge of which this passage speaks as being the means of overcoming death can only mean that which is other than knowledge. Prescribed works. The word has the same sense in the following passage. Firm in traditional knowledge. He offered many sacrifices, leaning on the knowledge of Brahman, so as to pass beyond death by non-knowledge. Antagonistic to knowledge are all good and evil actions, and hence, as equally giving rise to an undesirable result, they may both be designated as evil. They stand in the way of the origination of knowledge insofar as they strengthen the elements of passion and darkness which are antagonistic to the element of goodness which is the cause of the rise of knowledge. That evil works stand in the way of such origination, the following scriptural text declares, "He makes him whom he wishes to lead down from these worlds do an evil deed." That passion and darkness veil the knowledge of truth, while goodness on the other hand gives rise to it. The Divine One has declared himself, in the passage "From goodness springs knowledge." Hence, in order that knowledge may arise, evil works have to be got rid of, and this is effected by the performance of acts of religious duty not aiming at some immediate result. According to the text, by works of religious duty he discards all evil. Knowledge, which is the means of reaching Brahman, thus requires the works prescribed for the different asramas, and hence the systematic inquiry into works, from which we ascertain the nature of the works required and also the transitoriness and limitation of the fruits of mere works, forms a necessary antecedent to the systematic inquiry into Brahman. Moreover, the discrimination of permanent and non-permanent things cannot be accomplished without the study of the Mimamsa, for unless we ascertain all the distinctions of fruits of works, means, modes of procedure and qualification, we can hardly understand the true nature of works, their fruits, the transitoriness or non-transitoriness of the latter, the permanence of the self, and similar matters. That those conditions, our means, must be determined on the basis of Vinyoga, and this Vinyoga, which depends on direct scriptural statement, inferential signs, and so on, is treated of in the third book of the Purva Mimamsa Sutras. And further we must, in this connection, consider also the meditations on the Ujjitha and similar things, which, although aiming at the success of works, are of the nature of reflections on Brahman, and as such have reference to knowledge of Brahman. Those works also aim at no special results of their own, and produce and help to perfect the knowledge of Brahman. They are therefore particularly connected with the inquiry into Brahman, and that these meditations presuppose an understanding of the nature of works is admitted by everyone. The great Purvapaksha, the only reality is Brahman. Brahman, which is pure intelligence and opposed to all difference, constitutes the only reality, and everything else, the plurality of manifold knowing subjects, objects of knowledge, and acts of knowledge depending on those two, is only imagined on that Brahman, and is essentially false. In the beginning, my dear, there was that only which is, one only without a second. The higher knowledge is that by which the indestructible is apprehended, that which cannot be seen nor seized, which has no eyes nor ears, no hands nor feet, the permanent, the all-pervading, the most subtle, the imperishable, which the wise regard as the source of all beings, the true knowledge, The infinite is Brahman, he who is without parts, without actions, tranquil, without fault, without taint, by whom it is not thought, by him it is thought, he by whom it is thought knows it not. It is not known by those who know it, known by those who do not know it. Thou mayest not see the seer of sight, thou mayest not think the thinker of thought. Bliss is Brahman, all this is that self, there is here no diversity whatever, from death to death goes he who sees any difference here, for where there is duality as it were, there one sees the other, but where the self has become all of him, by what means, and whom, should he see? By what means, and whom, should he know? The effect is a name merely which has its origin in speech. The truth is that is claim merely, for if he makes but the smallest distinction in it there is fear for him. The following passages from the Vishnu Purana, in which all difference vanishes, which is pure being, which is not the object of words, which is known by the self only, that knowledge is called Brahman, him whose essential nature is knowledge, who is stainless in reality, him who, owing to erroneous view, abides in the form of things. The reality thou art alone, there is no other, O Lord of the world. Whatever matter is seen belongs to thee whose being is knowledge, but owing to their erroneous opinion the non-devout look on it as the form of the world. This whole world has knowledge for its essential nature, but the unwise viewing it as being of the nature of material things are driven round on the ocean of delusion. Those however who possess true knowledge and pure mind see this whole world as having knowledge for itself, as thy form, O highest Lord. Of that self, although it exists in one's own and in other bodies, the knowledge is of one kind, and that is reality. Those who maintain duality hold a false view. If there is some other one, different from me, then it can be said, I am this and that one is another apostrophe, as owing to the difference of the holes of the flute the air equally passing through them all is called by the names of the different notes of the musical scale, so it is with the universal self, he is I, he is thou, he is all. This universe is his form. Abandon the error of difference. The king being thus instructed, abandoned the view of difference, having gained an intuition of reality. When that view which gives rise to difference is absolutely destroyed, who then will make the untrue distinction between the individual self and Brahman? The following passages from the Bhagavad Gita. I am the self dwelling within all beings, know me to be the soul within all bodies, being there is none, movable or immovable, which is without me. All these and other texts, the purport of which clearly is instruction as to the essential nature of things, declare that Brahman only, non-differenced pure intelligence is real, while everything else is false. The appearance of plurality is due to ADHYÄYA. Falsehood belongs to what admits of being terminated by the cognition of the real thing, such cognition being preceded by conscious activity. The snake, which has for its substrate a rope or the like, is false, for it is due to an imperfection that the snake is imagined in the rope. In the same way this entire world, with its distinctions of gods, men, animals, inanimate matter, and so on, is, owing to an imperfection, wrongly imagined in the highest Brahman whose substance is mere intelligence, and therefore is false in so far as it may be sublated by the cognition of the nature of the real Brahman. What constitutes that imperfection is beginningless nescience, which, hiding the truth of things, gives rise to manifold illusions, and cannot be defined either as something that is or as something that is not. By the untrue they are hidden, of them which are true the untrue is the covering. Know Maya to be Prakriti, and the great Lord him who is associated with Maya. Indra appears manifold through them as, my Maya is hard to overcome. When the soul slumbering in beginningless Maya awakes, These and similar texts teach that it is through beginningless Maya that to Brahman, which truly is pure non-differenced intelligence, its own nature hides itself, and that it sees diversity within itself, as has been said, because the Holy One is essentially of the nature of intelligence, the form of all, but not material. Therefore know that all particular things like rocks, oceans, hills and so on, have proceeded from intelligence. But when, on the cessation of all work, everything is only pure intelligence in its own proper form, without any imperfections, then no differences, the fruit of the tree of wishes, any longer exist between things. Therefore nothing whatever, at any place or any time, exists apart from intelligence. Intelligence, which is one only, is viewed as manifold by those whose minds are distracted by the effects of their own works. Intelligence pure, free from stain, free from grief, free from all contact with desire and other affections, everlastingly one is the highest Lord, Vasudeva, apart from whom nothing exists. I have thus declared to you the lasting truth of things, that intelligence only is true and everything else untrue. And that also which is the cause of ordinary worldly existence has been declared to you. ADHYÂYA is put an end to by true knowledge. Other texts declare that this nescience comes to an end through the cognition of the essential unity of the self with Brahman, which is nothing but non-differenced intelligence. He does not again go to death. He sees this as one. He who sees this does not see death. When he finds freedom from fear and rest in that which is invisible, incorporeal, undefined, unsupported, then he has obtained the fearless. The fetter of the heart is broken, all doubts are solved and all his works perish when he has been beheld who is high and low. He knows Brahman. He becomes Brahman only. Knowing him only a man passes over death. There is no other path to go. In these and similar passages, the term death denotes nescience, analogously to the use of the term in the following words of Sanat Sugata: delusion I call death, and freedom from delusion I call immortality. The knowledge again of the essential unity and non-difference of Brahman, which is ascertained from decisive texts such as the true knowledge, the infinite is Brahman. Knowledge, bliss is Brahman, is confirmed by other passages, such as now if a man meditates on another deity, thinking the deity is one and he another, he does not know. Let men meditate upon him as the self. Thou art that, am I thou, O holy deity? And art thou me, O holy deity? What I am that is he. What he is that am I. This the Sutrakara himself will declare, but as the self acknowledge and the makers apprehend apostrophe. Thus the Vaikrakara also, it is the self, thus one should apprehend, for everything is affected by that. And to hold that by such cognition of the oneness of Brahman essentially false bondage, together with its cause, comes to an end, is only reasonable. Scripture is of greater force than perception, but an objection is raised: how can knowledge, springing from the sacred texts, bring about a cessation of the view of difference, in manifest opposition to the evidence of perception? How then, we rejoin, can the knowledge that this thing is a rope and not a snake bring about, in opposition to actual perception, the cessation of the snake? You will perhaps reply that in this latter case there is a conflict between two forms of perception, while in the case under discussion the conflict is between direct perception and scripture, which is based on perception. But against this we would ask the question how, in the case of a conflict between two equal cognitions, we decide as to which of the two is refuted by the other. If, as is to be expected, you reply that what makes the difference between the two is that one of them is due to a defective cause while the other is not, We point out that this distinction holds good also in the case of scripture and perception being in conflict. It is not considerations as to the equality of conflicting cognitions, as to their being dependent or independent, and so on, that determine which of the two sublates the other. If that were the case, the perception which presents to us the flame of the lamp as one only would not be sublated by the cognition arrived at by inference that there is a succession of different flames. Wherever there is a conflict between cognitions based on two different means of knowledge, we assign the position of the sublated one to that which admits of being accounted for in some other way, while that cognition which affords no opening for being held unauthoritative and cannot be accounted for in another way, is the sublating one. This is the principle on which the relation between what sublates and what is sublated is decided everywhere. Now apprehension of Brahman, which is mere intelligence, eternal, pure, free, self-luminous, is affected by scripture which rests on endless unbroken tradition, cannot therefore be suspected of any, even the least, imperfection, and hence cannot be non-authoritative. The state of bondage, on the other hand, with its manifold distinctions is proved by perception, inference, and so on, which are capable of imperfections and therefore may be non-authoritative. It is therefore reasonable to conclude that the state of bondage is put an end to by the apprehension of Brahman, and that imperfection of which perception, through which we apprehend a world of manifold distinctions, may be assumed to be capable, is so-called nescience, which consists in the beginningless wrong imagination of difference. Well then, a further objection is raised. Let us admit that scripture is perfect because resting on an endless unbroken tradition, but must we then not admit that texts evidently presupposing the view of duality, as let him who desires the heavenly world offer the Jatishtoma sacrifice, are liable to refutation? True, we reply, as in the case of the Yugatri and Pratihari breaking the chain in succession, so here also the earlier texts are sublated by the later texts which teach final release, and are not themselves sublated by anything else. The texts which represent Brahman as devoid of qualities have greater force. The same reasoning applies to those passages in the Vedanta texts which inculcate meditation on the qualified Brahman, since the highest Brahman is without any qualities. But consider such passages as he who cognizes all, who knows all, his high power is revealed as manifold, as essential, acting as force and knowledge, he whose wishes are true, whose purposes are true. How can these passages, which clearly aim at defining the nature of Brahman, be liable to refutation? Owing to the greater weight, we reply, of those texts which set forth Brahman as devoid of qualities. It is not coarse, not fine, not short, not long. The true knowledge, infinite is Brahman, that which is free from qualities, that which is free from stain. These and similar texts convey the notion of Brahman being changeless, eternal intelligence devoid of all difference, while the other texts, quoted before, teach the qualified Brahman, and there being a conflict between the two sets of passages, we, according to the Mimamsa principle referred to above, decide that the texts referring to Brahman as devoid of qualities are of greater force, because they are later in order than those which speak of Brahman as having qualities. Thus everything is settled. The text refers to Brahman as devoid of qualities, but an objection is raised. Even the passage "the true knowledge, infinite is Brahman" intimates certain qualities of Brahman. True being, knowledge, infinity. Not so, we reply. From the circumstance that all the terms of the sentence stand in coordination, it follows that they convey the idea of one matter only. If against this you urge that the sentence may convey the idea of one matter only, even if directly expressing a thing distinguished by several qualities, we must remark that you display an ignorance of the meaning of language which appears to point to some weak-mindedness on your part. A sentence conveys the idea of one matter only when all its constitutive words denote one and the same thing. If, on the other hand, it expresses a thing possessing several attributes, the difference of these attributes necessarily leads to a difference in meaning on the part of the individual words, and then the oneness of meaning of the sentence is lost. But from your view of the passage it would follow that the several words are mere synonyms. Give us your attention, we reply, and learn that several words may convey one meaning without being idle synonyms. From the determination of the unity of purport of the whole sentence we conclude that the several words, applied to one thing, aim at expressing what is opposite in nature to whatever is contrary to the meanings of the several words, and that thus they have meaning and unity of meaning and yet are not mere synonyms. The details are as follows. Brahman is to be defined as what is contrary in nature to all other things. Now whatever is opposed to Brahman is virtually set aside by the three words. The word true has the purport of distinguishing Brahman from whatever things have no truth, as being the abodes of change. The word knowledge distinguishes Brahman from all non-sentient things whose light depends on something else, and the word infinite distinguishes it from whatever is limited in time or space or nature. Nor is this distinction some positive or negative attribute of Brahman, it rather is just Brahman itself as opposed to everything else. Just as the distinction of white color from black and other colors is just the true nature of white, not an attribute of it. The three words constituting the text thus have a meaning, have one meaning, and are not synonymous, insofar as they convey the essential distinction of one thing, Brahman, from everything else. The text thus declares the one Brahman which is self-luminous and free from all difference. On this interpretation of the text we discern its oneness in purport with other texts, such as being only this was in the beginning, one only, without a second. Texts such as that from whence these beings are born, being only this was in the beginning, self alone was this in the beginning, describe a Brahman as the cause of the world, and of this Brahman the Taittiriya passage the true knowledge, infinite is Brahman gives the strict definition. In agreement with the principle that all sakas teach the same doctrine, we have to understand that, in all the texts which speak of Brahman as cause, Brahman must be taken as being without a second, without any other being of the same or a different kind, and the text which aims at defining Brahman has then to be interpreted in accordance with this characteristic of Brahman, its being without a second. The statement of the Khandogya as to Brahman being without a second must also be taken to imply that Brahman is non-dual as far as qualities are concerned. Otherwise it would conflict with those passages which speak of Brahman as being without qualities and without stain. We therefore conclude that the defining Taittiriya text teaches Brahman to be an absolutely homogeneous substance. But, the above explanation of the passage being accepted, it follows that the words true being, knowledge, have to be viewed as abandoning their direct sense, and merely suggesting a thing distinct in nature from all that is opposite, and this means that we resort to so-called implication. What objection is there to such a proceeding? We reply, the force of the general purport of a sentence is greater than that of the direct denotative power of the simple terms, and it is generally admitted that the purport of grammatical coordination is oneness. But we never observe that all words of a sentence are to be understood in an implied sense. Is it then not observed? We reply, that one word is to be taken in its implied meaning if otherwise it would contradict the purport of the whole sentence, and if the purport of the sentence, which is nothing but an aggregate of words employed together, has once been ascertained, why should we not take two or three, or all words in an implied sense, just as we had taken one, and thus make them fit in with the general purport? In agreement here with those scholars who explain to us the sense of imperative sentences, teach that in imperative sentences belonging to ordinary speech all words have an implied meaning only. For, they maintain, imperative forms have their primary meaning only in sentences which enjoin something not established by other means, and hence in ordinary speech the effect of the action is conveyed by implication only. The other words also, which form part of those imperative sentences and denote matters connected with the action, have their primary meaning only if connected with an action not established by other means, while if connected with an ordinary action they have a secondary, implied, meaning only. Perception reveals to us non-differenced substance only. We have so far shown that in the case of a conflict between scripture and perception and the other instruments of knowledge, scripture is of greater force. The fact, however, is that no such conflict is observed to exist, since perception itself gives rise to the apprehension of a non-differenced Brahman whose nature is pure being. But how can it be said that perception, which has for its object things of various kinds, and accordingly expresses itself in judgments such as here is a jar, there is a piece of cloth, causes the apprehension of mere being? If there were no apprehension of difference, all cognitions would have one and the same object, and therefore would give rise to one judgment only, as takes place when one unbroken perceptional cognition is continued for some time. True. We therefore have to inquire in what way, in the judgment here is a jar, an assertion is made about being as well as some special form of being. These implied judgments cannot both be founded on perception, for they are the results of acts of cognition occupying different moments of time, while the perceptional cognition takes place in one moment. We therefore must decide whether it is the essential nature of the jar, or its difference from other things, that is the object of perception, and we must adopt the former alternative, because the apprehension of difference presupposes the apprehension of the essential nature of the thing, and, in addition, the remembrance of its counterentities. Hence difference is not apprehended by perception, and all judgments and propositions relative to difference are founded on error only. Difference, VEDA, does not admit of logical definition. The logicians, moreover, are unable to give a definition of such a thing as difference. Difference cannot in the first place be the essential nature, for from that it would follow that on the apprehension of the essential nature of a thing there would at once arise not only the judgment as to that essential nature but also judgments as to its difference from everything else. But, it may be objected to this, even when the essential nature of a thing is apprehended, the judgment this thing is different from other things depends on the remembrance of its counterentities. And as long as this remembrance does not take place, so long the judgment of difference is not formed. Such reasoning, we reply, is inadmissible. He who maintains that difference is nothing but essential nature has no right to assume a dependence on counterentities, since, according to him, essential nature and difference are the same, nothing but essential nature. The judgment of difference can, on his view, depend on counterentities no more than the judgment of essential nature does. His view really implies that the two words the jar and different are synonymous, just as the words astu and kara are. Nor, in the second place, can difference be held to be an attribute. For if it were that, we should have to assume that difference possesses difference from essential nature, for otherwise it would be the same as the latter, and this latter difference would have to be viewed as an attribute of the first difference, and this would lead us on to a third difference, and so in infinitum, and the view of difference being an attribute would further imply that difference is apprehended on the apprehension of a thing distinguished by attributes such as generic character and so on, and at the same time that the thing thus distinguished is apprehended on the apprehension of difference, and this would constitute a logical seesaw, difference thus showing itself incapable of logical definition. We are confirmed in our view that perception reveals mere being only. Moreover, it appears that in states of consciousness such as here is a jar, there is a piece of cloth, the jar is perceived, the piece of cloth is perceived, that which constitutes the things is being and perception, and we observe that it is pure being only which persists in all states of cognition. This pure being alone, therefore, is real. The differences, on the other hand, which do not persist, are unreal. The case is analogous to that of the snake rope. The rope which persists as a substrate is real, while the non-continuous things such as a snake, a cleft in the ground, a watercourse, and so on, are unreal. But, are adversary objects. The instance is not truly analogous. In the case of the snake rope, the non-reality of the snake results from the snake's being sublated by the cognition of the true nature of the substrate. This is a rope, not a snake. It does not result from the non-continuousness of the snake. In the same way, the reality of the rope does not follow from its persistence, but from the fact of its being not sublated. But what, we ask, establishes the non-reality of jars and pieces of cloth? All are agreed, we reply, that we observe, in jars and similar things, individual difference. The point to decide is of what nature such difference is. Does it not mean that the judgment "this is a jar" implies the negation of pieces of cloth and other things? But this means that by this judgment pieces of cloth and other things are sublated. Individual difference thus means the cessation, due to sublation, of certain objects of cognition, and it proves the non-reality of whatever has non-continuous existence, while on the other hand, pure being, like the rope, persists non-sublated. Hence everything that is additional to pure being is non-real. This admits of being expressed in technical form. Being is real because it persists, as proved by the case of the rope in the snake rope. Jars and similar things are non-real because they are non-continuous, as proved by the case of the snake that has the rope for its substrate. From all this it follows that persisting consciousness only has real being. It alone is. Being and consciousness are one. Consciousness is swayam prakarsa. But, are adversary objects, as mere being is the object of consciousness, it is different therefrom. Not so, we reply. That there is no such thing as difference, we have already shown above on the grounds that it is not the object of perception, and moreover incapable of definition. It cannot therefore be proved that being is the object of consciousness. Hence consciousness itself is being, that which is. This consciousness is self-proved, just because it is consciousness. Were it proved through something else, it would follow that like jars and similar things it is not consciousness. Nor can there be assumed, for consciousness, the need of another act of consciousness, for it shines forth through its own being. While it exists, consciousness, differing therein from jars and the like, is never observed not to shine forth, and it cannot therefore be held to depend, in its shining forth, on something else. You perhaps hold the following view: even when consciousness has arisen, it is the object only which shines forth, a fact expressed in sentences such as, "The jar is perceived." When a person forms the judgment "this is a jar," He is not at the time conscious of a consciousness which is not an object and is not of a definite character. Hence the existence of consciousness is the reason which brings about the shining forth of jars and other objects, and thus has a similar office as the approximation of the object to the eye or the other organs of sense. After this, the existence of consciousness is inferred on the ground that the shining forth of the object is occasional only. And should this argumentation be objected to on the ground of its implying that consciousness, which is essentially of the nature of intelligence, is something non-intelligent like material things, we ask you to define this negation of non-intelligence. Have we, perhaps, to understand by it the invariable concomitance of existence and shining forth? If so, we point out that this invariable concomitance is also found in the case of pleasure and similar affections, for when pleasure and so on exist at all, they never are non-perceived. It is thus clear that we have no consciousness of consciousness itself, just as the tip of a finger, although touching other things, is incapable of touching itself. All this reasoning, we reply, is entirely spun out of your own fancy, without any due consideration of the power of consciousness. The fact is, that in perceiving color and other qualities of things, we are not aware of a shining forth, as an attribute of those things, and as something different from consciousness, nor can the assumption of an attribute of things called light, or shining forth, be proved in any way, since the entire empirical world itself can be proved only through consciousness, the existence of which we both admit. Consciousness, therefore, is not something which is inferred or proved through some other act of knowledge, but while proving everything else it is proved by itself. This may be expressed in technical form as follows: consciousness is, with regard to its attributes and to the empirical judgments concerning it, independent of any other thing, because through its connection with other things it is the cause of their attributes and the empirical judgments concerning them. For it is a general principle that of two things that which through its connection with the other is the cause of the attributes of, and the empirical judgments about, the latter, is itself independent of that other. As to those 2 points, we see that color, through its conjunction with earth and the like, produces in them the quality of visibility, but does not itself depend for its visibility on conjunction with color. Hence consciousness is itself the cause of its own shining forth, as well as of the empirically observed shining forth of objects such as jars and the like. Consciousness is eternal and incapable of change. This self-luminous consciousness, further, is eternal, for it is not capable of any form of non-existence, whether so-called antecedent non-existence or any other form. This follows from its being self-established, for the antecedent non-existence of self-established consciousness cannot be apprehended either through consciousness or anything else. If consciousness itself gave rise to the apprehension of its own non-existence, it could not do so in so far as being, for that would contradict its being. If its non-existence is not, how can it give rise to the idea of its non-existence? Nor can it do so if not being, for if consciousness itself is not, how can it furnish a proof for its own non-existence? Nor can the non-existence of consciousness be apprehended through anything else, for consciousness cannot be the object of anything else. Any instrument of knowledge proving the non-existence of consciousness, could do so only by making consciousness its object. This is consciousness. But consciousness, as being self-established, does not admit of that objectivation which is implied in the word this, and hence its previous non-existence cannot be proved by anything lying outside itself. As consciousness thus does not admit of antecedent non-existence, it further cannot be held to originate, and hence also all those other states of being which depend on origination cannot be predicated of it. As consciousness is beginningless, it further does not admit of any plurality within itself, for we observe in this case the presence of something which is contrary to what invariably accompanies plurality, for we never observe a thing characterized by plurality to be without a beginning. And moreover difference, origination, are objects of consciousness, like color and other qualities, and hence cannot be attributes of consciousness. Therefore, consciousness being essentially consciousness only, nothing else that is an object of consciousness can be its attribute. The conclusion is that consciousness is free from difference of any kind. The apparent difference between consciousness and the conscious subject is due to the unreal ahamkara. From this it further follows that there is no substrate of consciousness, different from consciousness itself, such as people ordinarily mean when speaking of a knower. It is self-luminous consciousness itself, which constitutes the so-called knower. This follows therefrom also that consciousness is not non-intelligent, for non-intelligence invariably accompanies absence or selfhood. Hence, non-intelligence being absent in consciousness, consciousness is not non-self. That means, it is the self. But, our adversary again objects, the consciousness which expresses itself in the judgment I know, proves that the quality of being a knower belongs to consciousness. By no means, we reply, the attribution to consciousness of this quality rests on error, no less than the attribution, to the shell, of the quality of being silver. Consciousness cannot stand in the relation of an agent toward itself. The attribute of being a knowing agent is erroneously imputed to it, an error analogous to that expressed in the judgment I am a man, which identifies the self of a person with the outward aggregate of matter that bears the external characteristics of humanity. To be a knower means to be the agent in the action of knowing, and this is something essentially changeful and non-intelligent, having its abode in the ahamkara, which is itself a thing subject to change. How, on the other hand, could such agency possibly belong to the changeless witness whose nature is pure being? That agency cannot be an attribute of the self follows therefrom also that, like color and other qualities, agency depends, for its own proof, on seeing, consciousness. That the self does not fall within the sphere. The idea of I is proved thereby also that in deep sleep, swoon, and similar states, the idea of the I is absent, while the consciousness of the self persists. Moreover, if the self were admitted to be an agent and an object of the idea of I, it would be difficult to avoid the conclusion that like the body it is non-intelligent, something merely outward and destitute of selfhood. That from the body, which is the object of the idea of I, and known to be an agent, there is different that self, which enjoys the results of the body's actions. The heavenly word, and so on, is acknowledged by all who admit the validity of the instruments of knowledge. Analogously, therefore, we must admit that different from the knower whom we understand by the term I, is the witnessing inward self. The non-intelligent ahamkara thus merely serves to manifest the nature of non-changing consciousness, and it effects this by being its abode, for it is the proper quality of manifesting agents to manifest the objects manifested, insofar as the latter abide in them. A mirror, or a sheet of water, or a certain mass of matter, manifests a face or the disk of the moon or the generic character of a cow insofar as all those things abide in them. In this way, then, there arises the erroneous view that finds expression in the judgment I know. Nor must you, in the way of objection, raise the question how self-luminous consciousness is to be manifested by the non-intelligent ahamkara, which rather is itself manifested by consciousness, For we observe that the surface of the hand, which itself is manifested by the rays of sunlight falling on it, at the same time manifests those rays. This is clearly seen in the case of rays passing through the interstices of network. The light of those rays is intensified by the hand on which they fall, and which at the same time is itself manifested by the rays. It thus appears that the knowing agent, who is denoted by the I, in the judgment I know, constitutes no real attribute of the self, the nature of which is pure intelligence. This is also the reason why the consciousness of egoity does not persist in the states of deep sleep and final release. In those states this special form of consciousness passes away, and the self appears in its true nature, as pure consciousness. Hence a person who has risen from deep, dreamless sleep reflects, just now I was unconscious of myself. Summing up of the Purvapakshur view, as the outcome of all this, we sum up our view as follows. Eternal, absolutely non-changing consciousness, whose nature is pure non-differenced intelligence, free from all distinction whatever, owing to error illusorily manifests itself as broken up into manifold distinctions, knowing subjects, objects of knowledge, acts of knowledge. And the purpose for which we enter on the consideration of the Vedanta texts is utterly to destroy what is the root of the terror, nescience, and thus to obtain a firm knowledge of the oneness of Brahman, whose nature is mere intelligence, free, pure, eternal. The great Siddhanta. This entire theory rests on a fictitious foundation of altogether hollow and vicious arguments, incapable of being stated in definite logical alternatives, and devised by men who are destitute of those particular qualities which cause individuals to be chosen by the Supreme Person revealed in the Upanishads, whose intellects are darkened by the impression of beginningless evil, and who thus have no insight into the nature of words and sentences, into the real purport conveyed by them, and into the procedure of sound argumentation, with all its methods depending on perception and the other instruments of right knowledge. The theory therefore must needs be rejected by all those who, through texts, perception and the other means of knowledge, assisted by sound reasoning, have an insight into the true nature of things. There is no proof of non-differenced substance. To enter into details, those who maintain the doctrine of a substance devoid of all difference have no right to assert that this or that is a proof of such a substance, for all means of right knowledge have for their object things affected with difference. Should anyone taking his stand on the received views of his sect, assert that the theory of a substance free from all difference is immediately established by one's own consciousness, we reply that he also is refuted by the fact, warranted by the witness of the self, that all consciousness implies difference. All states of consciousness have for their object something that is marked by some difference, as appears in the case of judgments like I saw this. And should a state of consciousness, although directly apprehended as implying difference, be determined by some fallacious reasoning to be devoid of difference, this determination could be effected only by means of some special attributes additional to the quality of mere being, and owing to these special qualities on which the determination depends, that state of consciousness would clearly again be characterized by difference. The meaning of the mentioned determination could thus only be that of a thing affected with certain differences. Some other differences are denied, but manifestly this would not prove the existence of a thing free from all difference. To thought there at any rate belongs the quality of being thought and self-illuminatedness. For the knowing principle is observed to have for its essential nature the illumining of objects, and that also in the states of deep sleep, swoon, consciousness is affected with difference. We shall prove, in its proper place, in greater detail. Moreover, you yourself admit that to consciousness there actually belong different attributes such as permanency, and of these it cannot be shown that they are only being in general. And even if the latter point were admitted, we observe that there takes place a discussion of different views, and you yourself attempt to prove your theory by means of the differences between those views and your own. It therefore must be admitted that reality is affected with difference well established by valid means of proof. Sabda proves difference. As to sound, it is specially apparent that it possesses the power of denoting only such things as are affected with difference. Speech operates with words and sentences. Now a word originates from the combination of a radical element and a suffix, and as these two elements have different meanings, it necessarily follows that the word itself can convey only a sense affected with difference. And further, the plurality of words is based on plurality of meanings. The sentence therefore, which is an aggregate of words, expresses some special combination of things, and hence has no power to denote a thing devoid of all difference. The conclusion is that sound cannot be a means of knowledge for a thing devoid of all difference. Pratyaksha, even of the nirvikalpaka kind, proves difference. Perception in the next place, with its two subdivisions of non-determinate and determinate perception, also cannot be a means of knowledge for things devoid of difference. Determinate perception clearly has for its object things affected with difference, for it relates to that which is distinguished by generic difference and so on. But also non-determinate perception has for its object only what is marked with difference, for it is on the basis of non-determinate perception that the object distinguished by generic character and so on is recognized in the act of determinate perception. Non-determinate perception is the apprehension of the object insofar as destitute of some differences but not of all difference. Apprehension of the latter kind is in the first place not observed ever to take place, and is in the second place impossible, for all apprehension by consciousness takes place by means of some distinction. This is such and such. Nothing can be apprehended apart from some special feature of make or structure, as the triangularly shaped dewlap in the case of cows. The true distinction between non-determinate and determinate perception is that the former is the apprehension of the first individual among a number of things belonging to the same class, while the latter is the apprehension of the second, third, and so on, individuals. On the apprehension of the first individual cow, the perceiving person is not conscious of the fact that the special shape which constitutes the generic character of the class cows extends to the present individual also, while this special consciousness arises in the case of the perception of the second and third cow. The perception of the second individual thus is determinate insofar as it is determined by a special attribute. The extension, to the perception, of the generic character of a class, manifested in a certain outward shape, which connects this act of perception with the earlier perception, such determination being ascertained only on the apprehension of the second individual. Such extension or continuance of a certain generic character is, on the other hand, not apprehended on the apprehension of the first individual, and perception of the latter kind thence is non-determinate. That it is such is not due to non-apprehension of structure, color, generic character and so on, for all these attributes are equally objects of sensuous perception. Moreover, that which possesses structure cannot be perceived apart from the structure, and hence in the case of the apprehension of the first individual there is already perception of structure, giving rise to the judgment the thing is such and such. In the case of the second, third, individuals, on the other hand, we apprehend, in addition to the thing possessing structure and to the structure itself, the special attribute of the persistence of the generic character, and hence the perception is determinate. From all this it follows that perception never has for its object that which is devoid of all difference. The bed of you is untenable. The same arguments tend to refute the view that there is difference and absence of difference at the same time. Take the judgment this is such and such. How can we realize here the non-difference of being this and being such and such? The such and such denotes a peculiar make characterized by a duality. The this denotes the thing distinguished by that peculiar make. The non-difference of these two is thus contradicted by immediate consciousness. At the outset the thing perceived is perceived as separate from all other things, and this separation is founded on the fact that the thing is distinguished by a special constitution, let us say the generic characteristics of a cow, expressed by the term such and such. In general, wherever we cognize the relation of distinguishing attribute and thing distinguished thereby, the two clearly present themselves to our mind as absolutely different. Some things, staffs and bracelets, appear sometimes as having a separate, independent existence of their own. At other times they present themselves as distinguishing attributes of other things or beings. Other entities, the generic character of cows, have a being only insofar as they constitute the form of substances, and thus always present themselves as distinguishing attributes of those substances. In both cases there is the same relation of distinguishing attribute and thing distinguished thereby, and these two are apprehended as absolutely different. The difference between the two classes of entities is only that staffs, bracelets, and similar things are capable of being apprehended in separation from other things, while the generic characteristics of a species are absolutely incapable thereof. The assertion, therefore, that the difference of things is refuted by immediate consciousness, is based on the plain denial of a certain form of consciousness, the one namely, admitted by everyone, which is expressed in the judgment this thing is such and such. Inference also teaches difference. Perception thus having for its object only what is marked by difference, inference also is in the same case, for its object is only what is distinguished by connection with things known through perception and other means of knowledge, and thus, even in the case of disagreement as to the number of the different instruments of knowledge, a thing devoid of difference could not be established by any of them, since the instruments of knowledge acknowledged by all have only one and the same object. What is marked by difference, and a person who maintains the existence of a thing devoid of difference on the ground of differences affecting that very thing simply contradicts himself without knowing what he does. He is in fact no better than a man who asserts that his own mother never had any children. Perception does not reveal mere being. In reply to the assertion that perception causes the apprehension of pure being only, and therefore cannot have difference for its object, and that difference cannot be defined because it does not admit of being set forth in definite alternatives, we point out that these charges are completely refuted by the fact that the only objects of perception are things distinguished by generic character and so on, and that generic character and so on, as being relative things, give at once rise to the judgment as to the distinction between themselves and the things in which they inhere. You yourself admit that in the case of knowledge and in that of color and other qualities this relation holds good. That something which gives rise to a judgment about another thing at the same time gives rise to a judgment about itself. The same may therefore be admitted with regard to difference. For this reason the charge of a regressus in infinitum and a logical seesaw cannot be upheld, for even if perceptive cognition takes place within one moment, we apprehend within that moment the generic character which constitutes on the one hand the difference of the thing from others, and on the other hand the peculiar character of the thing itself, and thus there remains nothing to be apprehended in a second moment. Moreover, if perception made us apprehend only pure being judgments clearly referring to different objects, such as here is a jar, there is a piece of cloth, would be devoid of all meaning. And if through perception we did not apprehend difference, as marked by generic character, constituting the structure or make of a thing, why should a man searching for a horse not be satisfied with finding a buffalo? And if mere being only were the object of all our cognitions, why should we not remember, in the case of each particular cognition, all the words which are connected with all our cognitions? And further, if the cognition of a horse and that of an elephant had one object only, the later cognition would cause us to apprehend only what was apprehended before, and there being thus no difference there would be nothing to distinguish the later state of cognition from remembrance. If on the other hand a difference is admitted for each state of consciousness, we admit thereby that perception has for its objects things affected with difference. If all acts of cognition had one and the same object only, everything would be apprehended by one act of cognition, and from this it would follow that there are no persons either deaf or blind. Nor does, as a matter of fact, the eye apprehend mere being only, for what it does apprehend is color and the colored thing, and those other qualities, which inhere in the thing together with color. Nor does feeling do so, for it has for its objects things palpable. Nor have the ear and the other senses mere being for their object, but they relate to what is distinguished by a special sound or taste or smell. Hence there is not any source of knowledge causing us to apprehend mere being. If moreover the senses had for their object mere being free from all difference, it would follow that scripture which has the same object would perform the function of a mere Anuvada. It would merely make statements about something, the knowledge of which is already established by some other means. And further, according to your own doctrine, mere being, Brahman, would hold the position of an object with regard to the instruments of knowledge, and thus there would cling to it all the imperfections indicated by yourself, non-intelligent nature, perishableness and so on. From all this we conclude that perception has for its object only what is distinguished by difference manifesting itself in generic character and so on, which constitute the make or structure of a thing. From the fact that we do not perceive anything different from structure, which could be claimed as constituting the object of the cognition that several individuals possess one and the same general form, and as our theory sufficiently accounts for the ordinary notions as to generic character, and as moreover even those who hold generic character to be something different from structure admit that there is such a thing as structure, we adhere to the conclusion that generic character is nothing but structure. By structure we understand special or distinctive form, and we acknowledge different forms of that kind according to the different classes of things. And as the current judgments as to things being different from one another can be explained on the basis of the apprehension of generic character, and as no additional entity is observed to exist, and as even those who maintain the existence of such an additional thing admit the existence of generic character, we further conclude that difference is nothing but generic character. But if this were so, the judgment as to difference would immediately follow from the judgment as to generic character, as soon as the latter is apprehended. Quite true, we reply. As a matter of fact the judgment of difference is immediately formulated on the basis of the judgment as to generic character. For the generic character of a cow means just the exclusion of everything else, As soon as that character is apprehended, all thought and speech referring to other creatures belonging to the same wider genus come to an end. It is through the apprehension of difference only that the idea of non-difference comes to an end. Plurality is not unreal. Next, as to the assertion that all difference presented in our cognition as of jars, pieces of cloth and the like, is unreal because such difference does not persist. This view, we maintain, is altogether erroneous, springs in fact from the neglect of distinguishing between persistence and non-persistence on the one hand, and the relation between what sublates and what is sublated on the other hand. Where two cognitions are mutually contradictory, there the latter relation holds good, and there is non-persistence of what is sublated. But jars, pieces of cloth and the like, do not contradict one another, since they are separate in place and time. If on the other hand the non-existence of a thing is cognized at the same time and the same place where and when its existence is cognized, we have a mutual contradiction of two cognitions, and then the stronger one sublates the other cognition, which thus comes to an end. But when of a thing that is perceived in connection with some place and time, the non-existence is perceived in connection with some other place and time, there arises no contradiction. How then should the one cognition sublate the other? Or how can it be said that of a thing absent at one time and place there is absence at other times and places also? In the case of the snake rope, there arises a cognition of non-existence in connection with a given place and time, hence there is contradiction. One judgment sublates the other and the sublated cognition comes to an end. But the circumstance of something which is seen at one time and in one place not persisting at another time and in another place is not observed to be invariably accompanied by falsehood, and hence mere non-persistence of this kind does not constitute a reason for unreality. To say, on the other hand, that what is real because it persists, is to prove what is proved already, and requires no further proof. Being and consciousness are not one. Hence mere being does not alone constitute reality. And as the distinction between consciousness and its objects, which rests just on this relation of object and that for which the object is proved by perception, the assertion that only consciousness has real existence is also disposed of. The true meaning of Svayamprakasattva. We next take up the point as to the self-luminousness of consciousness. The contention that consciousness is not an object holds good for the knowing self at that time when it illumines other things. But there is no absolute rule as to all consciousness never being anything but self-luminous. The common observation shows that the consciousness of one person may become the object of the cognition of another, of an inference founded on the person's friendly or unfriendly appearance and the like, and again that a person's own past states of consciousness become the object of his own cognition, as appears from judgments such as at one time I knew. It cannot therefore be said if it is consciousness it is self-proved, nor that consciousness if becoming an object of consciousness would no longer be consciousness, for from this it would follow that one's own past states, and the conscious states of others, because being objects of consciousness, are not themselves consciousness. Moreover, unless it were admitted that there is inferential knowledge of the thoughts of others, there would be no apprehension of the connection of words and meaning, and this would imply the absolute termination of all human intercourse depending on speech. Nor also would it be possible for pupils to attach themselves to a teacher of sacred law, for the reason that they had become aware of his wisdom and learning. The general proposition that consciousness does not admit of being an object is in fact quite untenable. The essential nature of consciousness or knowledge consists therein that it shines forth, or manifests itself, through its own being to its own substrate at the present moment, or that it is instrumental in proving its own object by its own being. Now these two characteristics are established by a person's own state of consciousness and do not vanish when that consciousness becomes the object of another state of consciousness. Consciousness remains also in the latter case what it is. Jars and similar things, on the other hand, do not possess consciousness, not because they are objects of consciousness but because they lack the two characteristics stated above. If we made the presence of consciousness dependent on the absence of its being an object of consciousness, we should arrive at the conclusion that consciousness is not consciousness, for there are things, sky flowers, which are not objects of consciousness and at the same time are not consciousness. You will perhaps reply to this that a sky flower's not being consciousness is due not to its not being an object of consciousness, but to its non-existence. Well then, we rejoin, let us say analogously that the reason of jars and the like not being contradictory to nescience, is their not being of the nature of consciousness. And let us not have recourse to their being objects of consciousness. But if consciousness is an object of consciousness, we conclude that it also is non-contradictory of nescience, like a jar. At this conclusion, we rejoin, you may arrive even on the opposite assumption, reasoning as follows: consciousness is non-contradictory of nescience, because it is not an object of consciousness, like a sky flower, all which shows that to maintain as a general principle that something which is an object of consciousness cannot itself be consciousness is simply ridiculous. Consciousness is not eternal. It was further maintained by the Purvapakshian that as consciousness is self-established it has an or antecedent non-existence and so on, and that this disproves its having an origin. But this is an attempt to prove something not proved by something else that is equally unproved, comparable to a man blind from birth undertaking to guide another blind man. You have no right to maintain the non-existence of the antecedent non-existence of consciousness on the ground that there is nothing to make us apprehend that non-existence, for there is something to make us apprehend it. Consciousness itself. But how can consciousness at the time when it is, make us apprehend its own previous non-existence which is contradictorily opposed to it? Consciousness, we rejoin, does not necessarily constitute as its objects only what occupies the same time with itself. Were it so, it would follow that neither the past nor the future can be the object of consciousness. Or do you mean that there is an absolute rule that the antecedent non-existence of consciousness, if proved, must be contemporaneous with consciousness? Have you then, we ask, ever observed this so as to be able to assert an absolute rule? And if it were observed, that would prove the existence of previous non-existence, not its negation. The fact, however, is that no person in his senses will maintain the contemporaneous existence of consciousness and its own antecedent non-existence. In the case of perceptive knowledge originating from sensation, there is indeed this limitation, that it causes the apprehension of such things only as are actually present at the same time. But this limitation does not extend to cognitions of all kinds, nor to all instruments of knowledge, for we observe that remembrance, inference, and the magical perception of yogis apprehend such things also as are not present at the time of apprehension. On this very point there rests the relation connecting the means of knowledge with their objects. That the former are not without the latter. This does not mean that the instrument of knowledge is connected with its object in that way that it is not without something that is present at the time of cognition, but rather that the instrument of knowledge is opposed to the falsehood of that special form in which the object presents itself as connected with some place and time. This disposes also of the contention that remembrance has no external object, for it is observed that remembrance is related to such things also as have perished. Possibly you will now argue as follows. The antecedent non-existence of consciousness cannot be ascertained by perception, for it is not something present at the time of perception. It further cannot be ascertained by the other means of knowledge, since there is no characteristic mark on which an inference could be based. For we do not observe any characteristic mark invariably accompanied by the antecedent non-existence of consciousness. Nor do we meet with any scriptural text referring to this antecedent non-existence. Hence, in the absence of any valid instrument of knowledge, the antecedent non-existence of consciousness cannot be established at all. If, we reply, you thus, altogether setting aside the force of self-provedness, take your stand on the absence of valid means of knowledge, we again must request you to give in, for there is a valid means of knowledge whereby to prove the antecedent non-existence of consciousness. Valid non-perception. Moreover, we observe that perceptional knowledge proves its object, be it a jar or something else, to exist only as long as it exists itself, not at all times. We do not, through it, apprehend the antecedent or subsequent existence of the jar. Now this absence of apprehension is due to the fact that consciousness itself is limited in time. If that consciousness which has a jar for its object were itself apprehended as non-limited in time, the object also, the jar, would be apprehended under the same form. It would be eternal, and if self-established consciousness were eternal, it would be immediately cognized as eternal, but this is not the case. Analogously, if inferential consciousness and other forms of consciousness were apprehended as non-limited in time, they would all of them reveal their objects also as non-limited, and these objects would thus be eternal, for the objects are conform in nature to their respective forms of consciousness. There is no consciousness without object, nor is there any consciousness devoid of objects, for nothing of this kind is ever known. Moreover, the self-luminousness of consciousness has, by our opponent himself, been proved on the ground that its essential nature consists in illumining objects, the self-luminousness of consciousness not admitting of proof apart from its essential nature, which consists in the lighting up of objects, and as moreover, according to our opponent, consciousness cannot be the object of another consciousness, it would follow that it is something altogether unreal, imaginary. Nor are you justified in maintaining that in deep sleep, swoon, senselessness and similar states, pure consciousness, devoid of any object, manifests itself. This view is negatived by valid non-perception. If consciousness were present in those states also, there would be remembrance of it at the time of waking from sleep or recovery from swoon, but as a matter of fact, there is no such remembrance. But it is not an absolute rule that something of which we were conscious must be remembered. How then can the absence of remembrance prove the absence of previous consciousness? Unless, we reply, there be some cause of overpowering strength which quite obliterates all impressions, as the dissolution of the body. The absence of remembrance does necessarily prove the absence of previous consciousness. And, moreover, in the present case the absence of consciousness does not only follow from absence of remembrance, it is also proved by the thought presenting itself to the person risen from sleep. For so long a time I was not conscious of anything. Nor may it be said that even if there was consciousness, absence of remembrance would necessarily follow from the absence of the distinction of objects, and from the extinction of the consciousness of the I, for the non-consciousness of some one thing, and the absence of some one thing cannot be the cause of the non-remembrance of some other thing, of which there had been consciousness. And that in the states in question the consciousness of the I does persist, will moreover be shown further on. But, our opponent urges, have you not said yourself that even in deep sleep and similar states there is consciousness marked by difference? True, we have said so. But that consciousness is consciousness of the self, and that this is affected by difference will be proved further on. At present we are only interested in denying the existence of your pure consciousness, devoid of all objects and without a substrate. Nor can we admit that your pure consciousness could constitute what we call the consciousness of the self, for we shall prove that the latter has a substrate. It thus cannot be maintained that the antecedent non-existence of consciousness does not admit of being proved, because consciousness itself does not prove it. And as we have shown that consciousness itself may be an object of consciousness, we have thereby disproved the alleged impossibility of antecedent non-existence being proved by other means. Herewith falls the assertion that the non-origination of consciousness can be proved. Consciousness is capable of change. Against the assertion that the alleged non-origination of consciousness at the same time proves that consciousness is not capable of any other changes, we remark that the general proposition on which this conclusion rests is too wide. It would extend to antecedent non-existence itself, of which it is evident that it comes to an end, although it does not originate. In qualifying the changes as changes of being, you manifest great logical acumen indeed. For according to your own view nescience also does not originate, is the substrate of manifold changes, and comes to an end through the rise of knowledge. Perhaps you will say that the changes of nescience are all unreal. But, do you then, we ask in reply, admit that any change is real? You do not, and yet it is only this admission which would give a sense to the distinction expressed by the word being. Nor is it true that consciousness does not admit of any division within itself, because it has no beginning. For the non-originated self is divided from the body, the senses, and nescience also, which is avowedly without a beginning, must needs be admitted to be divided from the self. And if you say that the latter division is unreal, we ask whether you have ever observed a real division invariably connected with origination. Moreover, if the distinction of nescience from the self is not real, it follows that nescience and the self are essentially one. You further have yourself proved the difference of views by means of the difference of the objects of knowledge as established by non-refuted knowledge, an analogous case being furnished by the difference of acts of cleaving, which results from the difference of objects to be cleft. And if you assert that of this knowing, which is essentially knowing only, nothing that is an object of knowledge can be an attribute, and that these objects, just because they are objects of knowledge, cannot be attributes of knowing, we point out that both these remarks would apply also to eternity, self-luminousness, and the other attributes of knowing, which are acknowledged by yourself, and established by valid means of proof. Nor may you urge against this that all these alleged attributes are in reality mere consciousness or knowing, for they are essentially distinct. By being conscious or knowing, we understand the illumining or manifesting of some object to its own substrate, by its own existence merely. By self-luminousness we understand the shining forth or being manifest by its own existence merely to its own substrate. The terms shining forth, illumining, being manifest in both these definitions meaning the capability of becoming an object of thought and speech which is common to all things, whether intelligent or non-intelligent. Eternity again means being present in all time. Oneness means being defined by the number one. Even if you say that these attributes are only negative ones, equal to the absence of non-intelligence and so on, you still cannot avoid the admission that they are attributes of consciousness. If, on the other hand, being of a nature opposite to non-intelligence and so on, be not admitted as attributes of consciousness, whether of a positive or a negative kind. In addition to its essential nature, it is an altogether unmeaning proceeding to deny to it such qualities as non-intelligence and the like. We moreover must admit the following alternative: consciousness is either proved or not. If it is proved, it follows that it possesses attributes. If it is not, it is something absolutely nugatory, like a sky flower, and similar purely imaginary things. Consciousness is the attribute of a permanent conscious self. Let it then be said that consciousness is proof itself. Proof of what, we ask in reply, and to whom? If no definite answer can be given to these two questions, consciousness cannot be defined as proof, for proof is a relative notion, like sun. You will perhaps reply proof to the self, and if we go on asking, but what is that self? You will say, just consciousness, as already said by us before. True, we reply, you said so. But it certainly was not well said. For if it is the nature of consciousness to be proof on the part of a person with regard to something, how can this consciousness which is thus connected with the person and the thing be itself conscious of itself? To explain, the essential character of consciousness or knowledge is that by its very existence it renders things capable of becoming objects, to its own substrate, of thought and speech. This consciousness, which is also termed jnana, avagati, samvid, is a particular attribute belonging to a conscious self and related to an object. As such it is known to everyone on the testimony of his own self, as appears from ordinary judgments such as I know the jar, I understand this matter, I am conscious of this piece of cloth. That such is the essential nature of consciousness you yourself admit, for you have proved thereby its self-luminousness. Of this consciousness which thus clearly presents itself as the attribute of an agent and as related to an object, it would be difficult indeed to prove that at the same time it is itself the agent, as difficult as it would be to prove that the object of action is the agent. For we clearly see that this agent is permanent, while its attribute, i.e., consciousness, not differing herein from joy, grief, and the like, rises, persists for some time, and then comes to an end. The permanency of the conscious subject is proved by the fact of recognition. This very same thing was formerly apprehended by me. The non-permanency of consciousness, on the other hand, is proved by thought expressing itself in the following forms: I know at present, I knew at a time, I, the knowing subject, no longer have knowledge of this thing. How then should consciousness, and on the other hand, which is established through its being illumined by the self, is the I, in I know, and this is something different from pure intelligence, something objective or external? By no means, we reply, for this view contradicts the relation of attribute and substrate of attribute of which we are directly conscious, as implied in the thought I know. Consider also what follows. If the I were not the self, the inwardness of the self would not exist. For it is just the consciousness of the I which separates the inward from the outward. May I, freeing myself from all pain, enter on free possession of endless delight? This is the thought which prompts the man desirous of release to apply himself to the study of the sacred texts. Were it a settled matter that release consists in the annihilation of the I, the same man would move away as soon as release were only hinted at. When I myself have perished, there still persists some consciousness different from me. To bring this about nobody truly will exert himself. Moreover, the very existence of consciousness, its being a consciousness at all, and its being self-luminous, depend on its connection with the self. When that connection is dissolved, consciousness itself cannot be established, not any more than the act of cutting can take place when there is no person to cut and nothing to be cut. Hence it is certain that the I, the knowing subject, is the inward self. This scripture confirms when saying, by what should he know the knower? And Smriti also, him who knows this they call the knower of the body. And the Sutrakara also, in the section beginning with not the self on account of scriptural statement, will say for this very reason a knower, and from this it follows that the self is not mere consciousness. What is established by consciousness of the I is the I itself, while the not I is given in the consciousness of the not I. Hence to say that the knowing subject, which is established by the state of consciousness, I know, is the not I, is no better than to maintain that one's own mother is a barren woman. Nor can it be said that this I, the knowing subject, is dependent on its light for something else. It rather is self-luminous, for to be self-luminous means to have consciousness for one's essential nature, and that which has light for its essential nature does not depend for its light on something else. The case is analogous to that of the flame of a lamp or candle. From the circumstance that the lamp illumines with its light other things, it does not follow either that it is not luminous, or that its luminousness depends on something else. The fact rather is that the lamp being of luminous nature shines itself and illumines with its light other things also. To explain, the one substance tegas, fire or heat, subsists in a double form. As light, and as luminous matter. Although light is a quality of luminous substantial things, it is in itself nothing but the substance tegas, not a mere quality like whiteness, for it exists also apart from its substrates, and possesses color, having thus attributes different from those of qualities such as whiteness and so on, and possessing illumining power. It is the substance tegas, not anything else. Illumining power belongs to it, because it lights up itself and other things. At the same time, it is practically treated as a quality because it always has the substance tegas for its substrate, and depends on it. This must not be objected to on the ground that what is called light is really nothing but dissolving particles of matter which proceed from the substance tegas. For if this were so, shining gems and the sun would in the end consume themselves completely. Moreover, if the flame of a lamp consisted of dissolving particles of matter, it would never be apprehended as a whole, for no reason can be stated why those particles should regularly rise in an agglomerated form to the height of 4 fingers' breadth, and after that simultaneously disperse themselves uniformly in all directions, upwards, sideways, and downwards. The fact is that the flame of the lamp together with its light is produced anew every moment and again vanishes every moment, as we may infer from the successive combination of sufficient causes and from its coming to an end when those causes are completely consumed. Analogously to the lamp, the self is essentially intelligent, and has intelligence for its quality. And to be essentially intelligent means to be self-luminous. There are many scriptural texts declaring this. Compare as a mass of salt has neither inside nor outside but is altogether a mass of taste. Thus indeed that self has neither inside nor outside but is altogether a mass of knowledge. There the person becomes self-luminous. There is no destruction of the knowing of the knower. He who knows, let me smell this, he is the self. Who is that self? That one who is made of knowledge, among the pranas, within the heart, the light. The person, for it is he who sees, hears, smells, tastes, thinks, considers, acts. The person whose self is knowledge. Whereby should one know the knower? This person knows. The seer does not see death nor illness nor pain, that highest person not remembering this body into which he was born. Thus these 16 parts of the spectator that go towards the person, when they have readied the person, sink into him. From this consisting of mind, there is different an interior self consisting of knowledge, all which shows that the self-luminous self is a knower, a knowing subject, and not pure light. In general we may say that where there is light it must belong to something, as shown by the light of a lamp. The self thus cannot be mere consciousness. The grammarians moreover tell us that words such as consciousness, knowledge, are relative. Neither ordinary nor Vedic language uses expressions such as he knows without reference to an object known and an agent who knows. With reference to the assertion that consciousness constitutes the self, because it is not non-intelligent, we ask what you understand by this absence of non-intelligence. If you reply luminousness due to the being of the thing itself apostrophe, we point out that this definition would wrongly include lamps also, and similar things, and it would moreover give rise to a contradiction, since you do not admit light as an attribute, different from consciousness itself. Nor can we allow you to define Agadhatva as being of that nature that light is always present, without any exception, for this definition would extend also to pleasure, pain, and similar states. Should you maintain that pleasure and so on, although being throughout of the nature of light, are non-intelligent for the reason that, like jars, they shine forth to something else and hence belong to the sphere of the not-self, we ask in reply, do you mean then to say that knowledge appears to itself? Knowledge no less than pleasure appears to someone else. The I, there is, in that respect, no difference between the judgment I know, and the judgment I am pleased. Non-intelligence in the sense of appearingness to itself is thus not proved for consciousness, and hence it follows that what constitutes the self is the non-gada I which is proved to itself by its very being. That knowledge is of the nature of light depends altogether on its connection with the knowing I. It is due to the latter that knowledge, like pleasure, manifests itself to that conscious person who is its substrate, and not to anybody else. The self is thus not mere knowledge, but is the knowing I. The view that the conscious subject is something unreal, due to the ahamkara, cannot be maintained. We turn to a further point. You maintain that consciousness which is in reality devoid alike of objects and substrate presents itself, owing to error, in the form of a knowing subject, just as mother o' pearl appears as silver, because an erroneous imputation cannot take place apart from a substrate. But this theory is indefensible. If things were as you describe them, the conscious I would be cognized as coordinate with the state of consciousness I am consciousness, just as the shining thing presenting itself to our eyes is judged to be silver. But the fact is that the state of consciousness presents itself as something apart, constituting a distinguishing attribute of the I, just as the stick is an attribute of Devadatta who carries it. The judgment I am conscious reveals an I distinguished by consciousness, and to declare that it refers only to a state of consciousness, which is a mere attribute, is no better than to say that the judgment Devadatta carries a stick is about the stick only. Nor are you right in saying that the idea of the self being a knowing agent, presents itself to the mind of him only who erroneously identifies the self and the body, an error expressing itself in judgments such as I am stout, and is on that account false. For from this it would follow that the consciousness which is erroneously imagined as a self is also false, for it presents itself to the mind of the same person. You will perhaps rejoin that consciousness is not false because it is not sublated by that cognition which sublates everything else. Well, we reply, then the knowership of the self also is not false, for that also is not sublated. You further maintain that the character of being a knower, the agent in the action of knowing, does not become the non-changing self, that being a knower is something implying change, of a non-intelligent kind, and residing in the ahamkara, which is the abode of change and a mere effect of the unevolved, that being an agent and so on is like color and other qualities, an attribute of what is objective, and that if we admit the self to be an agent and the object of the notion of the I, it also follows that the self is, like the body, not a real self but something external and non-intelligent. But all this is unfounded, since the internal organ is, like the body, non-intelligent, an effect of prakriti, an object of knowledge, something outward and for the sake of others merely, while being a knowing subject constitutes the special essential nature of intelligent beings. To explain, just as the body, through its objectiveness, outwardness, and similar causes, is distinguished from what possesses the opposite attributes or subjectiveness, inwardness, and so on. For the same reason the ahamkara also, which is of the same substantial nature as the body, is similarly distinguished. Hence the ahamkara is no more a knower than it is something subjective, otherwise there would be an evident contradiction. As knowing cannot be attributed to the ahamkara, which is an object of knowledge, so knowership also cannot be ascribed to it, for of that also it is the object. Nor can it be maintained that to be a knower is something essentially changing, for to be a knower is to be the substrate of the quality of knowledge, and as the knowing self is eternal, knowledge which is an essential quality of the self is also eternal. That the self is eternal, the term now will show that it is an essential quality of the self to be the abode of knowledge. That a self whose essential nature is knowledge should be the substrate of the knowledge, just as gems and the like are the substrate of light, gives rise to no contradiction whatever. Knowledge, which is in itself unlimited, is capable of contraction and expansion, as we shall show later on. In the so-called kshrigna, condition of the self, knowledge is, owing to the influence of work, of a contracted nature, as it more or less adapts itself to work of different kinds, and is variously determined by the different senses. With reference to this various flow of knowledge as due to the senses, it is spoken of as rising and setting, and the self possesses the quality of an agent. As this quality is not, however, essential, but originated by action, the self is essentially unchanging. This changeful quality of being a knower can belong only to the self whose essential nature is knowledge, not possibly to the non-intelligent ahamkara. But, you will perhaps say, the ahamkara, although of non-intelligent nature, may become a knower insofar as by approximation to intelligence it becomes a reflection of the latter. How, we ask in return, is this becoming a reflection of intelligence imagined to take place? Does consciousness become a reflection of the ahamkara, or does the ahamkara become a reflection of consciousness? The former alternative is inadmissible, since you will not allow to consciousness the quality of being a knower, and so is the latter since, as explained above, the non-intelligent ahamkara can never become a knower. Moreover, neither consciousness nor the ahamkara are objects of visual perception. Only things seen by the eye have reflections. Let it then be said that as an iron ball is heated by contact with fire, so the consciousness of being a knower is imparted to the ahamkara through its contact with intelligence. This view too is inadmissible, for as you do not allow real knowership to intelligence, knowership or the consciousness of knowership cannot be imparted to the ahamkara by contact with intelligence, and much less even can knowership or the consciousness of it be imparted to intelligence by contact with the essentially non-intelligent ahamkara. Nor can we accept what you say about manifestation. Neither the ahamkara, you say, nor intelligence is really a knowing subject, but the ahamkara manifests consciousness abiding within itself, as the mirror manifests the image abiding within it. But the essentially non-intelligent ahamkara evidently cannot manifest the self-luminous self, as has been said that the non-intelligent ahamkara should manifest the self-luminous self, has no more sense than to say that a spent coal manifests the sun. The truth is that all things depend for their proof on self-luminous consciousness. And now you maintain that one of these things, the non-intelligent ahamkara, which itself depends for its light on consciousness, manifests consciousness, whose essential light neither rises or sets, and which is the cause that proves everything. Whoever knows the nature of the self will justly deride such a view. The relation of manifestation cannot hold good between consciousness and the ahamkara for the further reason also that there is a contradiction in nature between the two, and because it would imply consciousness not to be consciousness. As has been said, one cannot manifest the other, owing to contradictoriness, and if the self were something to be manifested, that would imply its being non-intelligent like a jar. Nor is the matter improved by your introducing the hand and the sunbeams, and to say that as the sunbeams while manifesting the hand, are at the same time manifested by the hand, so consciousness, while manifesting the ahamkara, is at the same time itself manifested by the latter. The sunbeams are in reality not manifested by the hand at all. What takes place is that the motion of the sunbeams is reversed by the opposed hand, they thus become more numerous, and hence are perceived more clearly, but this is due altogether to the multitude of beams, not to any manifesting power on the part of the hand. What could, moreover, be the nature of that manifestation of the self consisting of intelligence, which would be effected through the ahamkara? It cannot be origination, for you acknowledge that what is self-established cannot be originated by anything else. Nor can it be illumination, since consciousness cannot, according to you, be the object of another consciousness. For the same reason it cannot be any action assisting the means of being conscious of consciousness. For such helpful action could be of two kinds only. It would either be such as to cause the connection of the object to be known with the sense organs, as any action which, in the case of the apprehension of a species or of one's own face, causes connection between the organ of sight and an individual of the species, or a looking glass, or it would be such as to remove some obstructive impurity in the mind of the knowing person. Of this kind is the action of calmness and self-restraint with reference to Scripture, which is the means of apprehending the highest reality. Moreover, even if it were admitted that consciousness may be an object of consciousness, it could not be maintained that the eye assists the means whereby that consciousness is effected. For if it did so, it could only be in the way of removing any obstacles impeding the origination of such consciousness, analogous to the way in which a lamp assists the eye by dispelling the darkness which impedes the origination of the apprehension of color. But in the case under discussion we are unable to imagine such obstacles. There is nothing pertaining to consciousness which obstructs the origination of the knowledge of consciousness and which could be removed by the ahamkara. There is something, you will perhaps reply. Nescience. Not so, we reply. That nescience is removed by the ahamkara cannot be admitted. Knowledge alone can put an end to nescience. Nor can consciousness be the abode of nescience, because in that case nescience would have the same abode and the same object as knowledge. In pure knowledge where there is no knowing subject and no object of knowledge, the so-called witnessing principle, nescience cannot exist. Jars and similar things cannot be the abode of nescience because there is no possibility of their being the abode of knowledge, and for the same reason pure knowledge also cannot be the abode of nescience. And even if consciousness were admitted to be the abode of nescience, it could not be the object of knowledge, For consciousness being viewed as the self cannot be the object of knowledge, and hence knowledge cannot terminate the nescience abiding within consciousness. For knowledge puts an end to nescience only with regard to its own objects, as in the case of the snake rope, and the consequence of this would be that the nescience attached to consciousness could never be destroyed by anyone. If nescience, we further remark, is viewed as that which can be defined neither as being nor non-being, we shall show later on that such nescience is something quite incomprehensible. On the other hand, nescience, if understood to be the antecedent non-existence of knowledge, is not opposed in nature to the origination of knowledge, and hence the dispelling of nescience cannot be viewed as promoting the means of the knowledge of the self. From all this it follows that the ahamkara cannot affect in any way manifestation of consciousness. Nor can it be said that it is the essential nature of manifesting agents to manifest things in so far as the latter have their abode in the former, for such a relation is not observed in the case of lamps and the like. The essential nature of manifesting agents rather lies therein that they promote the knowledge of things as they really are, and this is also the nature of whatever promotes knowledge and the means thereof. Nor is it even true that the mirror manifests the face. The mirror is only the cause of a certain irregularity, the reversion of the ocular rays of light, and to this irregularity there is due the appearance of the face within the mirror, but the manifesting agent is the light only. And it is evident that the ahamkara is not capable of producing an irregularity in consciousness which is self-luminous. And, with regard to the second analogous instance alleged by you, the fact is that the species is known through the individual because the latter is its substrate, but not because the individual manifests the species. Thus there is no reason, either real or springing from some imperfection, why the consciousness of consciousness should be brought about by its abiding in the ahamkara, and the attribute of being the knowing agent or the consciousness of that cannot therefore belong to the ahamkara. Hence, what constitutes the inward self is not pure consciousness but the I which proves itself as the knowing subject. In the absence of egoity, inwardness could not be established for consciousness. The conscious subject persists in deep sleep. We now come to the question as to the nature of deep sleep. In deep sleep the quality of darkness prevails in the mind and there is no consciousness of outward things, and thus there is no distinct and clear presentation of the I. But all the same the self somehow presents itself up to the time of waking in the one form of the I, and the latter cannot therefore be said to be absent. Pure consciousness assumed by you is really in no better case, for a person risen from deep sleep never represents to himself his state of consciousness during sleep in the form, I was pure consciousness free from all egoity and opposed in nature to everything else, witnessing nescience. What he thinks is only I slept well. From this form of reflection it appears that even during sleep the self, the I, was a knowing subject and perceptive of pleasure. Nor must you urge against this that the reflection has the following form, as now I feel pleasure, so I slept then also, for the reflection is distinctly not of that kind. Nor must you say that owing to the non-permanency of the I its perception of pleasure during sleep cannot connect itself with the waking state. For the person who has risen from sleep recalls things of which he was conscious before his sleep. I did such and such a thing, I observed this or that, I said so or so. But, you will perhaps say, he also reflects, for such and such a time I was conscious of nothing. And what does this imply? We ask. It implies a negation of everything. By no means. We rejoin. The words I was conscious show that the knowing I persisted, and that hence what is negated is only the objects of knowledge. If the negation implied in of nothing included everything, it would also negative the pure consciousness which you hold to persist in deep sleep. In the judgment I was conscious of nothing. The word I clearly refers to the I, the knowing self, which persists even during deep sleep, while the words was conscious of nothing negative all knowledge on the part of that I. If, now, in the face of this, you undertake to prove by means of this very judgment that knowledge, which is expressly denied, existed at the time, and that the persisting knowing self did not exist, you may address your proof to the patient gods who give no reply. But, our opponent goes on to urge, I formed the following judgment also, I then was not conscious of myself, and from this I understand that the I did not persist during deep sleep. You do not know, we rejoin, that this denial of the persistence of the I flatly contradicts the state of consciousness expressed in the judgment I was not conscious of myself and the verbal form of the judgment itself. But what then is denied by the words of myself? This, we admit, is a reasonable question. Let us consider the point. What is negatived in that judgment is not the knowing I itself, but merely the distinctions of caste, condition of life, which belong to the I at the time of waking. We must distinguish the objects of the several parts of the judgment under discussion. The object of the myself is the I distinguished by class characteristics as it presents itself in the waking state. The object of the word I is that I which consists of a uniform flow of self-consciousness which persists in sleep also, but is then not quite distinct. The judgment I did not know myself therefore means that the sleeper was not conscious of the place where he slept, of his special characteristics, and so on. It is, moreover, your own view that in deep sleep the self occupies the position of a witnessing principle with regard to nescience. But by a witness we understand someone who knows about something by personal observation. A person who does not know cannot be a witness. Accordingly, in scripture as well as in ordinary language a knowing subject only, not mere knowledge, is spoken of as a witness, and with this the Reverend Painini also agrees when teaching that the word sakshan means one who knows in person. Now this witness is nothing else but the I which is apprehended in the judgment I know apostrophe. And how then should this I not be apprehended in the state of sleep? That which itself appears to the self appears as the I, and it thus follows that also in deep sleep and similar states the self, which then shines forth appears as the I. The conscious subject persists in the state of release. To maintain that the consciousness of the I does not persist in the state of final release is again altogether inappropriate. It in fact amounts to the doctrine, only expressed in somewhat different words, that final release is the annihilation of the self. The I is not a mere attribute of the self so that even after its destruction the essential nature of the self might persist, as it persists on the cessation of ignorance, but it constitutes the very nature of the self. Such judgments as I know, knowledge has arisen in me, show, on the other hand, that we are conscious of knowledge as a mere attribute of the self. Moreover, a man who suffering pain, mental or of other kind, whether such pain be real or due to error only, puts himself in relation to pain, I am suffering pain, naturally begins to reflect how he may once for all free himself from all these manifold afflictions and enjoy a state of untroubled ease. The desire of final release thus having arisen in him, he at once sets to work to accomplish it. If, on the other hand, he were to realize that the effect of such activity would be the loss of personal existence, he surely would turn away as soon as somebody began to tell him about release. And the result of this would be that, in the absence of willing and qualified pupils, the whole scriptural teaching as to final release would lose its authoritative character. Nor must you maintain against this that even in the state of release there persists pure consciousness, for this by no means improves your case. No sensible person exerts himself under the influence of the idea that after he himself has perished there will remain some entity termed pure light. What constitutes the inward self thus is the I, the knowing subject. This inward self shines forth in the state of final release also as an I, for it appears to itself. The general principle is that whatever being appears to itself appears as an I. Both parties in the present dispute establish the existence of the transmigrating self on such appearance. On the contrary, whatever does not appear as an I, does not appear to itself, as jars and the like. Now the emancipated self does thus appear to itself, and therefore it appears as an I. Nor does this appearance as an I imply in any way that the released self is subject to nescience and implicated in the samsara, for this would contradict the nature of final release, and moreover the consciousness of the I cannot be the cause of nescience and so on. Nescience is either ignorance as to essential nature, or the cognition of something under an aspect different from the real one, or cognition of what is altogether opposite in nature. Now the I constitutes the essential nature of the self. How then can the consciousness of the I, the consciousness of its own true nature, implicate the released self in nescience, or in the samsara? The fact rather is that such consciousness destroys nescience, and so on, because it is essentially opposed to them. In agreement with this we observe that persons like the rishi Vamadeva, in whom the intuition of their identity with Brahman had totally destroyed all nescience, enjoyed the consciousness of the personal I, for scripture says, seeing this the rishi Vamadeva understood, I was Manu and the sun. And the highest Brahman also, which is opposed to all other forms of nescience and denoted and conceived as pure being, is spoken of in an analogous way. Let me make each of these three deities, may I be many, may I grow forth. He thought, shall I send forth worlds? And again, since I transcend the destructible, and am higher also than the indestructible, therefore I am proclaimed in the world and in the Veda as the highest person. I am the self, O Gadakisa, never was I not. I am the source and the destruction of the whole world. I am the source of all, from me proceeds everything. I am he who raises them from the ocean of the world of death. I am the giver of seed, the father. I know the things past. But if the I constitutes the essential nature of the self, how is it that the Holy One teaches the principle of egoity to belong to the sphere of objects, the great elements, the ahamkara, the understanding, and the unevolved? As in all passages, we reply, which give information about the true nature of the self it is spoken of as the I, we conclude that the I constitutes the essential nature of the inward self, where, on the other hand, the Holy One declares the ahamkara, a special effect of the unevolved, to be comprised within the sphere of the objective. He means that principle which is called ahamkara, because it causes the assumption of egoity on the part of the body which belongs to the not-self. Such egoity constitutes the ahamkara, also designated as pride or arrogance, which causes men to slight persons superior to themselves, and is referred to by scripture in many places as something evil. Such consciousness of the I therefore as is not sublated by anything else has the self for its object, while, on the other hand, such consciousness of the I as has the body for its object is mere nescience. In agreement with this the Reverend Parasara has said, hear from me the essential nature of nescience. It is the attribution of selfhood to what is not the self. If the self were pure consciousness, then pure consciousness only, and not the quality of being a knowing subject, would present itself in the body also, which is a not self wrongly imagined to be a self. The conclusion therefore remains that the self is nothing but the knowing I. Thus it has been said, as is proved by perception, and as also results from reasoning and tradition, and from its connection with ignorance, the self presents itself as a knowing I. And again, that which is different from body, senses, mind, and vital airs, which does not depend on other means, which is permanent, pervading, divided according to bodies, that is the self blessed in itself. Here not dependent on other means self-luminous, and pervading means being of such a nature as to enter, owing to excessive minuteness, into all non-sentient things. In cases of scripture conflicting with perception, scripture is not stronger. The true cannot be known through the untrue. With reference to the assertion that perception, which depends on the view of plurality, is based on some defect and hence admits of being otherwise accounted for, whence it follows that it is sublated by scripture, we ask you to point out what defect it is on which perception is based and may hence be accounted for otherwise. The beginningless imagination of difference. We expect you to reply, but, we ask in return, have you then come to know by some other means that this beginningless imagination of difference, acting in a manner analogous to that of certain defects of vision, is really the cause of an altogether perverse view of things? If you reply that this is known just from the fact that perception is in conflict with scripture, we point out that you are reasoning in a circle. You prove the defectiveness of the imagination of plurality through the fact that scripture tells us about a substance devoid of all difference, and at the same time you prove the latter point through the former. Moreover, if perception gives rise to perverse cognition because it is based on the imagination of plurality, scripture also is in no better case, for it is based on the very same view. If against this you urge that scripture, although based on a defect, yet sublates perception insofar as it is the cause of a cognition which dispels all plurality apprehended through perception, and thus is later in order than perception, we rejoin that the defectiveness of the foundation of scripture having once been recognized, the circumstance of its being later is of no avail, for if a man is afraid of a rope which he mistakes for a snake, his fear does not come to an end because another man, whom he considers to be in error himself, tells him this is no snake. Do not be afraid. And that scripture is founded on something defective is known at the very time of hearing scripture, for the reflection consists in repeated attempts to cognize the oneness of Brahman, a cognition which is destructive of all the plurality apprehended through the first hearing of the Veda. We further ask, by what means do you arrive at the conclusion that scripture cannot possibly be assumed to be defective in any way, while defects may be ascribed to perception? It is certainly not consciousness, self-proved and absolutely devoid of all difference, which enlightens you on this point, for such consciousness is unrelated to any objects whatever, and incapable of partiality to scripture. Nor can sense perception be the source of your conviction, for as it is founded on what is defective it gives perverse information. Nor again the other sources of knowledge, for they are all based on sense perception, as thus there are no acknowledged means of knowledge to prove your view, you must give it up. But, you will perhaps say, we proceed by means of the ordinary empirical means and objects of knowledge. What, we ask in reply, do you understand by empirical? What rests on immediate unreflective knowledge, but is found not to hold good when tested by logical reasoning. But what is the use, we ask, of knowledge of this kind. If logical reasoning refutes something known through some means of knowledge, that means of knowledge is no longer authoritative. Now you will possibly argue as follows: Scripture as well as perception is founded on nescience, but all the same perception is sublated by Scripture. For as the object of Scripture, Brahman, which is one and without a second, is not seen to be sublated by any ulterior cognition, Brahman, pure non-differenced consciousness, remains as the sole reality. But here too you are wrong, since we must decide that something which rests on a defect is unreal, although it may remain unrefuted. We will illustrate this point by an analogous instance. Let us imagine a race of men afflicted with a certain special defect of vision, without being aware of this their defect, dwelling in some remote mountain caves inaccessible to all other men provided with sound eyes. As we assume all of these cave dwellers to be afflicted with the same defect of vision, they, all of them, will equally see and judge bright things, the moon, to be double. Now in the case of these people there never arises a subsequent cognition sublating their primitive cognition, but the latter is false all the same, and its object, the doubleness of the moon, is false likewise, the defect of vision being the cause of a cognition not corresponding to reality. And so it is with the cognition of Brahman also. This cognition is based on nescience, and therefore is false, together with its object, Brahman, although no sublating cognition presents itself. This conclusion admits of various expressions in logical form. The Brahman under dispute is false because it is the object of knowledge which has sprung from what is affected with nescience, as the phenomenal world is. Brahman is false because it is the object of knowledge, as the world is. Brahman is false because it is the object of knowledge, the rise of which has the untrue for its cause, as the world is. You will now perhaps set forth the following analogy. States of dreaming consciousness, such as the perception of elephants and the like in one's dreams, are unreal, and yet they are the cause of the knowledge of real things, good or ill fortune. Hence there is no reason why Scripture, although unreal insofar as based on nescience, should not likewise be the cause of the cognition of what is real. Brahman, the two cases are not parallel, we reply. The conscious states experienced in dreams are not unreal, it is only their objects that are false. These objects only, not the conscious states, are sublated by the waking consciousness. Nobody thinks the cognitions of which I was conscious in my dream are unreal. What men actually think is the cognitions are real, but the things are not real. In the same way the elusive state of consciousness which the magician produces in the minds of other men by means of mantras, drugs, is true, and hence the cause of love and fear. For such states of consciousness also are not sublated. The cognition which, owing to some defect in the object, the sense organ, apprehends a rope as a snake is real, and hence the cause of fear and other emotions. True also is the imagination which, owing to the nearness of a snake, arises in the mind of a man though not actually bitten. That he has been bitten. True also is the representation of the imagined poison, for it may be the cause of actual death. In the same way the reflection of the face in the water is real, and hence enables us to ascertain details belonging to the real face. All these states of consciousness are real, as we conclude from their having a beginning and actual effects. Nor would it avail you to object that in the absence of real elephants, and so on, the ideas of them cannot be real, for ideas require only some substrate in general. The mere appearance of a thing is a sufficient substrate, and such an appearance is present in the case in question, owing to a certain defect. The thing we determine to be unreal because it is sublated, the idea is non-sublated, and therefore real. Nor can you quote in favor of your view, of the real being known through the unreal, the instance of the stroke and the letter. The letter being apprehended through the stroke does not furnish a case of the real being apprehended through the unreal, for the stroke itself is real, but the stroke causes the idea of the letter only insofar as it is apprehended as being a letter, and this being a letter is untrue. Not so, we rejoin. If this being a letter were unreal, it could not be a means of the apprehension of the letter. For we neither observe nor can prove that what is non-existent and indefinable constitutes a means. Let then the idea of the letter constitute the means. In that case, we rejoin, the apprehension of the real does not spring from the unreal, and besides, it would follow therefrom that the means and what is to be effected thereby would be one, both would be, without any distinction, the idea of the letter only. Moreover, if the means were constituted by the stroke insofar as it is not the letter, the apprehension of all letters would result from the sight of one stroke, for one stroke may easily be conceived as not being any letter. But, in the same way as the word Vedanta conventionally denotes some particular man, so some particular stroke apprehended by the eye may conventionally symbolize some particular letter to be apprehended by the ear, and thus a particular stroke may be the cause of the idea of a particular letter. Quite so, we reply, but on this explanation the real is known through the real, for both stroke and conventional power of symbolization are real. The case is analogous to that of the idea of a buffalo being caused by the picture of a buffalo. That idea rests on the similarity of picture and thing depicted, and that similarity is something real. Nor can it be said that we meet with a cognition of the real by means of the unreal. In the case of sound, which is essentially uniform, but causes the apprehension of different things by means of difference of tone. For sound is the cause of the apprehension of different things insofar only as we apprehend the connection of sound manifesting itself in various tones, with the different things indicated by those various tones. And, moreover, it is not correct to argue on the ground of the uniformity of sound, for only particular significant sounds such as ga, which can be apprehended by the ear, are really sound. All this proves that it is difficult indeed to show that the knowledge of a true thing, Brahman, can be derived from Scripture, if Scripture, as based on nescience, is itself untrue. Our opponent may finally argue as follows. Scripture is not unreal in the same sense as a sky flower is unreal, for antecedently to the cognition of universal non-duality Scripture is viewed as something that is, and only on the rise of that knowledge it is seen to be unreal. At this latter time Scripture no longer is a means of cognizing Brahman, devoid of all difference, consisting of pure intelligence. As long on the other hand as it is such a means, Scripture is, for then he judged Scripture is. But to this we reply that if Scripture is not, the judgment Scripture is false, and hence the knowledge resting on false Scripture being false likewise, the object of that knowledge, Brahman itself, is false. If the cognition of fire which rests on mist being mistaken for smoke is false, it follows that the object of that cognition, fire itself, is likewise unreal. Nor can it be shown that there is no possibility of ulterior sublative cognition, for there may be such sublative cognition. The one expressed in the judgment the reality is a void, and if you say that this latter judgment rests on error, we point out that according to yourself the knowledge of Brahman is also based on error, and of our judgment it may truly be said that all further negation is impossible, But there is no need to continue this demolition of an altogether baseless theory. No scriptural texts teach a Brahman devoid of all difference. We now turn to the assertion that certain scriptural texts, as being only was this in the beginning, are meant to teach that there truly exists only one homogeneous substance, intelligence free from all difference. This we cannot allow for the section in which the quoted text occurs, in order to make good the initial declaration that by the knowledge of one thing all things are known, shows that the highest Brahman which is denoted by the term being is the substantial and also the operative cause of the world, that it is all-knowing, endowed with all powers, that its purposes come true, that it is the inward principle, the support and the ruler of everything, and that distinguished by these and other good qualities it constitutes the self of the entire world, and then finally proceeds to instruct Svetaketi that this Brahman constitutes his self also. We have fully set forth this point in the Vedanta Samgraha and shall establish it in greater detail in the present work also, in the so-called Arambanawadhikarana. In the same way the passage "the higher knowledge is that by which the indestructible is apprehended," first denies of Brahman all the evil qualities connected with Prakriti, and then teaches that to it there belong eternity, all-pervadingness, subtlety, omnipresence, omniscience, imperishableness, creativeness with regard to all beings, and other auspicious qualities. Now we maintain that also the text "true knowledge, infinite is Brahman," does not prove a substance devoid of all difference, for the reason that the coordination of the terms of which it consists explains itself in so far only as denoting one thing distinguished by several attributes, for coordination means the reference to one thing, there being a difference of reason for the application. Now whether we take the several terms, true, knowledge, infinite, in their primary sense, as denoting qualities, or as denoting modes of being opposed to whatever is contrary to those qualities, in either case we must needs admit a plurality of causes for the application of those several terms to one thing. There is however that difference between the two alternatives that in the former case the terms preserve their primary meaning, while in the latter case their denotative power depends on so-called implication. Nor can it be said that the opposition in nature to non-knowledge constitutes nothing more than the essential nature, for as such essential nature would be sufficiently apprehended through one term, the employment of further terms would be purposeless. This view would moreover be in conflict with coordination, as it would not allow of difference of motive for several terms applied to one thing. On the other hand, it cannot be urged against the former alternative that the distinction of several attributes predicated of one thing implies a distinction in the thing to which the attributes belong, and that from this it follows that the several terms denote several things, a result which also could not be reconciled with coordination. For what coordination aims at is just to convey the idea of one thing being qualified by several attributes. For the grammarians define coordination as the application, to one thing, of several words, for the application of each of which there is a different motive. You have further maintained the following view, in the text one only without a second. The phrase "without a second" negatives all duality on Brahman's part even in so far as qualities are concerned. We must therefore, according to the principle that all sakhas convey the same doctrine, assume that all texts which speak of Brahman as cause, aim at setting forth an absolutely non-dual substance of Brahman, thus indirectly defined as a cause. The text "the true knowledge, infinite is Brahman," contains a direct definition. The Brahman here meant to be defined must thus be devoid of all qualities. Otherwise, moreover, the text would be in conflict with those other texts which declare Brahman to be without qualities and blemish. But this also cannot be admitted. What the phrase "without a second" really aims at intimating is that Brahman possesses manifold powers, and this it does by denying the existence of another ruling principle different from Brahman. That Brahman actually possesses manifold powers the text shows further on. It thought, "May I be many, may I grow forth," and it sent forth fire, and so on. But how are we to know that the mere phrase "without a second" is meant to negative the existence of all other causes in general? As follows, we reply. The clause being "only this was in the beginning, one only," teaches that Brahman when about to create constitutes the substantial cause of the world. Here the idea of some further operative cause capable of giving rise to the effect naturally presents itself to the mind, and hence we understand that the added clause "without a second" is meant to negative such an additional cause. If it were meant absolutely to deny all duality, it would deny also the eternity and other attributes of Brahman which you yourself assume. You in this case make just the wrong use of the principle of all their sakas containing the same doctrine. What this principle demands is that the qualities attributed in all sakas to Brahman as cause should be taken over into the passage under discussion. Also, the same consideration teaches us that also the text true knowledge teaches Brahman to possess attributes, for this passage has to be interpreted in agreement with the texts referring to Brahman as a cause. Nor does this imply a conflict with the texts which declare Brahman to be without qualities, for those texts are meant to negative the evil qualities depending on Prakriti. Those texts again which refer to mere knowledge declare indeed that knowledge is the essential nature of Brahman, but this does not mean that mere knowledge constitutes the fundamental reality. For knowledge constitutes the essential nature of a knowing subject only, which is the substrate of knowledge, in the same way as the sun, lamps, and gems are the substrate of light. That Brahman is a knowing subject all scriptural texts declare. He who is all-knowing, it thought, this divine being thought. He thought, let me send forth the worlds. He who arranges the wishes, as eternal of those who are not eternal, as thinker of thinkers, as one of many. There are two unborn ones, one who knows, one who does not know. One strong, the other weak. Let us know him, the highest of lords, the great Lord, the highest deity of deities, the master of masters, the highest above the God, the Lord of the world, the adorable one. Of him there is known no effect or instrument, no one is seen like unto him or better. His high power is revealed as manifold, forming his essential nature, as knowledge, strength, and action. That is the self, free from sin, ageless, deathless, griefless, free from hunger and thirst, whose wishes are true, whose purposes are true. These and other texts declare that to Brahman, whose essential nature is knowledge, there belong many excellent qualities, among which that of being a knowing subject stands first, and that Brahman is free from all evil qualities. That the texts referring to Brahman as free from qualities, and those which speak of it as possessing qualities, have really one and the same object may be inferred from the last of the passages quoted above, the earlier part of which, free from sin, up to free from thirst, denies of Brahman all evil qualities, while its latter part, whose wishes are true, and so on, asserts of its certain excellent qualities. As thus there is no contradiction between the two classes of texts, there is no reason whatever to assume that either of them has for its object something that is false. With regard to the concluding passage of the ADHYÄYA text, from whence all speech, together with the mind, turns away, unable to reach it, we point out that with the passage from terror of it the wind blows, there begins a declaration of the qualities of Brahman, and that the next section 100 times that human bliss, makes statements as to the relative bliss enjoyed by the different classes of embodied souls. The concluding passage, he who knows the bliss of that Brahman from whence all speech, together with the mind, turns away unable to reach it, hence must be taken as proclaiming with emphasis the infinite nature of Brahman's auspicious qualities. Moreover, a clause in the chapter under discussion, he obtains all desires, together with Brahman the all-wise, which gives information as to the fruit of the knowledge of Brahman, clearly declares the infinite nature of the qualities of the highest all-wise Brahman. The desires are the auspicious qualities of Brahman which are the objects of desire. The man who knows Brahman obtains, together with Brahman, all qualities of it. The expression together with is meant to bring out the primary importance of the qualities, as also described in the so-called ADHYÂYA, and that fruit and meditation are of the same character is proved by the text. According to what a man's thought is in this world, so will he be after he has departed this life. If it be said that the passage by whom it is not thought, by him it is thought, not understood by those who understand, declares Brahman not to be an object of knowledge, we deny this, because were it so, certain other texts would not teach that final release results from knowledge. He who knows Brahman obtains the highest, he knows Brahman, he becomes Brahman. And, moreover, the text he who knows Brahman as non-existing becomes himself non-existing. He who knows Brahman as existing, him we know himself as existing, makes the existence and non-existence of the self dependent on the existence and non-existence of knowledge which has Brahman for its object. We thus conclude that all scriptural texts enjoin just the knowledge of Brahman for the sake of final release. This knowledge is, as we already know, of the nature of meditation, and what is to be meditated on is Brahman as possessing qualities. We are informed by the passage from whence speech together with mind turns away, being unable to reach it, that the infinite Brahman with its unlimited excellences cannot be defined either by mind or speech as being so or so much. And from this we conclude the Kena text to mean that Brahman is not thought and not understood by those who understand it to be of a definitely limited nature, Brahman in truth being unlimited. If the text did not mean this, it would be self-contradictory, parts of it saying that Brahman is not thought and not understood, and other parts, that it is thought and is understood. Now as regards the assertion that the text "thou mayest not see the seer of seeing, thou mayest not think the thinker of thinking," denies the existence of a seeing and thinking subject different from mere seeing and thinking. This view is refuted by the following interpretation. The text addresses itself to a person who has formed the erroneous opinion that the quality of consciousness or knowledge does not constitute the essential nature of the knower, but belongs to it only as an adventitious attribute, and tells him do not view or think the self to be such, but consider the seeing and thinking self to have seeing and thinking for its essential nature. Or else this text may mean that the embodied self, which is the seer of seeing and the thinker of thinking, should be set aside, and that only the highest self, the inner self of all beings, should be meditated upon. Otherwise a conflict would arise with texts declaring the knowership of the self, such as whereby should he know the knower? Your assertion that the text bliss is Brahman proves pure bliss to constitute the essential nature of Brahman is already disposed of by the refutation of the view that knowledge constitutes the essential nature of Brahman, Brahman being in reality the substrate only of knowledge. For by bliss we understand a pleasing state of consciousness. Such passages as consciousness, bliss is Brahman, therefore mean consciousness, the essential character of which is bliss, is Brahman. On this identity of the two things there rests that homogeneous character of Brahman, so much insisted upon by yourself, and in the same way as numerous passages teach that Brahman, while having knowledge for its essential nature, is at the same time a knowing subject, so other passages, speaking of Brahman as something separate from mere bliss, show it to be not mere bliss but a subject enjoying bliss, that is one bliss of Brahman. He knowing the bliss of Brahman to be a subject enjoying bliss is in fact the same as to be a conscious subject. We now turn to the numerous texts which, according to the view of our opponent, negative the existence of plurality. Where there is duality as it were, there is not any plurality here. From death to death goes he who sees here any plurality, but when for him the self alone has become all, by what means, and whom, should he see? But what all these texts deny is only plurality in so far as contradicting that unity of the world which depends on its being in its entirety an effect of Brahman, and having Brahman for its inward ruling principle and its true self. They do not, on the other hand, deny that plurality on Brahman's part which depends on its intention to become manifold, a plurality proved by the text may I be many, may I grow forth. Nor can our opponent urge against this that, owing to the denial of plurality contained in other passages this last text refers to something not real, for it is an altogether laughable assertion that Scripture should at first teach the doctrine, difficult to comprehend, that plurality as suggested by perception and the other means of knowledge belongs to Brahman also, and should afterwards negative this very doctrine. Nor is it true that the text if he makes but the smallest antarum in it there is fear for him implies that he who sees plurality within Brahman encounters fear. For the other text all this is Brahman, let a man meditate with calm mind on all this as beginning, ending and breathing in it. Brahman teaches directly that reflection on the plurality of Brahman is the cause of peace of mind, for this passage declares that peace of mind is produced by a reflection on the entire world as springing from, abiding within, and being absorbed into Brahman, and thus having Brahman for itself, and as thus the view of Brahman constituting the self of the world with all its manifold distinctions of gods, men, animals, inanimate matter and so on, is said to be the cause of peace of mind, and, consequently, of absence of fear. That same view surely cannot be a cause of fear. But how then is it that the text declares that there is fear for him? That text, we reply, declares in its earlier part that rest in Brahman is the cause of fearlessness. Its latter part therefore means that fear takes place when there is an interval, a break, in this resting in Brahman. As the great Rishi says, when Vasudeva is not meditated on for an hour or even a moment only, that is loss, that is great calamity, that is error, that is change. The sutra does not, as our opponent alleges, refer to a Brahman free from all difference, but to Brahman as possessing attributes, as we shall show in its place. And the sutra declares that the things seen in dreams are mere maya because they differ in character from the things perceived in the waking state, from which it follows that the latter things are real. Nor do Smriti and Purana teach such a doctrine. Nor is it true that also, according to Smriti and Puranas, only non-differenced consciousness is real and everything else unreal. He who knows me as unborn and without a beginning, the Supreme Lord of the worlds, all beings abide in me, I abide not in them. Nay, the beings abide not in me. Behold my lordly power. Myself bringing forth the beings supports them but does not abide in them. I am the origin and the dissolution of the entire world. Higher than I there is nothing else. On me all this is strung as pearls on a thread. pervading this entire universe. By a portion I abide, but another, the highest person, is called the highest self who, pervading the three worlds, supports them, the eternal Lord. Because I transcend the perishable and am higher than the imperishable even, I am among the people and in the Veda celebrated as the Supreme Person. He transcends the fundamental matter of all beings, its modifications, properties and imperfections. He transcends all investing influences, he who is the self of all. Whatever there is in the interstices of the world is filled by him. All auspicious qualities constitute his nature. The whole creation of beings is taken out of a small part of his power, assuming at will whatever form he desires. He bestows benefits on the whole world affected by him. Glory, strength, dominion, wisdom, energy, power and other attributes are collected in him, supreme of the supreme in whom no troubles abide, ruler over high and low, Lord in collective and distributive form, non-manifest and manifest, universal Lord, all-seeing, all-knowing, all-powerful, highest Lord, the knowledge by which that perfect, pure, highest, stainless homogeneous is known or perceived or comprehended, that is knowledge, all else is ignorance. To that pure one of mighty power, the highest Brahman to which no term is applicable, the cause of all causes, the name Bhagavat is suitable. The letter B implies both the cherisher and supporter, the letter G the leader, mover and creator. The two syllables Bhaga indicate the six attributes: dominion, strength, glory, splendor, wisdom, dispassion. That in him, the universal self, the self of the beings, all beings dwell and that he dwells in all. This is the meaning of the letter Va. Wisdom, might, strength, dominion, glory, without any evil qualities, are all denoted by the word Bhagavat. This great word Bhagavat is the name of Vasudeva who is the highest Brahman, and of no one else. This word which denotes persons worthy of reverence in general is used in its primary sense with reference to Vasudeva only, in a derived sense with regard to other persons, where all these powers abide, that is the form of him who is the universal form, that is the great form of Hari. That form produces in its sport forms endowed with all powers, whether of gods or men or animals, for the purpose of benefiting the worlds, not springing from work. Is this action of the unfathomable one, all-pervading, irresistible, him who is of this kind, stainless, eternal, all-pervading, imperishable, free from all evil, named Vishnu, the highest abode, he who is the highest of the high, the person, the highest self, founded on himself, who is devoid of all the distinguishing characteristics of color, caste and the like, who is exempt from birth, change, increase, decay and death, of whom it can only be said that he ever is. He is everywhere and in him everything abides, hence he is called Vasudeva by those who know. He is Brahman, eternal, supreme, imperishable, undecaying, of one essential nature and ever pure, as free from all defects. This whole world is Brahman, comprising within its nature the evolved and the unevolved, and also existing in the form of the person and in that of time, the Prakriti about which I told and which is evolved as well as unevolved, and the person. Both these are merged in the highest self. The highest self is the support of all, the highest Lord. As Vishnu he is praised in the Vedas and the Vedanta texts. Two forms are there of that Brahman, one material, the other immaterial. These two forms, perishable and imperishable, are within all things. The imperishable one is the highest Brahman, the perishable one this whole world. As the light of a fire burning in one place spreads all around, so the energy of the highest Brahman constitutes this entire world. The energy of Vishnu is the highest, that which is called the embodied soul is inferior, and there is another third energy called karma or nescience, actuated by which the omnipresent energy of the embodied soul perpetually undergoes the afflictions of worldly existence. Obscured by nescience, the energy of the embodied soul is characterized in the different beings by different degrees of perfection. These and other texts teach that the highest Brahman is essentially free from all imperfection whatsoever, comprises within itself all auspicious qualities, and finds its pastime in originating, preserving, reabsorbing, pervading, and ruling the universe, that the entire complex of intelligent and non-intelligent beings in all their different estates is real, and constitutes the form, the body of the highest Brahman, as appears from those passages which coordinate it with Brahman by means of terms such as Sarira, Rupa, Tanu, Hamsa, Sakti, Vibhuti, and so on, that the souls which are a manifestation of Brahman's power exist in their own essential nature, and also, through their connection with matter, in the form of embodied souls, and that the embodied souls, being engrossed by nescience in the form of good and evil works, do not recognize their essential nature, which is knowledge, but view themselves as having the character of material things. The outcome of all this is that we have to cognize Brahman as carrying plurality within itself, and the world, which is the manifestation of his power, as something real. When now the text, in the sloka where all difference has vanished, declares that the self, although connected with the different effects of Prakriti, such as divine, human bodies, and so on, yet is essentially free from all such distinctions, and therefore not the object of the words denoting those different classes of beings, but to be defined as mere knowledge and being, to be known by the self and not to be reached by the mind of the practitioner of yoga. This must in no way be understood as denying the reality of the world. But how is this known? As follows, we reply. The chapter of the Purana in which that sloka occurs at first declares concentration to be the remedy of all the afflictions of the samsara, thereupon explains the different stages of yoga up to the so-called pratyahara, then, in order to teach the attainment of the perfect object required for dharana, declares that the highest Brahman, i.e., Vishnu, possesses two forms, called powers, a defined one and an undefined one, and then teaches that a portion of the defined form, the embodied soul, which is distinguished by its connection with matter and involved in nescience, that is termed action, and constitutes a third power, is not perfect. The chapter further teaches that a portion of the undefined form which is free from nescience called action, separated from all matter, and possessing the character of pure knowledge, is also not the perfect object, since it is destitute of essential purity, and, finally, declares that the perfect object is to be found in that defined form which is special to Bhagavat, and which is the abode of the three powers. That non-defined form which is the highest power, that non-defined form which is termed embodied soul, and constitutes the secondary power, and nescience in the form of work, which is called the third power, and is the cause of the self, which is of the essence of the highest power, passing into the state of embodied soul. This defined form is proved by certain Vedanta texts, such as that great person of sun-like luster. We hence must take the sloka, in which all differences vanish, to mean that the pure self is not capable of constituting the perfect object. Analogously, two other passages declare because this cannot be reflected upon by the beginner in yoga, the second of Vishnu is to be meditated upon by yogins, the highest abode. That in which all these powers have their abode, that is the other great form of Hari, different from the Visva form. In an analogous manner, Parasara declares that Brahma, Katmaka, Sanaka, and similar mighty beings which dwell within this world, cannot constitute the perfect object because they are involved in nescience. After that goes on to say that the beings found in the samsara are in the same condition, for they are essentially devoid of purity since they reach their true nature only later on, when through yoga knowledge has arisen in them, and finally teaches that the essential individual nature of the highest Brahman, Vishnu, constitutes the perfect object. From Brahma down to a blade of grass, all living beings that dwell within this world are in the power of the samsara due to works, and hence no profit can be derived by the devout from making them objects of their meditation. They are all implicated in nescience, and stand within the sphere of the samsara. Knowledge arises in them only later on, and they are thus of no use in meditation. Their knowledge does not belong to them by essential nature, for it comes to them through something else. Therefore the stainless Brahman which possesses essential knowledge, all this proves that the passage in which all difference vanishes does not mean to deny the reality of the world. Nor, again, does the passage that which has knowledge for its essential nature imply that the whole complex of things different from knowledge is false, for it declares only that the appearance of the self, the essential nature of which is knowledge, as gods, men, and so on, is erroneous. A declaration that the appearance of mother-o'-pearl as silver is founded on error surely does not imply that all the silver in the world is unreal. But if, on the ground of an insight into the oneness of Brahman and the world, as expressed in texts where the two appear in coordination, a text declares that it is an error to view Brahman, whose essential nature is knowledge, under the form of material things, this after all implies that the whole aggregate of things is false. By no means, we rejoin. As our Sastra distinctly teaches that the highest Brahman, i.e., Vishnu, is free from all imperfections whatsoever, comprises within himself all auspicious qualities, and reveals his power in mighty manifestations, the view of the world's reality cannot possibly be erroneous. That information as to the oneness of two things by means of coordination does not allow of sublation, and is non-contradictory, we shall prove further on. Hence also the sloka last referred to does not sublate the reality of the world, that from whence these beings are born, by which, when born, they live, into which they enter when they die. Endeavor to know that is Brahman. From this scriptural text we ascertain that Brahman is the cause of the origination, and so on, of the world. After this we learn from a Purana text that the Vedas should be made to grow by Itihasa and Purana. By this making to grow we have to understand the elucidation of the sense of the Vedic texts studied by means of other texts, promulgated by men who had mastered the entire Veda and its contents, and by the strength of their devotion had gained full intuition of Vedic truth. Such making to grow must needs be undertaken, since the purport of the entire Veda with all its sakas cannot be fathomed by one who has studied a small part only, and since without knowing that purport we cannot arrive at any certitude. The Vishnu Purana relates how Maitreya, wishing to have his knowledge of Vedic matters strengthened by the holy Parasara, who through the favor of Pulastya and Vasishta had obtained an insight into the true nature of the highest divinity, began to question Parasara, I am desirous to hear from thee how this world originated, and how it will again originate in future, and of what it consists, and whence proceed animate and inanimate things, how and into what it has been resolved, and into what it will in future be resolved. The questions asked refer to the essential nature of Brahman, the different modes of the manifestation of its power, and the different results of propitiating it. Among the questions belonging to the first category, the question whence proceed animate and inanimate things relates to the efficient and the material cause of the world, and hence the clause of what the world consists is to be taken as implying a question as to what constitutes the self of this world, which is the object of creation, sustentation, and dissolution. The reply to this question is given in the words "and the world is he." Now the identity expressed by this clause is founded thereon that he pervades the world as itself in the character of its inward ruler, and is not founded on unity of substance of the pervading principle and the world pervaded. The phrase consists of does not refer to an effect, for a separate question on this point would be needless. Nor does the Maya express, as it sometimes does in the case of pranamaya, the own sense of the word to which it is attached, for in that case the form of the reply "and the world is he" would be inappropriate. The reply would in that case rather be Vishnu only. What Maya actually denotes here is abundance, prevailingness, and the meaning is that Brahman prevails in the world insofar as the entire world constitutes its body. The coordination of the two words "the world" and "he" thus rests on that relation between the two, owing to which the world is the body of Brahman, and Brahman the self of the world. If, on the other hand, we maintain that the Sutra aims only at inculcating the doctrine of one substance free from all difference, there would be no sense in all those questions and answers, and no sense in an entire Nastra devoted to the explanation of that one thing. In that case there would be room for one question only. What is the substrate of the erroneous imagination of a world? And for one answer to this question, pure consciousness devoid of all distinction, and if the coordination expressed in the clause "and the world is he" was meant to set forth the absolute oneness of the world and Brahman, then it could not be held that Brahman possesses all kinds of auspicious qualities, and is opposed to all evil. Brahman would rather become the abode of all that is impure. All this confirms the conclusion that the coordination expressed in that clause is to be understood as directly teaching the relation between a self and its body. The sloka, from Vishnu the world has sprung, in him he exists, he is the cause of the subsistence and dissolution of this world, and the world is he, states succinctly what a subsequent passage, beginning with the highest of the high, sets forth in detail. Now the Visloka comma to the unchangeable one, renders homage to the holy Vishnu, who is the highest Brahman in so far as abiding within his own nature, and then the text proceeds to glorify him in his threefold form as Hiranyagarbha, Hari, and Sankara, as Pradhana, time, and as the totality of embodied souls in their combined and distributed form. Here the sloka, him whose essential nature is knowledge, describes the aspect of the highest self insofar as abiding in the state of discrete embodied souls. The passage cannot therefore be understood as referring to a substance free from all difference. If the Sutra aimed at teaching that the erroneous conception of a manifold world has for its substrate a Brahman consisting of non-differenced intelligence, there would be room neither for the objection, nor for the refutation of that objection, because the powers of all things are the objects of knowledge excluding all reasoning. Therefore there belong to Brahman also such essential powers as the power of creating, preserving, and so on, the world, just as heat essentially belongs to fire. In that case the objection would rather be made in the following form: how can Brahman, which is without qualities, be the agent in the creation, preservation, and so on, of the world? And the answer would be, creation by Brahman is not something real, but something erroneously imagined. The purport of the objection as it stands in the text is as follows: we observe that action, creative and otherwise, belongs to beings endowed with qualities such as goodness, and so on, not perfect, and subject to the influence of karma. How then can agency, creative, and so on, be attributed to Brahman, which is devoid of qualities, perfect, not under the influence of karma, and incapable of any connection with action? And the reply is, there is nothing unreasonable in holding that Brahman, as being of the nature described above, and different in kind from all things perceived, should possess manifold powers, just as fire, which is different in kind from water and all other material substances, possesses the quality of heat and other qualities. The slokas also, which begin with the words "Thou alone art real," do not assert that the whole world is unreal, but only that, as Brahman is the self of the world, the latter viewed apart from Brahman is not real. This the text proceeds to confirm. Thy greatness it is by which all movable and immovable things are pervaded. This means, because all things movable and immovable are pervaded by thee, therefore all this world has thee for itself, and hence there is none other than thee, and thus thou being the self of all art alone real. Such being the doctrine intended to be set forth, the text rightly says, this all-pervasiveness of thine is thy greatness, otherwise it would have to say, it is thy error. Were this latter view intended, words such as Lord of the world, thou, could not, moreover, be taken in their direct sense, and there would arise a contradiction with the subject matter of the entire chapter. The praise of the Holy One who in the form of a mighty boar had uplifted in play the entire earth, because this entire world is thy form in so far as it is pervaded as itself by thee whose true nature is knowledge. Therefore those who do not possess the devotion which enables man to view thee as the self of all, erroneously view this world as consisting only of gods, men, and other beings. This is the purport of the next sloka, this which is seen. And it is an error not only to view the world which has its real self in thee as consisting of gods, men, and so on, but also to consider the selves whose true nature is knowledge as being of the nature of material beings such as gods, men, and the like. This is the meaning of the next sloka. This world whose true nature is knowledge. Those wise men, on the other hand, who have an insight into the essentially intelligent self, and whose minds are cleared by devotion, the means of apprehending the Holy One as the universal self, they view this entire world with all its manifold bodies, the effects of primeval matter, as thy body. A body the self of which is constituted by knowledge abiding apart from its world body. This is the meaning of the following sloka, but those who possess knowledge, if the different slokas were not interpreted in this way, they would be mere unmeaning reiterations, their constitutive words could not be taken in their primary sense, and we should come into conflict with the sense of the passages, the subject matter of the chapter, and the purport of the entire sastra. The passage, further, of that self although it exists in one's own and in other bodies, the knowledge is of one kind, refers to that view of duality according to which the different selves, although equal in so far as they are all of the essence of knowledge, are constituted into separate beings, gods, men, by their connection with different portions of matter, all of which are modifications of primary matter, and declares that view to be false. But this does not imply denial of the duality which holds good between matter on the one hand and self on the other. What the passage means is that the self which dwells in the different material bodies of gods, men, and so on, is of one and the same kind. So the Holy One himself has said, in the dog and the low man eating dog's flesh the wise see the same. Brahman, without any imperfection, is the same. And, moreover, The clause of the self, although existing in one's own and in other bodies, directly declares that a thing different from the body is distributed among one's own and other bodies. Nor does the passage "if there is some other different from me" intimate the oneness of the self, for in that case the two words para and anya would express one meaning only. The word para denotes a self distinct from that of one's own self, and the word anya is introduced to negative a character different from that of pure intelligence. The sense of the passage thus is, if there is some self distinct from mine, and of a character different from mine which is pure knowledge, then it can be said that I am of such a character and he of a different character. But this is not the case, because all selves are equal in as far as their nature consists of pure knowledge. Also the sloka beginning "owing to the difference of the holes of the flute" only declares that the inequality of the different selves is owing not to their essential nature, but to their dwelling in different material bodies, and does not teach the oneness of all selves. The different portions of air, again, passing through the different holes of the flute, to which the many selves are compared, are not said to be one but only to be equal in character. They are one in character in so far as all of them are of the nature of air, while the different names of the successive notes of the musical scale are applied to them because they pass out by the different holes of the instrument. For an analogous reason the several selves are denominated by different names, gods and so on. Those material things also which are parts of the substance fire, or water, or earth, are one in so far only as they consist of one kind of substance, but are not absolutely one. Those different portions of air, therefore, which constitute the notes of the scale are likewise not absolutely one. Whether Purana further says he I am and thou art he, all this universe that has self for its true nature is he, abandon the error of distinction, the word that refers to the intelligent character mentioned previously which is common to all selves. And the coordination stated in the two clauses therefore intimates that intelligence is the character of the beings denoted I and thou. Abandon therefore, the text goes on to say, the illusion that the difference of outward form, divine and so on, causes a corresponding difference in the selves. If this explanation were not accepted there would be no room for the references to difference which the passages quoted manifestly contain. Accordingly the text goes on to say that the king acted on the instruction he had received, he abandoned the view of difference, having recognized the real. But on what ground do we arrive at this decision? On the ground, we reply, that the proper topic of the whole section is to teach the distinction of the self and the body, for this is evident from what is said in an early part of the section, as the body of man, characterized by hands, feet, and the like. For analogous reasons the sloka when that knowledge which gives rise to distinction teaches neither the essential unity of all selves nor the oneness of the individual self and the highest self, and that the embodied soul and the highest self should be essentially one, is no more possible than that the body and the self should be one. In agreement here with Scripture says, two birds, inseparable friends, cling to the same tree. One of them eats the sweet fruit, the other looks on without eating. There are two drinking their reward in the world of their own works, entered into the cave, dwelling on the highest summit. Those who know Brahman call them shade and light. And in this sastra also there are passages of analogous import. The stanzas quoted above, he transcends the causal matter, all effects, all imperfections such as the gunas. The sutras also maintain the same doctrine, and others. They therein follow Scripture, which in several places refers to the highest and the individual soul as standing over against each other, he who dwells in the self and within the self, whom the self does not know, whose body the self is, who rules the self from within, embraced by the intelligent self, mounted by the intelligent self. Nor can the individual self become one with the highest self by freeing itself from nescience, with the help of the means of final release, for that which admits of being the abode of nescience can never become quite incapable of it. So the Purana says, it is false to maintain that the individual self and the highest self enter into real union, for one substance cannot pass over into the nature of another substance. Accordingly, the Bhagavad Gita declares that the released soul attains only the same attributes as the highest self. Abiding by this knowledge, they, attaining to an equality of attributes with me, do neither come forth at the time of creation, nor are troubled at the time of general destruction. Similarly, our Purana says that Brahman leads him who meditates on it, and who is capable of change, towards its own being, in the same way as the magnet attracts the iron. Here the phrase leads him towards his own being means imparts to him a nature like his own, for the attracted body does not become essentially one with the body attracting. The same view will be set forth by the Sutrakara. The Vritti also says, with the exception of the business of the world is equal through light, and the author of the Dramidabhashaya says, owing to its equality with the divinity the disembodied soul affects all things, like the divinity. The following scriptural texts establish the same view. Those who depart from hence, after having known the self and those true desires, for them there is freedom in all the worlds. He who knows Brahman reaches the highest, he obtains all desires together with the intelligent Brahman. Having reached the self, which consists of bliss, he wanders about in these worlds having as much food and assuming as many forms as he likes. There he moves about, for he is flavor. For only after having perceived a flavor can anyone perceive pleasure, as the flowing rivers go to their setting in the sea, losing name and form. Thus he who knows, freed from name and form, goes to the divine person who is higher than the high. He who knows, shaking off good and evil, reaches the highest oneness, free from stain. The objects of meditation in all the Vedas which refer to the highest Brahman, are Brahman viewed as having qualities, and the fruit of all those meditations. For this reason the author of the sutras declares that there is option among the different Vedas. In the same way the Vaikrakara teaches that the qualified Brahman only is the object of meditation, and that there is option of Vedas, where he says connected, since the meditation refers to its qualities. The same view is expressed by the Bhashyakara in the passage beginning, although he who bases himself on the knowledge of being. Texts such as he knows Brahman, he becomes Brahman have the same purport, for they must be taken in connection with the other texts such as freed from name and form he goes to the divine person who is higher than the high. Free from stain he reaches the highest oneness. Having approached the highest light he manifests himself in his own shape, of him who has freed himself from his ordinary name and form, and all the distinctions founded thereon, and has assumed the uniform character of intelligence. It may be said that he is of the character of Brahman. Our Purana also propounds the same view. The sloka, knowledge is the means to obtain what is to be obtained. The highest Brahman, the self is to be obtained, freed from all kinds of imagination, states that that self, which through meditation on Brahman, is freed from all imagination so as to be like Brahman, is the object to be attained. The text then goes on, the embodied self is the user of the instrument, knowledge is its instrument. Having accomplished release, whereby his object is attained, he may leave off. This means that the devotee is to practice meditation on the highest Brahman until it has accomplished its end. The attainment of the self free from all imagination. The text continues, having attained the being of its being, then he is non-different from the highest self. His difference is founded on nescience only. This sloka describes the state of the released soul. Its being is the being, the character or nature, of Brahman, but this does not mean absolute oneness of nature, because in this latter case the second being would be out of place and the sloka would contradict what had been said before. The meaning is, when the soul has attained the nature of Brahman, when it has freed itself from all false imagination, then it is non-different from the highest self. This non-difference is due to the soul, as well as the highest self, having the essential nature of uniform intelligence. The difference of the soul, presenting itself as the soul of a god, a man, from the highest self is not due to its essential nature, but rests on the basis of nescience in the form of work. When through meditation on Brahman this basis is destroyed, the difference due to it comes to an end, and the soul no longer differs from the highest self. So another text says, the difference of things of one nature is due to the investing agency of outward works. When the difference of gods, men, is destroyed, it has no longer any investing power. The text then adds a further explanation, when the knowledge which gives rise to manifold difference is completely destroyed, who then will produce difference that has no real existence? The manifold difference is the distinction of gods, men, animals, and inanimate things. Compare the saying of Saunaka. This fourfold distinction is founded on false knowledge. The self has knowledge for its essential nature, when nescience called work, which is the cause of the manifold distinctions of gods, men, has been completely destroyed through meditation on the highest Brahman, who then will bring about the distinction of gods, from the highest self, a distinction which in the absence of a cause cannot truly exist. That nescience is called karmanis, stated in the same chapter of the Purana. The passage in the Bhagavad Gita, "Know me to be the Kshrigna," teaches the oneness of all insofar as the highest self is the inward ruler of all. Taken in any other sense it would be in conflict with other texts, such as all creatures are the perishable. The unchanging soul is the imperishable, but another is the highest person. In other places the Divine One declares that as inward ruler he is the self of all. The Lord dwells in the heart of all creatures, and I dwell within the heart of all. And I am the self which has its abode within all creatures. The term creature in these passages denotes the entire aggregate of body, up to the self, because he is the self of all. The text expressly denies that among all the things constituting his body there is any one separate from him, there is not anything which is without me. The place where this text occurs is the winding up of a glorification of the Divine One, and the text has to be understood accordingly. The passage immediately following is whatever being there is, powerful, beautiful, or glorious, even that know thou to have sprung from a portion of my glory, pervading this entire universe by a portion of mine I do abide. All this clearly proves that the authoritative books do not teach the doctrine of one non-differenced substance, that they do not teach that the universe of things is false, and that they do not deny the essential distinction of intelligent beings, non-intelligent things, and the Lord. The theory of nescience cannot be proved. We now proceed to the consideration of nescience. According to the view of our opponent, this entire world, with all its endless distinctions of ruler, creatures ruled, and so on, is, owing to a certain defect, fictitiously superimposed upon the non-differenced, self-luminous reality, and what constitutes the defect is beginningless nescience, which invests the reality, gives rise to manifold illusions, and cannot be deemed either as being or non-being. Such nescience, he says, must necessarily be admitted, firstly on the ground of scriptural texts, such as hidden by what is untrue, and secondly because otherwise the oneness of the individual souls with Brahman, which is taught by texts such as Thou art that, cannot be established. This nescience is neither being, because in that case it could not be the object of erroneous cognition and sublation, nor is it non-being, because in that case it could not be the object of apprehension and sublation. Hence orthodox philosophers declare that this nescience falls under neither of these two opposite categories. Now this theory of nescience is altogether untenable. In the first place we ask, what is the substrate of this nescience which gives rise to the great terror of plurality of existence? You cannot reply the individual soul, for the individual soul itself exists insofar only as it is fictitiously imagined through nescience. Nor can you say Brahman, for Brahman is nothing but self-luminous intelligence, and hence contradictory in nature to nescience, which is avowedly sublated by knowledge. The highest Brahman has knowledge for its essential nature, if nescience, which is essentially false and to be terminated by knowledge, invests Brahman, who then will be strong enough to put an end to it. What puts an end to nescience is the knowledge that Brahman is pure knowledge. Not so, for that knowledge also is, like Brahman, of the nature of light, and hence has no power to put an end to nescience. And if there exists the knowledge that Brahman is knowledge, then Brahman is an object of knowledge, and that, according to your own teaching, implies that Brahman is not of the nature of consciousness. To explain the second of these slokas, if you maintain that what sublates nescience is not that knowledge which constitutes Brahman's essential nature, but rather that knowledge which has for its object the truth of Brahman being of such a nature, we demur, for as both these kinds of knowledge are of the same nature, the nature of light, which is just that which constitutes Brahman's nature, there is no reason for making a distinction and saying that one knowledge is contradictory of nescience, and the other is not, or, to put it otherwise, that essential nature of Brahman which is apprehended through the cognition that Brahman is knowledge, itself shines forth in consequence of the self-luminous nature of Brahman. And hence we have no right to make a distinction between that knowledge which constitutes Brahman's nature, and that of which that nature is the object, and to maintain that the latter only is antagonistic to nescience. Moreover, according to your own view Brahman, which is mere consciousness, cannot be the object of another consciousness, and hence there is no knowledge which has Brahman for its object. If, therefore, knowledge is contradictory to non-knowledge, Brahman itself must be contradictory to it, and hence cannot be its substrate. Shells and the like which by themselves are incapable of throwing light upon their own true nature are not contradictory to non-knowledge of themselves, and depend, for the termination of that non-knowledge, on another knowledge. Brahman, on the other hand, whose essential nature is established by its own consciousness, is contradictorily opposed to non-knowledge of itself, and hence does not depend, for the termination of that non-knowledge, on some other knowledge. If our opponent should argue that the knowledge of the falsity of whatever is other than Brahman is contradictory to non-knowledge, we ask whether this knowledge of the falsity of what is other than Brahman is contradictory to the non-knowledge of the true nature of Brahman, or to that non-knowledge which consists in the view of the reality of the apparent world. The former alternative is inadmissible, because the cognition of the falsity of what is other than Brahman has a different object and therefore cannot be contradictory to it. For knowledge and non-knowledge are contradictory insofar only as they refer to one and the same object, and with regard to the latter alternative we point out that the knowledge of the falsity of the world is contradictory to the non-knowledge which consists in the view of the reality of the world. The former knowledge therefore sublates the latter non-knowledge only, while the non-knowledge of the true nature of Brahman is not touched by it. Against this it will perhaps be urged that what is here called the non-knowledge of the true nature of Brahman, really is the view of Brahman being dual in nature, and that this view is put an end to by the cognition of the falsity of whatever is other than Brahman, while the true nature of Brahman itself is established by its own consciousness. But this too we refuse to admit. If non-duality constitutes the true nature of Brahman, and is proved by Brahman's own consciousness, there is room neither for what is contradictory to it, that non-knowledge which consists in the view of duality, nor for the sublation of that non-knowledge. Let then non-duality be taken for an attribute of Brahman. This too we refuse to admit, for you yourself have proved that Brahman, which is pure consciousness, is free from attributes which are objects of consciousness. From all this it follows that Brahman, whose essential nature is knowledge, cannot be the substrate of nescience. The theory, in fact, involves a flat contradiction. When, in the next place, you maintain that Brahman, whose nature is homogeneous intelligence, is invested and hidden by nescience, you thereby assert the destruction of Brahman's essential nature. Causing light to disappear means either obstructing the origination of light, or else destroying light that exists. And as you teach that light cannot originate, the hiding or making to disappear of light can only mean its destruction. Consider the following point also. Your theory is that self-luminous consciousness, which is without object and without substrate, becomes, through the influence of an imperfection residing within itself, conscious of itself as connected with innumerous substrata and innumerous objects. Is then, we ask, that imperfection residing within consciousness something real or something unreal? The former alternative is excluded, as not being admitted by yourself, nor can we accept the latter alternative, for if we did we should have to view that imperfection as being either a knowing subject, or an object of knowledge, or knowing itself. Now it cannot be knowing, as you deny that there is any distinction in the nature of knowing, and that knowing, which is the substrate of the imperfection, cannot be held to be unreal, because that would involve the acceptance of the Madhyamaka doctrine of a general void, and if know as objects of knowledge and knowing as determined by those two are fictitious, unreal, we have to assume another fundamental imperfection, and are thus driven into a regressus in infinitum. To avoid this difficulty, it might now be said that real consciousness itself, which constitutes Brahman's nature, is that imperfection. But if Brahman itself constitutes the imperfection, then Brahman is the basis of the appearance of the world, and it is gratuitous to assume an additional avidya to account for the void. Moreover, as Brahman is eternal, it would follow from this hypothesis that no release could ever take place. Unless, therefore, you admit a real imperfection apart from Brahman, you are unable to account for the great world error. What, to come to the next point, do you understand by the inexplicability of nescience? Its difference in nature from that which is, as well as that which is not. A thing of such kind would be inexplicable indeed, for none of the means of knowledge apply to it. That is to say, the whole world of objects must be ordered according to our states of consciousness, and every state of consciousness presents itself in the form, either of something existing or of something non-existing. If, therefore, we should assume that of states of consciousness which are limited to this double form, the object can be something which is neither existing nor non-existing, then anything whatever might be the object of any state of consciousness whatever. Against this our opponent may now argue as follows: there is, after all, something, called avidya, or ajnana, or by some other name, which is a positive entity, different from the antecedent non-existence of knowledge, which effects the obscuration of the real, which is the material cause of the erroneous superimposition on the real, of manifold external and internal things, and which is terminated by the cognition of the true nature of the one substance which constitutes reality. For this avidya is apprehended through perception as well as inference. Brahman, in so far as limited by this avidya, is the material cause of the erroneous superimposition upon the inward self, which in itself is changeless pure intelligence, but has its true nature obscured by this superimposition, of that plurality which comprises the ahamkara, all acts of knowledge and all objects of knowledge. Through special forms of this defect there are produced, in this world superimposed upon reality, the manifold special superimpositions presenting themselves in the form of things and cognitions of things, such as snakes, silver, and the like. Avidya constitutes the material cause of this entire false world, since for a false thing we must needs infer a false cause. That this avidya or ajnana is an object of internal perception follows from the fact that judgments such as I do not know, I do not know either myself or others, directly present themselves to the mind. A mental state of this kind has for its object not that non-knowledge which is the antecedent non-existence of knowledge, for such absence of knowledge is ascertained by the sixth means of proof. It rather is a state which presents its object directly, and thus is of the same kind as the state expressed in the judgment I am experiencing pleasure. Even if we admit that absence of something can be the object of perception, the state of consciousness under discussion cannot have absence of knowledge in the self for its object. For at the very moment of such consciousness knowledge exists, or if it does not exist there can be no consciousness of the absence of knowledge. To explain, when I am conscious that I am non-knowing, is there or is there not apprehension of the self as having non-existence of knowledge for its attribute, and of knowledge as the counterentity of non-knowledge? In the former case there can be no consciousness of the absence of knowledge, for that would imply a contradiction. In the latter case, such consciousness can all the less exist, for it presupposes knowledge of that to which absence of knowledge belongs as an attribute and of its own counterentity. Knowledge. The same difficulty arises if we view the absence of knowledge as either the object of inference, or as the object of the special means of proof called abhava. If, on the other hand, non-knowledge is viewed as a positive entity, there arises no contradiction even if there is at the same time knowledge of the self as qualified by non-knowledge, and of knowledge as the counterentity of non-knowledge, and we therefore must accept the conclusion that the state of consciousness expressed by I am non-knowing, has for its object a non-knowledge which is a positive entity. But, a nescience which is a positive entity, contradicts the witnessing consciousness, whose nature consists in the lighting up of the truth of things. Not so, we reply. Witnessing consciousness has for its object not the true nature of things, but nescience, for otherwise the lighting up of false things could not take place. Knowledge which has for its object non-knowledge, does not put an end to that non-knowledge. Hence there is no contradiction. But, a new objection is raised. This positive entity, nescience, becomes an object of witnessing consciousness, only in so far as it is defined by some particular object, and such objects depend for their proof on the different means of knowledge. How then can that nescience, which is defined by the I, become the object of witnessing consciousness. There is no difficulty here, we reply. All things whatsoever are objects of consciousness, either as things known or as things not known. But while the mediation of the means of knowledge is required in the case of all those things which, as being non-intelligent, can be proved only insofar as being objects known, such mediation is not required in the case of the intelligent inner self, which proves itself. Consciousness of nescience is thus possible in all cases, since witnessing consciousness always gives definition to nescience. From all this it follows that, through perception confirmed by reasoning, we apprehend nescience as a positive entity. This nescience, viewed as a positive entity, is also proved by inference. In the following form, all knowledge established by one of the different means of proof is preceded by something else, which is different from the mere antecedent non-existence of knowledge, which hides the object of knowledge, which is terminated by knowledge, and which exists in the same place as knowledge, because knowledge possesses the property of illumining things not illumined before, just as the light of a lamp lit in the dark illumines things. Nor must you object to this inference on the ground that darkness is not a substance, but rather the mere absence of light, or else the absence of visual perception of form and color, and that hence darkness cannot be brought forward as a similar instance proving nescience to be a positive entity. For that darkness must be considered a positive substance follows, firstly, from its being more or less dense, and secondly, from its being perceived as having color. To all this we make the following reply. Neither perception alone, nor perception aided by reasoning, reveals to us a positive entity, nescience, as implied in judgments such as I am non-knowing, I know neither myself nor others. The contradiction which was urged above against the view of non-knowledge being the antecedent non-existence of knowledge, presents itself equally in connection with non-knowledge viewed as a positive entity. For here the following alternative presents itself. The inner reality is either known or not known as that which gives definition to nescience by being either its object or its substrate. If it be thus known, then there is in it no room for nescience, which is said to be that which is put an end to by the cognition of the true nature of the inner reality. If, on the other hand, it be not thus known, how should there be a consciousness of nescience in the absence of that which defines it? Knowledge of the substrate or of the object of nescience? Let it then be said that what is contradictory to non-knowledge is the clear presentation of the nature of the inner self, and that we have only an obscure presentation of the nature of the self. Things being thus, there is no contradiction between the cognition of the substrate and object of nescience on the one side, and the consciousness of ajnana on the other. Well, we reply, all this holds good on our side also. Even if ajnana means antecedent non-existence of knowledge, we can say that knowledge of the substrate and object of non-knowledge has for its object the self presented obscurely only, and thus there is no difference between our views, unless you choose to be obstinate. Whether we view non-knowledge as a positive entity or as the antecedent non-existence of knowledge, in either case it comes out as what the word indicates. Non-knowledge. Non-knowledge means either absence of knowledge, or that which is other than knowledge, or that which is contradictory to knowledge. And in any of these cases we have to admit that non-knowledge presupposes the cognition of the nature of knowledge. Even though the cognition of the nature of darkness should not require the knowledge of the nature of light, yet when darkness is considered under the aspect of being contrary to light, this presupposes the cognition of light, and the non-knowledge held by you is never known in its own nature but merely as non-knowledge. and it therefore presupposes the cognition of knowledge no less than our view does, according to which non-knowledge is simply the negation of knowledge. Now antecedent non-existence of knowledge is admitted by you also, and is an undoubted object of consciousness. The right conclusion therefore is that what we are conscious of and such judgments as I am non-knowing, is this very antecedent non-existence of knowledge which we both admit. It, moreover, is impossible to ascribe to Brahman, whose nature is constituted by eternal free self-luminous intelligence, the consciousness of nescience, for what constitutes its essence is consciousness of itself. If against this you urge that Brahman, although having consciousness of self for its essential nature, yet is conscious of non-knowledge in so far as its nature is hidden, we ask in return what we have to understand by Brahman's nature being hidden. You will perhaps say the fact of its not being illumined, but how, we ask, can there be absence of illumination of the nature of that whose very nature consists in consciousness of self, self-illumination, if you reply that even that whose nature is consciousness of self may be in the state of its nature not being illumined by an outside agency, we point out that as according to you light cannot be considered as an attribute, but constitutes the very nature of Brahman, it would, illumination coming from an external agency, follow that the very nature of Brahman can be destroyed from the outside. This we have already remarked. Further, your view implies on the one hand that this non-knowledge which is the cause of the concealment of Brahman's nature hides Brahman in so far as Brahman is conscious of it, and on the other hand that having hidden Brahman, it becomes the object of consciousness on the part of Brahman, and this evidently constitutes a logical seesaw. You will perhaps say that it hides Brahman in so far only as Brahman is conscious of it. But, we point out, if the consciousness of Ajnana takes place on the part of a Brahman whose nature is not hidden, the whole hypothesis of the hiding of Brahman's nature loses its purport, and with it the fundamental hypothesis as to the nature of Ajnana, for if Brahman may be conscious of Ajnana it may as well be held to be in the same way conscious of the world, which, by you, is considered to be an effect of Ajnana. How, further, do you conceive this consciousness of Ajnana on Brahman's part? Is it due to Brahman itself, or to something else? In the former case this consciousness would result from Brahman's essential nature, and hence there would never be any release. Or else, consciousness of Ajnana constituting the nature of Brahman, which is admittedly pure consciousness, in the same way as the consciousness of false silver is terminated by that cognition which sublates the silver, so some terminating act of cognition would eventually put an end to Brahman's essential nature itself. On the second alternative we ask what that something else should be. If you reply another Ajnana, we are led into a regressus in infinitum. Let it then be said that Ajnana having first hidden Brahman then becomes the object of its consciousness. This, we rejoin, would imply that Ajnana acting like a defect of the I by its very essential being hides Brahman, and then Ajnana could not be sublated by knowledge. Let us then put the case as follows. Ajnana, which is by itself beginningless, at the very same time affects Brahman's witnessing it, and Brahman's nature being hidden. In this way the regressus in infinitum and other difficulties will be avoided. But this also we cannot admit, for Brahman is essentially consciousness of self, and cannot become a witnessing principle unless its nature be previously hidden. Let then Brahman be hidden by some other cause. This, we rejoin, would take away from Ajnana its alleged beginninglessness, and further would also lead to an infinite regress. And if Brahman were assumed to become a witness, without its essential nature being hidden, it could not possess, what yet it is maintained to possess, the uniform character of consciousness of self. If, moreover, Brahman is hidden by avidya, does it then not shine forth at all, or does it shine forth to some extent? On the former alternative, the not shining forth of Brahman, whose nature is mere light, reduces it to an absolute non-entity. Regarding the latter alternative we ask, of Brahman, which is of an absolutely homogeneous nature, which part do you consider to be concealed, and which to shine forth? To that substance which is pure light, free from all division and distinction, there cannot belong two modes of being, and hence obscuration and light cannot abide in it together. Let us then say that Brahman, which is homogeneous being, intelligence, bliss, has its nature obscured by avidya, and hence is seen indistinctly as it were. But how, we ask, are we to conceive the distinctness or indistinctness of that whose nature is pure light? When an object of light which has parts and distinguishing attributes appears in its totality, we say that it appears distinctly, while we say that its appearance is indistinct when some of its attributes do not appear. Now in those aspects of the thing which do not appear, light is absent altogether, and hence we cannot thus speak of indistinctness of light. In those parts on the other hand which do appear, the light of which they are the object is distinct. Indistinctness is thus not possible at all where there is light. In the case of such things as are apprehended as objects, indistinctness may take place, in so far as some of their distinguishing attributes are not apprehended. But in Brahman, which is not an object, without any distinguishing attributes, pure light, the essential nature of which it is to shine forth, indistinctness which consists in the non-apprehension of certain attributes can in no way be conceived, and hence not be explained as the effect of avidya. We, moreover, must ask the following question: is this indistinctness which you consider an effect of avidya put an end to by the rise of true knowledge or not? On the latter alternative there would be no final release. In the former case we have to ask of what nature reality is. It is an essentially clear and distinct nature. Does this nature then exist previously, or not? If it does, there is no room whatever either for indistinctness, the effect of avidya, or for its cessation. If it does not previously exist, then release discloses itself as something to be affected, and therefore non-eternal. And that such non-knowledge is impossible because there is no definable substrate for it we have shown above. He, moreover, who holds the theory of error resting on a non-real defect, will find it difficult to prove the impossibility of error being without any substrate. For, if the cause of error may be unreal, error may be supposed to take place even in case of its substrate being unreal, and the consequence of this would be the theory of a general void. The assertion, again, that non-knowledge as a positive entity is proved by inference, also is groundless. But the inference was actually set forth, true, but it was set forth badly, for the reason you employed for proving ajnana is a so-called contradictory one, insofar as it proves what is not desired and what is different from ajnana. If the reason does not prove, in this case also, the antecedent existence of positive non-knowledge, it is too general. If, on the other hand, it does prove antecedent non-knowledge, then this latter non-knowledge stands in the way of the non-knowledge being an object of consciousness, and thus the whole supposition of ajnana as an entity becomes useless. The proving instance, moreover, adduced by our opponent, has no proving power, for the light of a lamp does not possess the property of illumining things not illumined before. Everywhere illumining power belongs to knowledge only. There may be light, but if there is not also knowledge, there is no lighting up of objects. The senses also are only causes of the origination of knowledge, and possess no illumining power. The function of the light of the lamp, on the other hand, is a merely auxiliary one, insofar as it dispels the darkness antagonistic to the organ of sight which gives rise to knowledge, and it is only with a view to this auxiliary action that illumining power is conventionally ascribed to the lamp. But in using the light of the lamp as a proving instance, we did not mean to maintain that it possesses illumining power equal to that of light. We introduced it merely with reference to the illumining power of knowledge, insofar as preceded by the removal of what obscures its object. We refuse to accept this explanation. Illumining power does not only mean the dispelling of what is antagonistic to it, but also the defining of things, the rendering them capable of being objects of empirical thought and speech, and this belongs to knowledge only. If you allow the power of illumining what was not illumined, to auxiliary factors also, you must first of all allow it to the senses, which are the most eminent factors of that kind, and as in their case there exists no different thing to be terminated by their activity, this whole argumentation is beside the point. There are also formal inferences, opposed to the conclusion of the purvapaction, of the Ajnana under discussion. Brahman, which is mere knowledge, is not the substrate, just because it is Ajnana, as shown by the case of the non-knowledge of the shell and similar cases, for such non-knowledge abides within the knowing subject. The Ajnana under discussion does not obscure knowledge, just because it is Ajnana, as shown by the cases of the shell, for such non-knowledge hides the object. Ajnana is not terminated by knowledge, because it does not hide the object of knowledge. Whatever non-knowledge is terminated by knowledge, is such as to hide the object of knowledge, as the non-knowledge of the shell. Brahman is not the substrate of Ajnana, because it is devoid of the character of knowing subject, like jars and similar things. Brahman is not hidden by Ajnana, because it is not the object of knowledge. Whatever is hidden by non-knowledge is the object of knowledge, so shells and similar things. Brahman is not connected with non-knowledge to be terminated by knowledge, because it is not the object of knowledge. Whatever is connected with non-knowledge to be terminated by knowledge is an object of knowledge, as shells and the like. Knowledge based on valid means of proof, has not for its antecedent, non-knowledge other than the antecedent non-existence of knowledge, just because it is knowledge based on valid proof, like that valid knowledge which proves the Ajnana maintained by you. Knowledge does not destroy a real thing, because it is knowledge in the absence of some specific power strengthening it. Whatever is capable of destroying things is, whether it be knowledge or Ajnana, strengthened by some specific power, as the knowledge of the Lord and of yogins, and as the Ajnana consisting in a pestle. Ajnana which has the character of a positive entity cannot be destroyed by knowledge, just because it is a positive entity, like jars and similar things. But, it now may be said, we observe that fear and other affections, which are positive entities and produced by previous cognitions, are destroyed by sublative acts of cognition. Not so, we reply. Those affections are not destroyed by knowledge, they rather pass away by themselves, being of a momentary nature only, and on the cessation of their cause they do not arise again. That they are of a momentary nature only, follows from their being observed only in immediate connection with the causes of their origination, and not otherwise. If they were not of a temporary nature, each element of the stream of cognitions, which are the cause of fear and the like, would give rise to a separate feeling of fear, and the result would be that there would be consciousness of many distinct feelings of fear. In conclusion, we remark that in defining right knowledge as that which has for its antecedent another entity, different from its own antecedent non-existence, you do not give proof of very eminent logical acuteness, For what sense has it a predicate of an entity that it is different from non-entity? For all these reasons inference also does not prove an agnana which is a positive entity, and that it is not proved by scripture and arthapati, will be shown later on. And the reasoning will dispose of the argument which maintains that of a false thing the substantial cause also must be false. We thus see that there is no cognition of any kind which has for its object a nescience of inexplicable nature. Nor can such an inexplicable entity be admitted on the ground of apprehension, erroneous apprehension and sublation. For that only which is actually apprehended, can be the object of apprehension, error and sublation, and we have no right to assume, as an object of these states of consciousness, something which is apprehended neither by them nor any other state of consciousness. But in the case of the shell, silver is actually apprehended, and at the same time there arises the sublating consciousness this silver is not real, and it is not possible that one thing should appear as another. We therefore are driven to the hypothesis that owing to some defect, we actually apprehend silver of an altogether peculiar kind, such as can be defined neither as real nor as unreal. This also we cannot allow, since this very assumption necessarily implies that one thing appears as another. For apprehension, activity, sublation, and erroneous cognition, all result only from one thing appearing as another, and it is not reasonable to assume something altogether non-perceived and groundless. The silver, when apprehended, is not apprehended as something inexplicable, but as something real. Were it apprehended under the former aspect, it could be the object neither of erroneous nor of sublative cognition, nor would the apprehending person endeavor to seize it. For these reasons you also must admit that the actual process is that of one thing appearing as another. Those also who hold other theories as to the kind of cognition under discussion must, whatsoever effort they may make to avoid it, admit that their theory finally implies the appearing of one thing as another. The so-called Satkayati view implies that the non-existing appears as existing. The Atmakayati view, that the self, which here means cognition, appears as a thing, and the Akayati view, that the attribute of one thing appears as that of another. The two acts of cognition appear as one, and, on the view of the non-existence of the object, that the non-existing appears as existing. Moreover, if you say that there is originated silver of a totally new inexplicable kind, you are bound to assign the cause of this origination. This cause cannot be the perception of the silver, for the perception has the silver for its object, and hence has no existence before the origination of the silver. And should you say that the perception, having arisen without an object, produces the silver and thereupon makes it its object, we truly do not know what to say to such excellent reasoning. Let it then be said that the cause is some defect in the sense organ. This, too, is inadmissible. For a defect abiding in the percipient person cannot produce an objective effect. Nor can the organs of sense give rise to the silver, for they are causes of cognitions only. Nor, again, the sense organs insofar as modified by some defect, for they also can only produce modifications in what is affected by them, cognition, and the hypothesis of a beginningless, false ajnana constituting the general material cause of all erroneous cognitions has been refuted above. How is it, moreover, that this new and inexplicable thing becomes to us the object of the idea and word silver, and not of some other idea and term, of a jar? If you reply that this is due to its similarity to silver, we point out that in that case the idea and the word presenting themselves to our mind should be that of something resembling silver. Should you, on the other hand, say that we apprehend the thing as silver because it possesses the generic characteristics or silver, We ask whether these generic characteristics are real or unreal. The former alternative is impossible, because something real cannot belong to what is unreal, and the latter is impossible because something unreal cannot belong to what is real. But we need not extend any further this refutation of an altogether ill-founded theory. All knowledge is of the real. Those who understand the Veda hold that all cognition has for its object what is real, for Shruti and Smriti alike teach that everything participates in the nature of everything else. In the scriptural account of creation preceded by intention on the part of the Creator, it is said that each of these elements was made tripartite, and this tripartite constitution of all things is apprehended by perception as well. The red color in burning fire comes from fire, the white color from water, the black color from earth. In this way Scripture explains the threefold nature of burning fire. In the same way all things are composed of elements of all things. The Vishnu Purana, in its account of creation, makes a similar statement. The elements possessing various powers and being unconnected could not, without combination, produce living beings, not having mingled in any way, having combined, therefore, with one another, and entering into mutual associations, beginning with the principle called Mahat, and extending down to the gross elements, they formed an egg. This tripartiteness of the elements the Sutrakara also declares. For the same reason Shruti enjoins the use of puticus sprouts when no soma can be procured. For, as the Mimamsakas explain, there are in the putica plant some parts of the soma plant, and for the same reason Navaro grains may be used as a substitute for rice grains. That thing is similar to another which contains within itself some part of that other thing, and Scripture itself has thus stated that in shells, there is contained some silver, and so on. That one thing is called silver and another shell has its reason in the relative preponderance of one or the other element. We observe that shells are similar to silver, thus perception itself informs us that some elements of the latter actually exist in the former. Sometimes it happens that owing to a defect of the either silver element only is apprehended, not the shell element, and then the percipient person, desirous of silver, moves to pick up the shell. If, on the other hand, his eye is free from such defect, he apprehends the shell element and then refrains from action. Hence the cognition of silver in the shell is a true one. In the same way the relation of one cognition being sublated by another explains itself through the preponderant element, according as the preponderance of the shell element is apprehended partially or in its totality, and does not therefore depend on one cognition having for its object the false thing and another the true thing. The distinctions made in the practical thought and business of life thus explain themselves on the basis of everything participating in the nature of everything else. In dreams, again, the divinity creates, in accordance with the merit or demerit of living beings, things of a special nature, subsisting for a certain time only, and perceived only by the individual soul for which they are meant. In agreement here with Scripture says, with reference to the state of dreaming, there are no chariots in that state, no horses, no roads. Then he creates chariots, horses, and roads. There are no delights, no joys, no bliss. Then he creates delights, joys, and bliss. There are no tanks, no lakes, no rivers. Then he creates tanks, lakes, and rivers. For he is the maker. The meaning of this is, that although there are then no chariots, to be perceived by other persons, the Lord creates such things to be perceived by the dreaming person only. For he is the maker, for such creative agency belongs to him who possesses the wonderful power of making all his wishes and plans to come true. Similarly another passage, that person who is awake in those who are asleep, shaping one lovely sight after another, that indeed is the bright, that is Brahman, that alone is called the immortal. All worlds are contained in it, and no one goes beyond it. The Sutrakara also, after having in 2 sutras stated the hypothesis of the individual soul creating the objects appearing in dreams, finally decides that that wonderful creation is produced by the Lord for the benefit of the individual dreamer, for the reason that as long as the individual soul is in the samsara state, its true nature, comprising the power of making its wishes to come true, is not fully manifested, and hence it cannot practically exercise that power. The last clause of the Katha text clearly shows that the highest self only is the creator, meant that the dreaming person who lies in his chamber should go in his body to other countries and experience various results of his merit or demerit, being at one time crowned a king, having at another time his head cut off, and so on, is possible in so far as there is created for him another body in every way resembling the body resting on the bed. The case of the white shell being seen as yellow, explains itself as follows. The visual rays issuing from the eye are in contact with the bile contained in the eye, and thereupon enter into conjunction with the shell. The result is that the whiteness belonging to the shell is overpowered by the yellowness of the bile, and hence not apprehended. The shell thus appears yellow, just as if it were gilt. The bile and its yellowness is, owing to its exceeding tenuity, not perceived by the bystanders, but thin though it be it is apprehended by the person suffering from jaundice, to whom it is very near, in so far as it issues from his own eye, and through the mediation of the visual rays, aided by the action of the impression produced on the mind by that apprehension, it is apprehended even in the distant object. The shell, in an analogous way the crystal which is placed near the rose is apprehended as red, for it is overpowered by the brilliant color of the rose. The brilliancy of the rose is perceived in a more distinct way owing to its close conjunction with the transparent substance of the crystal. In the same way the cognition of water in the mirage is true. There always exists water in connection with light and earth, but owing to some defect of the eye of the perceiving person, and to the mysterious influence of merit and demerit, the light and the earth are not apprehended, while the water is apprehended. In the case again of the firebrand swung round rapidly, its appearance as a fiery wheel explains itself through the circumstance that moving very rapidly it is in conjunction with all points of the circle described without our being able to apprehend the intervals. The case is analogous to that of the perception of a real wheel. But there is the difference that in the case of the wheel no intervals are apprehended, because there are none, while in the case of the firebrand none are apprehended owing to the rapidity of the movement. But in the latter case also the cognition is true. Again, in the case of mirrors and similar reflecting surfaces the perception of one's own face is likewise true. The fact is that the motion of the visual rays is reversed by the mirror, and that thus those rays apprehend the person's own face, subsequently to the apprehension of the surface of the mirror, and as in this case also, owing to the rapidity of the process, there is no apprehension of any interval. The face presents itself as being in the mirror. In the case of one direction being mistaken for another, the fact is that, owing to the unseen principle, the direction which actually exists in the other direction is apprehended by itself, apart from the other elements of direction. The apprehension which actually takes place is thus likewise true. Similar is the case of the double moon. Here, either through pressure of the finger upon the eye, or owing to some abnormal affection of the eye, the visual rays are divided, and the double, mutually independent apparatus of vision thus originating, becomes the cause of a double apprehension of the moon. One apparatus apprehends the moon in her proper place, the other, which moves somewhat obliquely, apprehends at first a place close by the moon, and then the moon herself, which thus appears somewhat removed from her proper place. Although, therefore, what is apprehended is the one moon distinguished by connection with two places at the same time, an apprehension due to the double apparatus of vision, yet, owing to the difference of apprehensions, there is a difference in the character of the object apprehended, and an absence of the apprehension of unity, and thus a double moon presents itself to perception. That the second spot is viewed as qualifying the moon, is due to the circumstance that the apprehension of that spot, and that of the moon which is not apprehended in her proper place, are simultaneous. Now here the doubleness of the apparatus is real, and hence the apprehension of the moon distinguished by connection with two places is real also, and owing to this doubleness of apprehension, the doubleness of aspect of the object apprehended, the moon, is likewise real. That there is only one moon constituting the true object of the double apprehension, this is a matter for which ocular perception by itself does not suffice, and hence what is actually seen is a double moon. That, although the two eyes together constitute one visual apparatus only, the visual rays being divided through some defect of the eyes, give rise to a double apparatus. This we infer from the effect actually observed. When that defect is removed, there takes place only one apprehension of the moon as connected with her proper place, and thus the idea of one moon only arises. It is at the same time quite clear how the defect of the eye gives rise to a double visual apparatus, the latter to a double apprehension, and the latter again to a doubleness of the object of apprehension. We have thus proved that all cognition is true. The shortcomings of other views as to the nature of cognition have been set forth at length by other philosophers, and we therefore do not enter on that topic. What need is there, in fact, of lengthy proofs? Those who acknowledge the validity of the different means of knowledge, perception, and so on, and, what is vouched for by sacred tradition, the existence of a highest Brahman, free from all shadow of imperfection, of measureless excellence, comprising within itself numberless auspicious qualities, all-knowing, immediately realizing all its purposes, what should they not be able to prove? That holy highest Brahman, while producing the entire world as an object of fruition for the individual souls, in agreement with their respective good and ill deserts, creates certain things of such a nature as to become common objects of consciousness, either pleasant or unpleasant, to all souls together, while certain other things are created in such a way as to be perceived only by particular persons, and to persist for a limited time only. And it is this distinction of things that are objects of general consciousness, and of things that are not so, which makes the difference between what is called things sublating and things sublated. Everything is explained hereby. Neither scripture nor smriti and Purana teach nescience. The assertion that nescience, to be defined neither as that which is nor as that which is not, rests on the authority of scripture is untrue. In passages such as hidden by the untrue, the word untrue does not denote the undefinable, it rather means that which is different from Rita, and this latter word, as we see from the passage enjoying the Rita, denotes such actions as aim at no worldly end, but only at the propitiation of the highest person, and views enable the devotee to reach him. The word anurita therefore denotes actions of a different kind, such as aim at worldly results and thus stand in the way of the soul reaching Brahman. In agreement with the passage they do not find that Brahma world, for they are carried away by anurita. Again, in the text then there was neither non-being nor being. The terms being and non-being denote intelligent and non-intelligent beings in their distributive state. What that text aims at stating is that intelligent and non-intelligent beings, which at the time of the origination of the world are called Sat and Tayat, are, during the period of reabsorption, merged in the collective totality of non-intelligent matter which the text denotes by the term darkness. There is thus no reference whatever to something not definable either as being or non-being. The terms being and non-being are applied to different mode of being at different times. That the term darkness denotes the collective totality of non-intelligent matter appears from another scriptural passage. The non-evolved is merged in the imperishable in darkness. Darkness becomes one with the highest divinity. True, the word darkness denotes the subtle condition of primeval matter, which forms the totality of non-intelligent things, but this very Prakriti is called Maya, in the text no Prakriti to be Maya, and this proves it be something undefinable. Not so, we reply. We meet with no passages where the word Maya denotes that which is undefinable. But the word Maya is synonymous with mithya, falsehood, and hence denotes the undefinable also. This, too, we cannot admit, for the word Maya does not in all places refer to what is false. We see it applied to such things as the weapons of Asuras and Rakshasas, which are not false but real. Maya, in such passages, really denotes that which produces various wonderful effects, and it is in this sense that Prakriti is called Maya. This appears from the passage from that the main creates all this, and in that the other one is bound up by Maya. For this text declares that Prakriti, the called Maya, produces manifold wonderful creations, and the highest person is the called Mayan because he possesses that power of Maya, not on account of any ignorance or nescience on his part. The latter part of the text expressly says that another one, the individual soul, is bound up by Maya, and therewith agrees another text. When the soul slumbering in beginningless Maya awakes, again, in the text Indra goes multiform through the Mayas. The manifold powers of Indra are spoken of, and with this agrees what the next verse says, he shines greatly as Tvashtri, for an unreal being does not shine. And where the text says my Maya is hard to overcome, the qualification given that a Maya consisting of the gunas, shows that what is meant is Prakriti consisting of the three gunas. All this shows that scripture does not teach the existence of a principle called nescience, not to be defined either as that which is or that which is not, nor again is such nescience to be assumed for the reason that otherwise the scriptural statements of the unity of all being would be unmeaning. For if the text thou art that be viewed as teaching the unity of the individual soul and the highest self, there is certainly no reason, founded on unmeaningness, to ascribe to Brahman, intimated by the word that, which is all-knowing, nescience, which is contradictory to Brahman's nature. Itihasa and Purana also do not anywhere teach that to Brahman there belongs nescience. But, an objection is raised. The Vishnu Purana, in the sloka, the stars are Vishnu, first refers to Brahman as one only, and comprising all things within itself, thereupon states in the next sloka that this entire world, with all its distinctions of hills, oceans, is sprung out of the Agnana of Brahman, which in itself is pure Jnana, knowledge. Thereupon confirms the view of the world having sprung from Agnana by referring to the fact that Brahman, while abiding in its own nature, is free from all difference, proves in the next two slokas the non-reality of plurality by a consideration of the things of this world, sums up, in the following sloka, the unreality of all that is different from Brahman, then explains that action is the root of that ajnana which causes us to view the one uniform Brahman as manifold, thereupon declares the intelligence constituting Brahman's nature to be free from all distinction and imperfection, and finally teaches that Brahman so constituted, alone is truly real, while the so-called reality of the world is merely conventional. This is not, we reply, a true representation of the drift of the passage. The passage at the outset states that, in addition to the detailed description of the world given before, there will now be given a succinct account of another aspect of the world not yet touched upon. This account has to be understood as follows. Of this universe, comprising intelligent and non-intelligent beings, the intelligent part, which is not to be reached by mind and speech, to be known in its essential nature by the self only, and, owing to its purely intelligential character, not touched by the differences due to Prakriti, is, owing to its imperishable nature, denoted as that which is, while the non-intelligent, material, part which, in consequence of the actions of the intelligent beings undergoes manifold changes, and thus is perishable, is denoted as that which is not. Both parts, however, form the body of Vasudeva, Brahman, and hence have Brahman for their self. The text therefore says, from the waters which formed the body of Vishnu was produced the lotus-shaped earth, with its seas and mountains. What is meant is that the entire Brahma egg which has arisen from water constitutes the body of which Vishnu is the soul. This relation of soul and body forms the basis of the statements of coordination made in the next sloka. The stars are Vishnu. The same relation had been already declared in numerous previous passages of the Purana. All things in the world, whether they are or are not, are Vishnu's body, and he is their soul. Of the next sloka, because the Lord has knowledge for his essential nature, the meaning is because of the Lord who abides as the self of all individual souls, the essential nature is knowledge only, while bodies divine, human, have no part in it. Therefore all non-intelligent things, bodies human and divine, hills, oceans, spring from his knowledge, have their root in the actions springing from the volitions of men, gods, in whose various forms the fundamental intelligence manifests itself. And since non-intelligent matter is subject to changes corresponding to the actions of the individual souls, it may be called non-being, while the souls are being. This the next sloka further explains. When knowledge is pure, the meaning is when the works which are the cause of the distinction of things are destroyed, then all the distinctions of bodies, human or divine, hills, oceans, all which are objects of fruition for the different individual souls, pass away. Non-intelligent matter, as entering into various states of a non-permanent nature, is called non-being, while souls, the nature of which consists in permanent knowledge, are called being. On this difference the next sloka insists. We say it is of the thing which is of a permanently uniform nature, not connected with the idea of beginning, middle and end, and which hence never becomes the object of the notion of non-existence, while we say it is not of non-intelligent matter which constantly passes over into different states, each later state being out of connection with the earlier state. The constant changes to which non-intelligent matter is liable are illustrated in the next sloka. Earth is made into a jar, and for this reason, the subsequent sloka goes on to say that there is nothing but knowledge. This fundamental knowledge or intelligence is, however, variously connected with manifold individual forms of being due to karma, and hence the text adds, the one intelligence is in many ways connected with beings whose minds differ, owing to the difference of their own acts. Intelligence, pure, free from stain and grief, which constitutes the intelligent element of the world, and unintelligent matter. These two together constitute the world, and the world is the body of Vasudeva. Such is the purport of Sloka. The next Sloka sums up the whole doctrine. The words true and untrue that denote what in the preceding verses had been called being and non-being. The second half of the sloka refers to the practical plurality of the world as due to karma. Now all these slokas do not contain a single word supporting the doctrine of a Brahman free from all difference, of a principle called nescience abiding within Brahman and to be defined neither as that which is nor as that which is not, and of the world being wrongly imagined, owing to nescience. The expressions that which is and that which is not, and satya and asatya, can in no way denote something not to be defined either as being or non-being. By that which is not or which is untrue, we have to understand not what is undefinable, but that which has no true being, insofar as it is changeable and perishable. Of this character is all that non-intelligent matter. The jar is something perishable, but not a thing devoid of proof or to be sublated by true knowledge. Non-being we may call it, insofar as while it is observed at a certain moment in a certain form it is at some other moment observed in a different condition. But there is no contradiction between two different conditions of a thing which are perceived at different times, and hence there is no reason to call it something futile or false. Scripture does not teach that release is due to the knowledge of a non-qualified Brahman. The meaning of tattvamasa. Nor can we admit the assertion that Scripture teaches the cessation of avidya to spring only from the cognition of a Brahman devoid of all difference. Such a view is clearly negatived by passages such as the following. I know that great person of sun-like luster beyond darkness, knowing him a man becomes immortal, there is no other path to go. All moments sprang from lightning. The person, none is lord over him. His name is great glory. They who know him become immortal. For the reason that Brahman is characterized by difference, all Vedic texts declare that final release results from the cognition of a qualified Brahman, and that even those texts which describe a Brahman by means of negations really aim at setting forth a Brahman possessing attributes. We have already shown above, in texts, again, such as thou art that, the coordination of the constituent parts is not meant to convey the idea of the absolute unity of a non-differenced substance. On the contrary, the words that and thou denote a Brahman distinguished by difference. The word that refers to Brahman omniscient, which had been introduced as the general topic of consideration in previous passages of the same section, such as it thought, may I be many. The word thou, which stands in coordination to that, conveys the idea of Brahman insofar as having for its body the individual souls connected with non-intelligent matter. This is in accordance with the general principle that coordination is meant to express one thing subsisting in a twofold form. If such doubleness of form were abandoned, there could be no difference of aspects giving rise to the application of different terms, and the entire principle of coordination would thus be given up, and it would further follow that the two words coordinated would have to be taken in an implied sense. Nor is there any need of our assuming implication in sentences such as this person is that devadatu apostrophe. For there is no contradiction in the cognition of the oneness of a thing connected with the past on the one hand, and the present on the other, the contradiction that arises from difference of place being removed be the accompanying difference of time. If the text thou art that were meant to express absolute oneness, it would, moreover, conflict with the previous statement in the same section. It thought, may I be many, and, further, The promise that by the knowledge of one thing all things are to be known could not be considered as fulfilled. It, moreover, is not possible that to Brahman, whose essential nature is knowledge, which is free from all imperfections, omniscient, comprising within itself all auspicious qualities, there should belong nescience, and that it should be the substrate of all those defects and afflictions which spring from nescience. If, further, the statement of coordination were meant to sublate, we should have to admit that the two terms that and thou have an implied meaning, insofar as denoting, on the one hand, one substrate only, and, on the other, the cessation of the different attributes, and thus implication and the other shortcomings mentioned above would cling to this interpretation as well. And there would be even further difficulties. When we form the sublative judgment this is not silver, the sublation is founded on an independent positive judgment. This is a shell. In the case under discussion, however, the sublation would not be known, but it would be assumed merely on the ground that it cannot be helped. And, further, there is really no possibility of sublation, since the word that does not convey the idea of an attribute in addition to the mere substrate. To this it must not be objected that the substrate was previously concealed, and that hence it is the special function of the word that to present the substrate in its non-concealed aspect. For if, previously to the sublative judgment, the substrate was not evident, there is no possibility of its becoming the object either of an error or its sublation. Nor can we allow you to say that, previously to sublation, the substrate was non-concealed insofar as the object of error, for in its non-concealed aspect the substrate is opposed to all error, and when that aspect shines forth there is no room either for error or sublation. The outcome of this is that as long as you do not admit that there is a real attribute in addition to the mere substrate, and that this attribute is for a time hidden, you cannot show the possibility either of error or sublation. We add an illustrative instance that with regard to a man there should arise the error that he is a mere low-caste hunter is only possible on condition of a real additional attribute, the man's princely birth, being hidden at the time, and the cessation of that error is brought about by the declaration of this attribute of princely birth, not by a mere declaration of the person being a man. This latter fact being evident need not be declared at all, and if it is declared it sublates no error. If, on the other hand, the text is understood to refer to Brahman as having the individual souls for its body, both words keep their primary denotation, and, the text thus making a declaration about one substance distinguished by two aspects, the fundamental principle of coordination is preserved. On this interpretation the text further intimates that Brahman, free from all imperfection and comprising within itself all auspicious qualities, is the internal ruler of the individual souls and possesses lordly power. It moreover satisfies the demand of agreement with the teaching of the previous part of the section, and it also fulfills the promise as to all things being known through one thing. Insofar as Brahman having for its body all intelligent and non-intelligent beings in their gross state is the effect of Brahman having for its body the same things in their subtle state. And this interpretation finally avoids all conflict with other scriptural passages, such as Him the Great Lord, the highest of lords, His high power is revealed as manifold, He that is free from sin, whose wishes are true, whose purposes are true, and so on. But how, a question may be asked, can we decide, on your interpretation of the text, which of the two terms is meant to make an original assertion with regard to the other? The question does not arise, we reply, for the text does not mean to make an original assertion at all. The truth which it states having already been established by the preceding clause, in that all this world has itself. This clause does make an original statement, in agreement with the principle that Scripture has a purport with regard to what is not established by other means, that is, it predicates of all this entire world together with all individual souls, that Brahman is the self of it. The reason of this the text states in a previous passage, all these creatures have their root in that which is, their dwelling and their rest in that which is, a statement which is illustrated by an earlier one. All this is Brahman. Let a man meditate with calm mind on this world as beginning, ending, and breathing in Brahman. Similarly, other texts also teach that the world has itself in Brahman, insofar as the whole aggregate of intelligent and non-intelligent beings constitutes Brahman's body. Compare abiding within, the ruler of beings, the self of all, he who dwells in the earth, different from the earth, whom the earth does not know, whose body the earth is, who rules the earth within, he is thyself, the ruler within, the immortal, he who dwells in the self, he who moving within the earth, and so on, whose body is death, whom death does not know, he is the self of all beings, free from sin, divine, the one God, Narayana. Having created that he entered into it, having entered it he became Sat and Tayat. And also in the section under discussion the passage having entered into them with this living self let me evolve names and forms, shows that it is only through the entering into them of the living soul whose self is Brahman, that all things possess their substantiality and their connection with the words denoting them. It follows that the individual soul also has Brahman for itself, owing to the fact of Brahman having entered into it. From all this it follows that the entire aggregate of things, intelligent and non-intelligent, has itself in Brahman insofar as it constitutes Brahman's body. And as, thus, the whole world different from Brahman derives its substantial being only from constituting Brahman's body, any term denoting the world or something in it conveys a meaning which has its proper consummation in Brahman only. In other words, all terms whatsoever denote Brahman insofar as distinguished by the different things which we associate with those terms on the basis of ordinary use of speech and etymology. The text that art thou we therefore understand merely as a special expression of the truth already propounded in the clause in that all this has itself. This being so, it appears that those as well who hold the theory of the absolute unity of one non-differenced substance, as those who teach the doctrine of VEDA, and those who teach the absolute difference of several substances, give up all those scriptural texts which teach that Brahman is the universal self. With regard to the first mentioned doctrine, we ask if there is only one substance, to what can the doctrine of universal identity refer? The reply will perhaps be to that very same substance. But, we reply, this point is settled already by the texts defining the nature of Brahman, and there is nothing left to be determined by the passages declaring the identity of everything with Brahman. But those texts serve to dispel the idea of fictitious difference. This, we reply, cannot, as has been shown above, be effected by texts stating universal identity in the way of coordination, and statements of coordination, moreover, introduce into Brahman a doubleness of aspect, and thus contradict the theory of absolute oneness. The VEDA view implies that owing to Brahman's connection with limiting adjuncts all the imperfections resulting therefrom, and which avowedly belong to the individual soul, would manifest themselves in Brahman itself, and as this contradicts the doctrine that the self of all is constituted by a Brahman free from all imperfection and comprising within itself all auspicious qualities, the texts conveying that doctrine would have to be disregarded. If, on the other hand, the theory be held in that form that Veda belongs to Brahman by its own nature, the view that Brahman by its essential nature appears as individual soul, implies that imperfections no less than perfections are essential to Brahman, and this is in conflict with the text's teaching that everything is identical with Brahman free from all imperfections. For those finally who maintain absolute difference, the doctrine of Brahman being the self of all has no meaning whatsoever, for things absolutely different can in no way be one, and this implies the abandonment of all Vedanta texts together. Those, on the other hand, who take their stand on the doctrine, proclaimed by all Upanishads, that the entire world forms the body of Brahman, may accept in their fullness all the texts teaching the identity of the world with Brahman. For as genus and quality, so substances also may occupy the position of determining attributes, insofar namely as they constitute the body of something else. Enunciations such as the self is, according to its works, born either a god, or a man, or a horse, or a bull, show that in ordinary speech as well as in the Veda coordination has to be taken in a real primary sense. In the same way it is also in the case of generic character and of qualities the relation of mode only which determines statements of coordination, such as the ox is broken-horned, the cloth is white. And as material bodies bearing the generic marks of humanity are definite things, insofar only as they are modes of a self or soul, enunciations of coordination such as the soul has been born as a man, or a eunuch, or a woman, are in every way appropriate. What determines statements of coordination is thus only the relation of mode in which one thing stands to another, not the relation of generic character, quality, and so on, which are of an exclusive nature. Such words indeed as denote substances capable of subsisting by themselves occasionally take suffixes, indicating that those substances form the distinguishing attributes of other substances, as when from danda, staff, we form dandin, staff bearer, in the case, on the other hand, of substances not capable of subsisting and being apprehended apart from others. The fact of their holding the position of attributes is ascertained only from their appearing in grammatical coordination. But, an objection is raised, if it is supposed that in sentences such as the self is born, as God, man, animal, the body of a man, God, stands towards the self in the relation of a mode, in the same way as in sentences such as the ox is broken-horned, the cloth is white, the generic characteristic and the quality stand in the relation of modes to the substances to which they are grammatically coordinated, then there would necessarily be simultaneous cognition of the mode, and that to which the mode belongs, of the body and the self, just as there is simultaneous cognition of the generic character and the individual. But as a matter of fact this is not the case. We do not necessarily observe a human, divine, or animal body together with the self. The coordination expressed in the form the self is a man, is therefore an implied one only. This is not so, we reply. The relation of bodies to the self is strictly analogous to that of class characteristics and qualities to the substances in which they inhere, for it is the self only which is their substrate and their final cause, and they are modes of the self. That the self only is their substrate, appears from the fact that when the self separates itself from the body the latter perishes, that the self alone is their final cause, appears from the fact that they exist till then that the fruits of the actions of the self may be enjoyed, and that they are modes of the self, appears from the fact that they are mere attributes of the self manifesting itself as God, man, or the like. These are just the circumstances on account of which words like cow extend in their meaning so as to comprise the individual also. Where those circumstances are absent, as in the case of staffs, earrings, and the like, the attributive position is expressed by means of special derivative forms, such as dandin, kundlin. In the case of bodies divine, human, on the other hand, the essential nature of which it is to be mere modes of the self, which constitutes their substrate and final cause, both ordinary and Vedic language express the relation subsisting between the two, in the form of coordination. This self is a god, or a man. That class characteristics and individuals are invariably observed together, is due to the fact of both being objects of visual perception. The self, on the other hand, is not such, and hence is not apprehended by the eye, while the body is so apprehended. Nor must you raise the objection that it is hard to understand how that which is capable of being apprehended by itself can be a mere mode of something else, for that the body's essential nature actually consists in being a mere mode of the self is proved, just as in the case of class characteristics and so on, by its having the self only for its substrate and final cause, and standing to it in the relation of a distinguishing attribute. That two things are invariably perceived together, depends, as already observed, on their being apprehended by means of the same apparatus, visual or otherwise. Earth is naturally connected with smell, taste, and so on, and yet these qualities are not perceived by the eye. In the same way the eye which perceives the body does not perceive that essential characteristic of the body which consists in its being a mere mode of the self. The reason of the difference being that the eye has no capacity to apprehend the self. But this does not imply that the body does not possess that essential nature, it rather is just the possession of that essential nature on which the judgment of coordination is based. And as words have the power of denoting the relation of something being a mode of the self, they denote things together with this relation. But in ordinary speech the word body is understood to mean the mere body, it does not therefore extend in its denotation up to the self. Not so, we reply. The body is, in reality, nothing but a mode of the self, but, for the purpose of showing the distinction of things, the word body is used in a limited sense. Analogously words such as whiteness, generic character of cow, species, quality, are used in a distinctive sense. Words such as God, man, therefore do extend in their connotation up to the self. And as the individual souls, distinguished by their connection with aggregates of matter bearing the characteristic marks of humanity, divine nature, and so on, constitute the body of the highest self, and hence are modes of it. The words denoting those individual souls extend in their connotation up to the very highest self, and as all intelligent and non-intelligent beings are thus mere modes of the highest Brahman, and have reality thereby only, the words denoting them are used in coordination with the terms denoting Brahman. This point has been demonstrated by me in the Vedanta Sangraha. A sutra also will declare the identity of the world and Brahman to consist in the relation of body and self, and the Vaikrakara too says it is the self, thus everything should be apprehended. Summary statement as to the way in which different scriptural texts are to reconciled. The whole matter may be summarily stated as follows. Some texts declare a distinction of nature between non-intelligent matter, intelligent beings, and Brahman, insofar as matter is the object of enjoyment, the souls the enjoying subjects, and Brahman the ruling principle. From that the Lord of Maya creates all this, in that the other own is bound up through that Maya, no Prakriti to be Maya, and the great Lord the ruler of Maya, what is perishable is the Pradhana, the immortal and imperishable is Hara. The one God rules the perishable and the self. In this last passage the clause "the immortal and imperishable is Hara" refers to the enjoying individual soul, which is called Hara, because it draws towards itself the pradhana as the object of its enjoyment. He is the cause, the lord of the lords of the organs, and there is of him neither parent nor lord. The master of the pradhana and of the individual souls, the ruler of all, the lord of the selves, the eternal, blessed, and decaying one. There are two unborn ones, one knowing, the other not knowing, one a ruler, the other not a ruler, the eternal among the non-eternal, the intelligent one among the intelligent, who though one fulfills the desires of many, knowing the enjoyer, the object of enjoyment and the mover. One of them eats the sweet fruit, the other looks on without eating, thinking that the self is different from the mover. Blessed by him he reaches immortality. There is one unborn female being, red, white, and black, uniform but producing manifold offspring. There is one unborn male being who loves her and lies by her. There is another who leaves her after he has enjoyed her. On the same tree man, immersed, bewildered, grieves on account of his impotence. But when he sees the other Lord contented and knows his glory, then his grief passes away. Smriti expresses itself similarly. Thus eightfold is my nature divided. Lower is this nature, other than this, and higher know that nature of mine which constitutes the individual soul, by which this world is supported. All beings at the end of a kalpa return into my nature, and again at the beginning of a kalpa do I send them forth, resting on my own nature again and again do I send forth this entire body of beings, which has no power of its own. Being subject to the power of nature, with me as supervisor, nature brings forth the movable and the immovable, and for this reason the world ever moves round. The great Brahman is my womb, in which I place the embryo, and thence there is the origin of all beings. This last passage means, the womb of the world is the great Brahman, non-intelligent matter in its subtle state, commonly called Prakriti. With this I connect the embryo, the intelligent principle. From this contact of the non-intelligent and the intelligent, due to my will, there ensues the origination of all beings from gods down to lifeless things. Non-intelligent matter and intelligent beings, holding the relative positions of objects of enjoyment and enjoying subjects, and appearing in multifarious forms, other scriptural texts declare to be permanently connected with the highest person insofar as they constitute his body, and thus are controlled by him, the highest person thus constituting their self. Compare the following passages: he who dwells in the earth and within the earth, whom the earth does not know, whose body the earth is, and who rules the earth within, he is thyself, the ruler within, the immortal. He who moves within the earth, whose body the earth is, he who moves within death, whose body death is. In this latter passage the word death denotes what is also called darkness, non-intelligent matter in its subtle state, as appears from another passage in the same Upanishad. The imperishable is merged in darkness, and compare also entered within, the ruler of creatures, the self of all. Other texts, again, aim at teaching that the highest self to whom non-intelligent and intelligent beings stand in the relation of body, and hence of modes, subsists in the form of the world, in its causal as well as in its affected aspect, and hence speak of the world in this its double aspect as that which is, so being only this was in the beginning, one only without a second. It desired, may I be many, may I grow forth. It sent forth fire, up to all these creatures have their root in that which is, up to that art thou, O Svetikitu. He wished, may I be many, up to it became the true and the untrue. These sections also refer to the essential distinction of nature between non-intelligent matter, intelligent beings, and the highest self, which is established by other scriptural texts. So in the Khandogya passage, let me enter those three divine beings with this living self, and let me then evolve names and forms, and in the passage, having sent forth that he entered into it, having entered it he became Sat and Tayat, knowledge and without knowledge, the true and the untrue. These two passages evidently have the same purport, and hence the soul's having itself in Brahman, which view is implied in the KH passage, must be understood as resting thereon that the souls constitute the body of Brahman as asserted in the passage. The same process of evolution of names and forms is described elsewhere also. All this was then unevolved. It became evolved by form and name. The fact is that the highest self is in its causal or in its effected condition, according as it has for its body intelligent and non-intelligent beings either in their subtle or their gross state. The effect, then, being non-different from the cause, and hence being cognized through the cognition of the cause. The result is that the desired cognition of all things through one can on our view be well established. In the clause I will enter into these three divine beings with this living self, the term the three divine beings denotes the entire aggregate of non-sentient matter, and as the text declares that the highest self evolved names and forms by entering into matter by means of the living souls of which he is the self, it follows that all terms whatsoever denote the highest self as qualified by individual selves, the latter again being qualified by non-sentient matter. A term which denotes the highest self in its causal condition may therefore be exhibited in coordination with another term denoting the highest self in its affected state, both terms being used in their primary senses. Brahman, having for its modes intelligent and non-intelligent things in their gross and subtle states, thus constitutes effect and cause, and the world thus has Brahman for its material cause. Nor does this give rise to any confusion of the essential constituent elements of the great aggregate of things. Of some party-colored piece of cloth the material cause is threads white, red, black, all the same. Each definite spot of the cloth is connected with one color only white, and thus there is no confusion of colors even in the affected condition of the cloth. Analogously, the combination of non-sentient matter, sentient beings, and the Lord constitutes the material cause of the world, but this does not imply any confusion of the essential characteristics of enjoying souls, objects of enjoyment, and the universal ruler, even in the world's effected state. There is indeed a difference between the two cases, insofar as the threads are capable of existing apart from one another, and are only occasionally combined according to the volition of men, so that the web sometimes exists in its causal, sometimes in its effected state, while non-sentient matter and sentient beings in all their states form the body of the highest self, and thus have a being only as the modes of that, on which account the highest self may, in all cases, be denoted by any term whatsoever. But the two cases are analogous, insofar as there persists a distinction and absence of all confusion on the part of the constituent elements of the aggregate. This being thus, it follows that the highest Brahman, although entering into the affected condition, remains unchanged, for its essential nature does not become different, and we also understand what constitutes its affected condition. Its abiding as the self of non-intelligent and intelligent beings in their gross condition, distinguished by name and form. For becoming an effect means entering into another state of being. Those texts, again, which speak of Brahman as devoid of qualities, explain themselves on the ground of Brahman being free from all touch of evil. For the passage, which at first negatives all evil qualities free from sin, from old age, from death, from grief, from hunger and thirst, and after that affirms auspicious qualities whose wishes and purposes come true, enables us to decide that in other places also the general denial of qualities really refers to evil qualities only. Passages which declare knowledge to constitute the essential nature of Brahman explain themselves on the ground that of Brahman, which is all-knowing, all-powerful, antagonistic to all evil, a mass of auspicious qualities, the essential nature can be defined as knowledge only, which also follows from the self-luminousness predicated of it. Texts, on the other hand, such as he who is all-knowing, his high power is revealed as manifold, as essential, acting as force and knowledge, whereby should he know the knower, teach the highest self to be a knowing subject. Other texts, again, such as the true knowledge, infinite is Brahman, declare knowledge to constitute its nature, as it can be done through knowledge only, and is self-luminous. And texts such as he desired, may I be many, it thought, may I be many, it evolved itself through name and form, teach that Brahman, through its mere wish, appears in manifold modes. Other texts, again, negative the opposite view, that there is a plurality of things not having their self in Brahman. From death to death goes he who sees here any plurality, there is here not any plurality, for where there is duality as it were. But these texts in no way negative that plurality of modes, declared in passages such as may I be many, may I grow forth, which springs from Brahman's will, and appears in the distinction of names and forms. This is proved by clauses in those negativing texts themselves. Whosoever looks for anything elsewhere than in the self, from that great being there has been breathed forth the Rig Veda. On this method of interpretation we find that the texts declaring the essential distinction and separation of non-sentient matter, sentient beings, and the Lord, and those declaring him to be the cause and the world to be the effect, and cause and effect to be identical, do not in any way conflict with other texts declaring that matter and souls form the body of the Lord, and that matter and souls in their causal condition are in a subtle state, not admitting of the distinction of names and forms while in their affected gross state they are subject to that distinction. On the other hand, we do not see how there is any opening for theories maintaining the connection of Brahman with nescience, or distinctions in Brahman due to limiting adjuncts. Such and similar doctrines rest on fallacious reasoning, and flatly contradict scripture. There is nothing contradictory in allowing that certain texts declare the essential distinction of matter, souls, and the Lord, and their mutual relation as modes and that to which the modes belong, and that other texts again represent them as standing in the relation of cause and effect, and teach cause and effect to be one. We may illustrate this by an analogous case from the Karma Kanda. The 6 separate oblations to Agni, and so on, are enjoined by separate so-called originative injunctions. These are thereupon combined into 2 groups by a double clause referring to those groups, and finally a so-called injunction of qualification enjoins the entire sacrifice as something to be performed by persons entertaining a certain wish. In a similar way certain Vedanta texts give instruction about matter, souls, and the Lord as separate entities. Then other texts teach that matter and souls in all their different states constitute TBC body of the highest person, while the latter is their self. And finally another group of texts teaches, by means of words such as being, Brahman, self, denoting the highest self to which the body belongs, that the one highest self in its causal and affected states comprises within itself the triad of entities which had been taught in separation. That the highest self with matter and souls for its body should be simply called the highest self, is no more objectionable than that that particular form of self which is invested with a human body should simply be spoken of as self or soul, as when we say this is a happy soul. Nescience cannot be terminated by the simple act of cognizing Brahman as the universal self. The doctrine, again, that nescience is put an end to by the cognition of Brahman being the self of all can in no way be upheld, for as bondage is something real it cannot be put an end to by knowledge. How, we ask, can anyone assert that bondage, which consists in the experience of pleasure and pain caused by the connection of souls with bodies of various kind, a connection springing from good or evil actions, is something false, unreal, and that the cessation of such bondage is to be obtained only through the grace of the highest self pleased by the devout meditation of the worshipper, we have already explained, as the cognition of universal oneness which you assume rests on a view of things directly contrary to reality, and therefore is false. The only effect it can have is to strengthen the ties of bondage. Moreover, texts such as "but different is the highest person," and "having known the self and the mover as separate," teach that it is the cognition of Brahman as the inward ruler different from the individual soul, that effects the highest aim of man, final release. And, further, as that bondage terminating knowledge which you assume is itself unreal, we should have to look out for another act of cognition to put an end to it. But may it not be said that this terminating cognition, after having put an end to the whole aggregate of distinctions antagonistic to it, immediately passes away itself, because being of a merely instantaneous nature? No, we reply, since its nature, its origination, and its destruction are all alike fictitious, we have clearly to search for another agency capable of destroying that avidya which is the cause of the fiction of its destruction. Let us then say that the essential nature of Brahman itself is the destruction of that cognition. From this it would follow, we reply, that such terminating knowledge would not arise at all, for that the destruction of what is something permanent can clearly not originate, who moreover should, according to you, be the cognizing subject in a cognition which has for its object the negation of everything that is different from Brahman. That cognizing subject is himself something fictitiously superimposed on Brahman. This may not be, we reply, he himself would in that case be something to be negatived, and hence an object of the terminating cognition. He could not therefore be the subject of cognition. Well, then, let us assume that the essential nature of Brahman itself is the cognizing subject. Do you mean, we ask in reply, that Brahman's being the knowing subject in that terminating cognition belongs to Brahman's essential nature, or that it is something fictitiously superimposed on Brahman? In the latter case that superimposition and the nescience founded on it would persist, because they would not be objects of the terminating cognition, and if a further terminating act of knowledge were assumed, that also would possess a triple aspect, and we thus should be led to assume an infinite series of knowing subjects. If, on the other hand, the essential nature of Brahman itself constitutes the knowing subject, your view really coincides with the one held by us. And if you should say that the terminating knowledge itself and the knowing subject in it are things separate from Brahman and themselves contained in the sphere of what is to be terminated by that knowledge, your statement would be no less absurd than if you were to say everything on the surface of the earth has been cut down by Vedanta with one stroke. meaning thereby that Vedanta himself and the action of cutting down are comprised among the things cut down. The second alternative, on the other hand, according to which the knowing subject is not Brahman itself, but a knower superimposed upon it, would imply that that subject is the agent in an act of knowledge resulting in his own destruction, and this is impossible since no person aims at destroying himself. And should it be said that the destruction of the knowing agent belongs to the very nature of Brahman itself, it would follow that we can assume neither plurality nor the erroneous view of plurality, nor ADHYÂYA as the root of that erroneous view. All this confirms our theory that since bondage springs from ajnana in the form of an eternal stream of karma, it can be destroyed only through knowledge of the kind maintained by us. Such knowledge is to be attained only through the due daily performance of religious duties as prescribed for a man's caste and asrama, such performance being sanctified by the accompanying thought of the true nature of the self, and having the character of propitiation of the highest person. Now, that mere works produce limited and non-permanent results only, and that on the other hand works not aiming at an immediate result but meant to please the highest person, bring about knowledge of the character of devout meditation, and thereby the unlimited and permanent result of the intuition of Brahman being the self of all. These are points not to be known without an insight into the nature of works, and hence, without this, the attitude described, which is preceded by the abandonment of mere works, cannot be reached. For these reasons the inquiry into Brahman has to be entered upon after the inquiry into the nature of works, the Vedanta aiming to ascertain the nature of Brahman from scripture, need not be disconcerted by the Mimamsa theory of all speech having informing power with regard to actions only. Here another prima facie view finally presents itself. The power of words to denote things cannot be ascertained in any way but by observing the speech and actions of experienced people. Now as such speech and action always implies the idea of something to be done, words are means of knowledge only with reference to things to be done, and hence the matter inculcated by the Veda also is only things to be done. From this it follows that the Vedanta texts cannot claim the position of authoritative means of knowledge with regard to Brahman, which is an accomplished fact. Against this view it must not be urged that in the case of sentences expressive of accomplished facts, as that a son is born to somebody, the idea of a particular thing may with certainty be inferred as the cause of certain outward signs, such as a pleased expression of countenance, which are generally due to the attainment of a desired object, for the possible causes of joy, past, present, and future, are infinite in number, and in the given case other causes of joy, as the birth having taken place in an auspicious moment, or having been an easy one, may easily be imagined. Nor, again, can it be maintained that the denotative power of words with regard to accomplished things may be ascertained in the way of our inferring either the meaning of one word from the known meaning of other words, or the meaning of the radical part of a word from the known meaning of a formative element. For the fact is that we are only able to infer on the basis of a group of words known to denote a certain thing to be done, what the meaning of some particular constituent of that group may be. Nor, again, when a person, afraid of what he thinks to be a snake, is observed to dismiss his fear on being told that the thing is not a snake but only a rope, can we determine thereby that what terminates his fear is the idea of the non-existence of a snake, for there are many other ideas which may account for the cessation of his fear. He may think, this is a thing incapable of moving, devoid of poison, without consciousness. the particular idea present to his mind we are therefore not able to determine. The truth is that from the fact of all activity being invariably dependent on the idea of something to be done, we learn that the meaning which words convey is something prompting activity. All words thus denoting something to be done, the several words of a sentence express only some particular action to be performed, and hence it is not possible to determine that they possess the power of denoting their own meaning only, in connection with the meaning of the other words of the sentence. The idea of the means to bring about the desired end causes action only through the idea of the thing to be done, not through itself, as is evident from the fact that the idea of means past, future, and even present, does not prompt to action. As long as a man does not reflect, the means towards the desired end are not to be accomplished without an effort of mine. It must therefore be accomplished through my activity, so long he does not begin to act. What causes activity is thus only the idea of things to be done, and as hence words denote such things only, the Veda also can tell us only about things to be done, and is not therefore in a position to give information about the attainment of an infinite and permanent result. Such result being constituted by Brahman, which is an accomplished entity. The Veda does, on the other hand, actually teach that mere works have a permanent result, and hence it follows that to enter on an inquiry into Brahman for the reason that the knowledge of Brahman has an infinite and permanent result, while the result of works is limited and non-permanent, is an altogether unjustified proceeding. To this we make the following reply. To set aside the universally known mode of ascertaining the connection of words and their meanings, and to assert that all words express only one non-worldly meaning, is a proceeding for which men paying due attention to the means of proof can have only a slight regard. A child avowedly learns the connection of words and meanings in the following way. The father and mother and other people about him point with the finger at the child's mother, father, uncle, and see, as well as at various domestic and wild animals, birds, snakes, and so on, to the end that the child may at the same time pay attention to the terms they use and to the beings denoted thereby, and thus again and again make him understand that such and such words refer to such and such things. The child thus observing in course of time that these words of themselves give rise to certain ideas in his mind, and at the same time observing neither any different connection of words and things, nor any person arbitrarily establishing such connection, comes to the conclusion that the application of such and such words to such and such things is based on the denotative power of the words, and being taught later on by his elders that other words also, in addition to those learned first, have their definite meaning, he in the end becomes acquainted with the meanings of all words, and freely forms sentences conveying certain meanings for the purpose of imparting those meanings to other persons. And there is another way also in which the connection of words and things can easily be ascertained. Some person orders another, by means of some expressive gesture, to go and inform Vedanta that his father is doing well. And the man ordered goes and tells Vedanta, your father is doing well. A bystander who is acquainted with the meaning of various gestures, and thus knows on what errand the messenger is sent, follows him and hears the words employed by him to deliver his message. He therefore readily infers that such and such words have such and such a meaning. We thus see that the theory of words having a meaning only in relation to things to be done is baseless. The Vedanta texts tell us about Brahman, which is an accomplished entity, and about meditation on Brahman as having an unlimited result, and hence it behoves us to undertake an inquiry into Brahman so as fully to ascertain its nature. We further maintain that even on the supposition of the Veda relating only to things to be done, an inquiry into Brahman must be undertaken, for the self is to be seen, to be heard, to be reflected on, to be meditated on. He is to be searched out, him we must try to understand. Let a Brahmana having known him practice wisdom. What is within that small ether, that is to be sought for, that is to be understood? What is in that small ether, that is to be meditated upon? These and similar texts enjoin a certain action. Meditation on Brahman, and when we then read he who knows Brahman attains the highest, we understand that the attainment of Brahman is meant as a reward for him who is qualified for and enters on such meditation. Brahman itself and its attributes are thus established thereby only, that they subserve a certain action. Meditation. There are analogous instances in the Karmakanda of the Veda, when an Atharvada passage describes the heavenly vault as a place where there is no heat, no frost, no grief. This is done merely with a view to those texts which enjoin certain sacrifices on those who are desirous of the heavenly world, where another Atharvada says that those who perform certain sutras sacrifices are firmly established. Such firm establishment is referred to only because it is meant as the reward for those acting on the text which enjoins those sutras. Let him perform the sutras. And where a text says that a person threatening a Brahmana is to be punished with a fine of 100 gold pieces, this statement is made merely with reference to the prohibitory passage, let him not threaten a Brahmana. We, however, really object to the whole theory of the meaning of words depending on their connection with things to be done. Since this is not even the case in imperative clauses such as bring the cow, for you are quite unable to give a satisfactory definition of your thing to be done you understand by carrier that which follows on the existence of action and is aimed at by action. Now to be aimed at by action is to be the object of action, and to be the object of action is to be that which it is most desired to obtain by action. But what one desires most to obtain is pleasure or the cessation of pain. When a person desirous of some pleasure or cessation of pain is aware that his object is not to be accomplished without effort on his part, he resolves on effort and begins to act. In no case we observe an object of desire to be aimed at by action in any other sense than that of its accomplishment depending on activity. The prompting quality also, which belongs to objects of desire, is nothing but the attribute of their accomplishment depending on activity, for it is this which moves to action. Nor can it be said that to be aimed at by action means to be that which is agreeable to man, for it is pleasure only that is agreeable to man. The cessation of pain, on the other hand, is not what is agreeable to man. The essential distinction between pleasure and pain is that the former is agreeable to man, and the latter disagreeable, and the cessation of pain is desired not because it is agreeable, but because pain is disagreeable. Absence of pain means that a person is in his normal condition, affected neither with pain nor pleasure. Apart from pleasure, action cannot possibly be agreeable, nor does it become so by being subservient to pleasure, for its essential nature is pain. Its being helpful to pleasure merely causes the resolve of undertaking it. Nor, again, can we define that which is aimed at by action as that to which action is auxiliary or supplementary, while itself it holds the position of something principal to be subserved by other things, for of the seshur and session also no proper definition can be given. It cannot be said that a seshur is that which is invariably accompanied by an activity proceeding with a view to something else, and that the correlate of such a seshur is the session, for on this definition the action is not a seshur, and hence that which is to be effected by the action cannot be the correlative session, and moreover a session may not be defined as what is correlative to an action proceeding with a view to, i.e., aiming at something else, for it is just this being aimed at of which we require a definition. And moreover we observe that also the session is capable of action proceeding with a view to the censure, as when a master does something for, let us say, keeps or feeds, his servant. This last criticism you must not attempt to ward off by maintaining that the master in keeping his servant acts with a view to himself, for the servant in serving the master likewise acts with a view to himself. And as, further, we have no adequate definition of carrier, it would be inappropriate to define censure as that which is correlative to carrier, and session as that which is correlative to censure. Nor, finally, may we define that which is aimed at by action as that which is the final end of action, for by the final end of an action we could only understand the end for which the agent undertakes the action, and this end is no other than the desired object. As thus what is aimed at by action cannot be defined otherwise than what is desired, carrier cannot be defined as what is to be effected by action and stands to action in the relation of principal matter. The apurva also can, as it is something different from the direct objects of desire, pleasure and the cessation of pain, be viewed only as a means of bringing about these direct objects, and as something itself to be effected by the action. It is for this very reason that it is something different from the action, otherwise the action itself would be that which is effected by the action. The thing to be effected by the action which is expressed by means of optative and imperative verbal forms, such as Ye Gita, let him sacrifice apostrophe, is, in accordance with the fact of its being connected with words such as svagakama, he who is desirous of heaven, understood to be the means of bringing about the heavenly world, and as the action itself is transitory, there is assumed an altogether new or unprecedented effect of it which is to bring about the enjoyment of heaven. This so-called apurva can therefore be understood only with regard to its capability of bringing about the heavenly world. Now it certainly is ludicrous to assert that the apurva, which is assumed to the end of firmly establishing the independent character of the effect of the action first recognized as such, later on becomes the means of realizing the heavenly world, for as the word expressing the result of the action appears in syntactical connection with svagakama, it does not, from the very beginning, denote an independent object of action, and moreover it is impossible to recognize an independent result of action other than either pleasure or cessation of pain, or the means to bring about these two results. What, moreover, do you understand by the apurva being a final end? You will perhaps reply, its being agreeable like pleasure. Is then the apurva a pleasure? It is pleasure alone which is agreeable. Well, let us then define the apurva as a kind of pleasure of a special nature, called by that name. But what proof, we ask, have you for this? You will, in the first place, admit yourself that you do not directly experience any pleasure springing from consciousness of your apurva, which could in any way be compared to the pleasure caused by the consciousness of the objects of the senses. Well, let us say then that as authoritative doctrine gives us the notion of an apurva as something beneficial to man, we conclude that it will be enjoyed later on. But, we ask, what is the authoritative doctrine establishing such an apurva beneficial to man? Not, in the first place, ordinary, non-Vedic doctrine, for such has for its object action only which always is essentially painful. Nor, in the next place, Vedic texts, For those also enjoin action only as the means to bring about certain results such as the heavenly world. Nor again the Smriti texts enjoining works of either permanent or occasional obligation, for those texts always convey the notion of an apurva only on the basis of an antecedent knowledge of the apurva as intimated by Vedic texts containing terms such as svadvakama. And we, moreover, do not observe that in the case of works having a definite result in this life, there is enjoyment of any special pleasure called apurva, in addition to those advantages which constitute the special result of the work and are enjoyed here below, as abundance of food or freedom from sickness. Thus there is not any proof of the apurva being a pleasure. The Atharvada passages of the Veda also, while glorifying certain pleasurable results of works, as the heavenly world, do not anywhere exhibit a similar glorification of a pleasure called apurva. From all this we conclude that also in injunctory sentences that which is expressed by imperative and similar forms is only the idea that the meaning of the root, as known from grammar, is to be effected by the effort of the agent, and that what constitutes the meaning of roots, the action of sacrificing and the like, possesses the quality of pleasing the highest person, who is the inner ruler of Agni and other divinities, and that through the highest person thus pleased the result of the sacrifice is accomplished. We shall show later on. It is thus finally proved that the Vedanta texts give information about an accomplished entity, Brahman, and that the fruit of meditation on Brahman is something infinite and permanent. Where, on the other hand, Scripture refers to the fruit of mere works, such as the Karmasya sacrifices, as something imperishable. We have to understand this imperishableness in a merely relative sense, for Scripture definitely teaches that the fruit of all works is perishable. We thus arrive at the settled conclusion that, since the fruit of mere works is limited and perishable, while that of the cognition of Brahman is infinite and permanent, there is good reason for entering on an inquiry into Brahman, the result of which inquiry will be the accurate determination of Brahman's nature. Here terminates the adhikarana of inquiry. What then is that Brahman which is here said to be an object that should be inquired into? To this question the second sutra gives a reply. The expression "the origin" means creation, subsistence, and reabsorption. This denotes this entire world, with its manifold wonderful arrangements, not to be fathomed by thought, and comprising within itself the aggregate of living souls from Brahma down to blades of grass, all of which experience the fruits in definite places and at definite times. That from which, that highest person who is the ruler of all, whose nature is antagonistic to all evil, whose purposes come true, who possesses infinite auspicious qualities, such as knowledge, blessedness, and so on, who is omniscient, omnipotent, supremely merciful, from whom the creation, subsistence, and reabsorption of this world proceed, he is Brahman. Such is the meaning of the sutra. Bhrigu went to his father Varuna, saying, "Sir, teach me Brahman, up to that from which these beings are born, that by which when born they live, that into which they enter at their death. Try to know that. That is Brahman." A doubt arises here. Is it possible, or not, to gain a knowledge of Brahman from the characteristic marks stated in this passage? It is not possible. The Purvapakshin contends the attributes stated in that passage, being that from which the world originates, and so on, do not properly indicate Brahman. For as the essence of an attribute lies in its separative or distinctive function, there would result from the plurality of distinctive attributes plurality on the part of Brahman itself. But when we say Devadatta is of a dark complexion, is young, has reddish eyes, we also make a statement as to several attributes, and yet we are understood to refer to one Devadatta only. Similarly, we understand in the case under discussion also that there is one Brahman only. Not so, we reply. In Devadatta's case we connect all attributes with one person, because we know his unity through other means of knowledge, otherwise the distinctive power of several attributes would lead us, in this case also, to the assumption of several substances to which the several attributes belong. In the case under discussion, on the other hand, we do not, apart from the statement as to attributes, know anything about the unity of Brahman, and the distinctive power of the attributes thus necessarily urges upon us the idea of several Brahmans. But we maintain that the unity of the term Brahman intimates the unity of the thing Brahman. By no means, we reply. If a man who knows nothing about cows, but wishes to know about them, is told a cow is that which has either entire horns, or mutilated horns, or no horns, the mutually exclusive ideas of the possession of entire horns, and so on, raise in his mind the ideas of several individual cows, although the term cow is one only, and in the same way we are led to the idea of several distinct Brahmans. For this reason, even the different attributes combined are incapable of defining the thing, the definition of which is desired. Nor again are the characteristics enumerated in that passage capable of defining Brahman in the way of secondary marks, because the thing to be defined by them is not previously known in a different aspect. So-called secondary marks are the cause of something already known from a certain point of view, being known in a different aspect, as when it is said where that crane is standing, that is the irrigated field of Devadatta. But may we not say that from the text the true knowledge, the infinite is Brahman, we already have an idea of Brahman, and that hence its being the cause of the origin of the world may be taken as collateral indications? Not so, we reply. Either of these two defining texts has a meaning only with reference to an aspect of Brahman already known from the other one, and this mutual dependence deprives both of their force. Brahman cannot therefore be known through the characteristic marks mentioned in the text under discussion. To this prima facie view we make the following reply. Brahman can be known on the basis of the origination, subsistence, and reabsorption of the world, these characteristics occupying the position of collateral marks. No objection can be raised against this view, on the ground that, apart from what these collateral marks point to, no other aspect of Brahman is known, for as a matter of fact they point to that which is known to us as possessing supreme greatness and power of growth. This being the meaning of the root Brim of this Brahman, thus already known, the origination, sustentation, and reabsorption of the world are collateral marks. Moreover, in the text under discussion, the relative pronoun, which appears in three forms, from whence, by which, into which, refers to something which is already known as the cause of the origin, and so on, of the world. This previous knowledge rests on the KH passage, being only this was in the beginning, up to its sent forth fire, which declares that the one principle denoted as being is the universal material and instrumental cause. There the clause being only this was in the beginning, one only, establishes that one being as the general material cause. The word without a second negatives the existence of a second operative cause, and the clauses it thought, may I be many, may I grow forth, and it sent forth fire, establish that one being. If, then, it is said that Brahman is that which is the root of the world's origination, subsistence, and reabsorption, those three processes sufficiently indicate Brahman as that entity which is their material and operative cause, and as being the material and the operative cause implies greatness manifesting itself in various powers, such as omniscience, and so on. Brahman thus is something already known, and as hence origination of the world are marks of something already known. The objection founded above on the absence of knowledge of another aspect of Brahman is seen to be invalid. Nor is there really any objection to the origination of the world being taken as characteristic marks of Brahman insofar as they are distinctive attributes. For taken as attributes they indicate Brahman as something different from what is opposed to those attributes. Several attributes which do not contradict each other may serve quite well as characteristic marks defining one thing, the nature of which is not otherwise known, without the plurality of the attributes in any way involving plurality of the thing defined, for as those attributes are at once understood to belong to one substrate, we naturally combine them within that one substrate. Such attributes, of course, as the possession of mutilated horns, which are contradictorily opposed to each other, necessarily lead to the assumption of several individual cows to which they severally belong, but the origination of the world are processes separated from each other by difference of time only, and may therefore, without contradiction, be connected with one Brahman in succession. The text from whence these beings teaches us that Brahman is the cause of the origination of the world, and of this Brahman thus known. The other text, the true knowledge, the infinite is Brahman, tells us that its essential nature marks it off from everything else. The term true expresses Brahman insofar as possessing absolutely non-conditioned existence, and thus distinguishes it from non-intelligent matter, the abode of change, and the souls implicated in matter. For as both of these enter into different states of existence called by different names, they do not enjoy unconditioned being. The term knowledge expresses the characteristic of permanently non-contracted intelligence, and thus distinguishes Brahman from the released souls whose intelligence is sometimes in a contracted state, and the term infinite denotes that, whose nature is free from all limitation of place, time, and particular substantial nature, and as Brahman's essential nature possesses attributes, infinity belongs both to the essential nature and to the attributes. The qualification of infinity excludes all those individual souls whose essential nature and attributes are not unsurpassable, and who are distinct from the two classes of beings already excluded by the two former terms. The entire text therefore defines Brahman, which is already known to be the cause of the origination of the world, as that which is in kind different from all other things, and it is therefore not true that the two texts under discussion have no force because mutually depending on each other, and from this it follows that a knowledge of Brahman may be gained on the ground of its characteristic marks, such as its being the cause of the origination of the world, free from all evil, omniscient, all-powerful, and so on. To those, on the other hand, who maintain that the object of inquiry is a substance devoid of all difference, neither the first nor the second sutra can be acceptable. For the Brahman, the inquiry into which the first sutra proposes, is, according to authoritative etymology, something of supreme greatness, and according to the second sutra it is the cause of the origin, subsistence, and final destruction of the world. The same remark holds good with regard to all following sutras, and the scriptural texts on which they are based. None of them confirm the theory of a substance devoid of all difference, nor, again, does reasoning prove such a theory, for reasoning has for its object things possessing a proving attribute which constantly goes together with an attribute to be proved. And even if, in agreement with your view, We explained the second sutra as meaning Brahman is that whence proceeds the error of the origination of the world. We should not thereby advance your theory of a substance devoid of all difference. For, as you teach, the root of all error is nescience, and Brahman is that which witnesses nescience, and the essence of witnessing consciousness consists in being pure light, and the essence of pure light or intelligence is that, distinguishing itself from the non-intelligent, it renders itself, as well as what is different from it, capable of becoming the object of empiric thought and speech. All this implies the presence of difference. If there were no difference, light or intelligence could not be what it is. It would be something altogether void, without any meaning. Here terminates the adhikârana of origination and so on. An objection to the purport of the preceding sutras here presents itself. The assertion that Brahman, as the cause of the origination of the world, must be known through the Vedanta texts is unfounded, for as Brahman may be inferred as the cause of the world through ordinary reasoning, it is not something requiring to be taught by authoritative texts. To this objection the next sutra replies, because scripture is the source, because Brahman, being raised above all contact with the senses, is not an object of perception and the other means of proof, but to be known through scripture only. Therefore the text whence these creatures are born, has to be accepted as instructing us regarding the true nature of Brahman. But, our opponent points out, scripture cannot be the source of our knowledge of Brahman, because Brahman is to be known through other means. For it is an acknowledged principle that scripture has meaning only with regard to what is not established by other sources of knowledge. But what, to raise a prima facie counter-objection, are those other sources of knowledge? It cannot, in the first place, be perception. Perception is twofold, being based either on the sense organs or on extraordinary concentration of mind. Of perception of the former kind there are again two subspecies, according as perception takes place either through the outer sense organs or the internal organ. Now the outer sense organs produce knowledge of their respective objects, insofar as the latter are in actual contact with the organs, but are quite unable to give rise to the knowledge of the special object constituted by a supreme self that is capable of being conscious of and creating the whole aggregate of things. Nor can internal perception give rise to such knowledge, for only purely internal things, such as pleasure and pain, fall within its cognizance, and it is incapable of relating itself to external objects apart from the outer sense organs. Nor, again, perception based on yoga, for although such perception, which springs from intense imagination, implies a vivid presentation of things, it is, after all, nothing more than a reproduction of objects perceived previously, and does not therefore rank as an instrument of knowledge, for it has no means of applying itself to objects other than those perceived previously. And if, after all, it does so, it is a source of error. Nor also inference either of the kind which proceeds on the observation of special cases or of the kind which rests on generalizations. Not inference of the former kind, because such inference is not known to relate to anything lying beyond the reach of the senses. Nor inference of the latter kind, because we do not observe any characteristic feature that is invariably accompanied by the presence of a supreme self capable of being conscious of, and constructing, the universe of things. But there is such a feature. The world's being an affected thing, it being a matter of common experience that whatever is an effect or product, is due to an agent who possesses a knowledge of the material cause, the instrumental cause, the final end, and the person meant to make use of the thing produced. It further is matter of experience that whatever consists of non-sentient matter is dependent on, or ruled by, a single intelligent principle. The former generalization is exemplified by the case of jars and similar things, and the latter by a living body in good health, which consists of non-intelligent matter dependent on an intelligent principle. And that the body is an affected thing follows from its consisting of parts. Against this argumentation also objections may be raised. What, it must be asked, do you understand by this dependence on an intelligent principle? Not, we suppose, that the origination and subsistence of the non-intelligent thing should be dependent on the intelligent principle, for in that case your example would not help to prove your contention. Neither the origin nor the subsistence of a person's healthy body depends on the intelligent soul of that person alone. They rather are brought about by the merit and demerit of all those souls which in any way share the fruition of that body, the wife of that person, and others. Moreover, the existence of a body made up of parts means that bodies being connected with its parts in the way of so-called intimate relation, and this requires a certain combination of the parts but not a presiding intelligent principle. The existence of animated bodies, moreover, has for its characteristic mark the process of breathing, which is absent in the case of the earth, sea, mountains, all of which are included in the class of things concerning which you wish to prove something, and we therefore miss a uniform kind of existence common to all those things. Let us then understand by the dependence of a non-intelligent thing on an intelligent principle, the fact of the motion of the former depending on the latter. This definition, we rejoin, would comprehend also those cases in which heavy things, such as carriages, masses of stone, trees, are set in motion by several intelligent beings. If, on the other hand, you mean to say that all motion depends on intelligence in general, you only prove what requires no proof. Another alternative, moreover, here presents itself. As we both admit the existence of individual souls, it will be the more economical hypothesis to ascribe to them the agency implied in the construction of the world. Nor must you object to this view on the ground that such agency cannot belong to the individual souls because they do not possess the knowledge of material causes, as specified above. For all intelligent beings are capable of direct knowledge of material causes, such as earth and so on, and instrumental causes, such as sacrifices and the like. Earth and other material substances, as well as sacrifices and the like, are directly perceived by individual intelligent beings at the present time. Nor does the fact that intelligent beings are not capable of direct insight into the unseen principle, called apurva, or by similar names, which resides in the form of a power in sacrifices and other instrumental causes, in any way preclude their being agents in the construction of the world. Direct insight into powers is nowhere required for undertaking work. What is required for that purpose is only direct presentative knowledge of the things endowed with power, while of power itself it suffices to have some kind of knowledge. Potters apply themselves to the task of making pots and jars on the strength of the direct knowledge they possess of the implements of their work, the wheel, the staff, without troubling about a similar knowledge of the powers inherent in those implements. And in the same way intelligent beings may apply themselves to their work, if only they are assured by sacred tradition of the existence of the various powers possessed by sacrifices and the like. Moreover, experience teaches that agents having a knowledge of the material and other causes must be inferred only in the case of those effects which can be produced, and the material and other causes of which can be known. Such things, on the other hand, as the earth, mountains, and oceans, can neither be produced, nor can their material and other causes ever be known. We therefore have no right to infer for them intelligent producers. Hence the quality of being an affected thing can be used as an argument for proving the existence of an intelligent causal agent, only where that quality is found in things, the production of which, and the knowledge of the causes of which, is possible at all. Experience further teaches that earth and pots and similar things are produced by intelligent agents possessing material bodies, using implements, not endowed with the power of a supreme lord, limited in knowledge and so on. The quality of being an effect therefore supplies a reason for inferring an intelligent agent of the kind described only, and thus is opposed to the inference of attributes of a contrary nature. Omniscience, omnipotence, and those other attributes that belong to the highest soul, whose existence you wish to establish. Nor does this imply an abandonment of all inference, where the thing to be inferred is known through other means of proof also. Any qualities of an opposite nature which may be suggested by the inferential mark are opposed by those other means of proof, and therefore must be dropped. In the case under discussion, however, the thine, to be inferred is something not guaranteed by any other means of proof. A person capable of constructing the entire universe, here there is nothing to interfere with the ascription to such a person of all those qualities which, on the basis of methodical inference, necessarily belong to it. The conclusion from all this is that, apart from Scripture, the existence of a Lord does not admit of proof. Against all this the Purvapaksha now restates his case as follows: it cannot be gainsaid that the world is something affected, for it is made up of parts. We may state this argument in various technical forms. The earth, mountains, are things affected, because they consist of parts, in the same way as jars and similar things. The earth, seas, mountains, are effects, because, while being big, they are capable of motion, just as jars and the like. Bodies, the world, are effects, because, while being big, they are solid, just as jars and the like. But, an objection is raised, in the case of things made up of parts we do not, in addition to this attribute of consisting of parts, observe any other aspect determining that the thing is an effect, so as to enable us to say this thing is affected, and that thing is not, and, on the other hand, we do observe it as an indispensable condition of something being an effect, that there should be the possibility of such an effect being brought about, and of the existence of such knowledge of material causes. Not so, we reply. In the case of a cause being inferred on the ground of an effect, the knowledge and power of the cause must be inferred in accordance with the nature of the effect. From the circumstance of a thing consisting of parts we know it to be an effect, and on this basis we judge of the power and knowledge of the cause. A person recognizes pots, jars and the like, as things produced, and therefrom infers the constructive skill and knowledge of their maker. When, after this, he sees for the first time a kingly palace with all its various wonderful parts and structures, he concludes from the special way in which the parts adjoin that this also is an affected thing, and then makes an inference as to the architect's manifold knowledge and skill. Analogously, when a living body and the world have once been recognized to be effects, we infer, as their maker, some special intelligent being, possessing direct insight into their nature and skill to construct them. Pleasure and pain, moreover, by which men are requited for their merit and demerit, are themselves of a non-intelligent nature, and hence cannot bring about their results unless they are controlled by an intelligent principle, and this also compels us to assume a being capable of allotting to each individual soul a fate corresponding to its deserts, for we do not observe that non-intelligent implements, such as axes and the like, however much they may be favored by circumstances of time, place, and so on, are capable of producing posts and pillars unless they be handled by a carpenter. And to quote against the generalization on which we rely, the instance of the seed and sprout and the like can only spring from an ignorance and stupidity which may be called truly demoniac. The same remark would apply to pleasure and pain if used as a counter-instance. Nor may we assume, as a less complicated hypothesis, that the guiding principle in the construction of the world is the individual souls, whose existence is acknowledged by both parties. For on the testimony of observation we must deny to those souls the power of seeing what is extremely subtle or remote in time or place. On the other hand, we have no ground for concluding that the Lord is, like the individual souls, destitute of such power. Hence it cannot be said that other means of knowledge make it impossible to infer such a Lord. The fact rather is that as his existence is proved by the argument that any definite effect presupposes a causal agent competent to produce that effect, he is proved at the same time as possessing the essential power of intuitively knowing and ruling all things in the universe. The contention that from the world being an effect it follows that its maker does not possess lordly power and so on, so that the proving reason would prove something contrary to the special attributes, is founded on evident ignorance of the nature of the inferential process. For the inference clearly does not prove that there exist in the thing inferred all the attributes belonging to the proving collateral instances, including even those attributes which stand in no causal relation to the effect. A certain effect which is produced by some agent presupposes just so much power and knowledge on the part of that agent as is requisite for the production of the effect, but in no way presupposes any incapability or ignorance on the part of that agent with regard to things other than the particular effect. For such incapability and ignorance do not stand towards that effect in any causal relation. If the origination of the effect can be accounted for on the basis of the agent's capability of bringing it about, and of his knowledge of the special material and instrumental causes, it would be unreasonable to ascribe causal agency to his incapabilities and ignorance with regard to other things, only because those incapabilities are observed to exist together with his special capability and knowledge. The question would arise moreover whether such want of capability and knowledge would be helpful towards the bringing about of that one effect, in so far as extending to all other things or to some other things. The former alternative is excluded because no agent, a potter, is quite ignorant of all other things but his own special work, and the second alternative is inadmissible because there is no definite rule indicating that there should be certain definite kinds of want of knowledge and skill in the case of all agents, and hence exceptions would arise with regard to every special case of want of knowledge and skill. From this it follows that the absence of lordly power and similar qualities which in no way contributes towards the production of the effects is not proved in the case of that which we wish to prove, and that hence inference does not establish qualities contrary. A further objection will perhaps be raised. That as experience teaches that potters and so on direct their implements through the mediation of their own bodies, we are not justified in holding that a bodiless Supreme Lord directs the material and instrumental causes of the universe, but in reply to this we appeal to the fact of experience, that evil demons possessing men's bodies, and also venom, are driven or drawn out of those bodies by mere willpower. Nor must you ask in what way the volition of a bodiless Lord can put other bodies in motion. For volition is not dependent on a body. The cause of volitions is not the body but the internal organ, and such an organ we ascribe to the Lord also, since what proves the presence of an internal organ endowed with power and knowledge is just the presence of effects. But volitions, even if directly springing from the internal organ, can belong to embodied beings only, such only possessing internal organs. This objection also is founded on a mistaken generalization. The fact rather is that the internal organ is permanent, and exists also in separation from the body. The conclusion, therefore, is that, as the individual souls with their limited capacities and knowledge, and their dependence on merit and demerit, are incapable of giving rise to things so variously and wonderfully made as worlds and animated bodies are, inference directly leads us to the theory that there is a supreme intelligent agent, called the Lord, who possesses unfathomable, unlimited powers and wisdom, is capable of constructing the entire world, is without a body, and through his mere volition brings about the infinite expanse of this entire universe so variously and wonderfully planned. As Brahman may thus be ascertained by means of knowledge other than revelation, the text quoted under the preceding sutra cannot be taken to convey instruction as to Brahman, since, moreover, experience demonstrates that material and instrumental causes always are things absolutely distinct from each other, as the clay and the potter with his implements, and since, further, there are substances not made up of parts, as ether, which therefore cannot be viewed as effects, we must object on these grounds also to any attempt to represent the one Brahman as the universal material and instrumental cause of the entire world. Against all this we now argue as follows. The Vedanta text declaring the origination of the world does teach that there is a Brahman possessing the characteristics mentioned, since scripture alone is a means for the knowledge of Brahman. That the world is an affected thing because it consists of parts, and that, as all effects are observed to have for their antecedents certain appropriate agents competent to produce them, we must infer a causal agent competent to plan and construct the universe, and standing towards it in the relation of material and operative cause. This would be a conclusion altogether unjustified. There is no proof to show that the earth, oceans, although things produced, were created at one time by one creator. Nor can it be pleaded in favor of such a conclusion that all those things have one uniform character of being effects, and thus are analogous to one single jar. For we observe that the various effects are distinguished by difference of time of production, and difference of producers. Nor again may you maintain the oneness of the Creator on the ground that individual souls are incapable of the creation of this wonderful universe, and that if an additional principle be assumed to account for the world, which manifestly is a product, it would be illegitimate to assume more than one such principle. For we observe that individual beings acquire more and more extraordinary powers in consequence of an increase of religious merit, and as we may assume that through an eventual supreme degree of merit they may, in the end, qualify themselves for producing quite extraordinary effects, we have no right to assume a highest soul of infinite merit, different from all individual souls. Nor also can it be proved that all things are destroyed and produced all at once, for no such thing is observed to take place, while it is, on the other hand, observed that things are produced and destroyed in succession. And if we infer that all things are produced and destroyed because they are effects, there is no reason why this production and destruction should not take place in a way agreeing with ordinary experience. If, therefore, what it is desired to prove is the agency of one intelligent being, we are met by the difficulty that the proving reason is not invariably connected with what it is desired to prove. There, further, is the fault of qualities not met within experience being attributed to the subject about which something has to be proved. And lastly there is the fault of the proving collateral instances being destitute of what has to be proved, for experience does not exhibit to us one agent capable of producing everything. If, on the other hand, what you wish to prove is merely the existence of an intelligent creative agent, you prove only what is proved already. Moreover, if you use the attribute of being an effect as a means to prove the existence of one omniscient and omnipotent creator, do you view this attribute as belonging to all things insofar as produced together, or insofar as produced in succession? In the former case the attribute of being an effect is not established, and in the latter case the attribute would really prove what is contrary to the hypothesis of one creator. In attempting to prove the agency of one intelligent creative being only, we thus enter into conflict with perception and inference, and we moreover contradict Scripture, which says that the potter is born and the cartwright is born. Moreover, as we observe that all affected things, such as living bodies and so on, are connected with pleasure and the like, which are the effects of sattva and the other primary constituents of matter, we must conclude that affected things have sattva and so on for their causes. Sattva and so on, which constitute the distinctive elements of the causal substance, are the causes of the various nature of the effects. Now those effects can be connected with their causes only insofar as the internal organ of a person possessing sattva and so on undergoes modifications, and that a person possesses those qualities is due to karma. Thus, in order to account for the origination of different effects we must necessarily assume the connection of an intelligent agent with karma, whereby alone he can become the cause of effects, and moreover the various character of knowledge and power has its reason in karma, and if it be said that it is the mere wish of the agent that causes the origination of effects, we point out that the wish, as being specialized by its particular object, must be based on sattva and so on, and hence is necessarily connected with karma. From all this it follows that individual souls only can be causal agents. No legitimate inference leads to a law different from them in nature. This admits of various expressions in technical form. Bodies, worlds, are effects due to the causal energy of individual souls, just as pots are. The Lord is not a causal agent, because he has no aims, just as the released souls have none. The Lord is not an agent, because he has no body, just as the released souls have none. Time is never devoid of created worlds, because it is time, just like the present time. Consider the following point also. Does the Lord produce his effects, with his body or apart from his body? Not the latter, for we do not observe causal agency on the part of any bodiless being. Even the activities of the internal organ are found only in beings having a body, and although the internal organ be eternal we do not know of its producing any effects in the case of released disembodied souls. Nor again is the former alternative admissible, for in that case the Lord's body would either be permanent or non-permanent. The former alternative would imply that something made up of parts is eternal, and if we once admit this we may as well admit that the world itself is eternal, and then there is no reason to infer a Lord, and the latter alternative is inadmissible because in that case there would be no cause of the body different from it. Nor could the Lord himself be assumed as the cause of the body, since a bodiless being cannot be the cause of a body. Nor could it be maintained that the Lord can be assumed to be embodied by means of some other body, for this leads us into a regressus in infinitum. Should we, moreover, represent to ourselves the Lord as engaged in effort or not? The former is inadmissible, because he is without a body, and the latter alternative is excluded because a being not making an effort does not produce effects, and if it be said that the effect, the world, has for its causal agent one whose activity consists in mere desire, this would be to ascribe to the subject of the conclusion qualities not known from experience, and moreover the attribute to be proved would be absent in the case of the proving instances. Thus the inference of a creative Lord which claims to be in agreement with observation is refuted by reasoning which itself is in agreement with observation, and we hence conclude that Scripture is the only source of knowledge with regard to a Supreme Soul that is the Lord of all and constitutes the highest Brahman. What Scripture tells us of is a being which comprehends within itself infinite, altogether unsurpassable excellences such as omnipotence and so on, is antagonistic to all evil, and totally different in character from whatever is cognized by the other means of knowledge, that to such a being there should attach even the slightest imperfection due to its similarity in nature to the things known by the ordinary means of knowledge, is thus altogether excluded. The Purvapakshin had remarked that the oneness of the instrumental and the material cause is neither matter of observation nor capable of proof, and that the same holds good with regard to the theory that certain non-composite substances such as ether are created things, that these points also are in no way contrary to reason. The conclusion meanwhile is that, since Brahman does not fall within the sphere of the other means of knowledge, and is the tropic of Scripture only, the text from whence these creatures does give authoritative information as to a Brahman possessing the characteristic qualities so often enumerated. Here terminates the adhikārana of Scripture being the source. A new objection here presents itself. Brahman does not indeed fall within the province of the other means of knowledge, but all the same Scripture does not give authoritative information regarding it. For Brahman is not something that has for its purport activity or cessation from activity, but is something fully established and accomplished within itself. To this objection the following sutra replies. The word "but" is meant to rebut the objection raised, that the authoritativeness of Scripture with regard to Brahman is possible, on account of samanvaya, connection with the highest aim of man. That is to say, because the scriptural texts are connected with, have for their subject, Brahman, which constitutes the highest aim of man. For such is the connected meaning of the whole aggregate of words which constitutes the Upanishads, that from whence these beings are born. Being only this was in the beginning, one, without a second, and of aggregates of words which are capable of giving information about accomplished things known through the ordinary means of ascertaining the meaning of words, and which connectedly refer to a Brahman which is the cause of the origination, subsistence, and destruction of the entire world, is antagonistic to all imperfection and so on. We have no right to say that, owing to the absence of a purport in the form of activity or cessation of activity, they really refer to something other than Brahman. For all instruments of knowledge have their end in determining the knowledge of their own special objects. Their action does not adapt itself to a final purpose, but the latter rather adapts itself to the means of knowledge. Nor is it true that where there is no connection with activity or cessation of activity all aim is absent, for in such cases we observe connection with what constitutes the general aim, the benefit of man. Statements of accomplished matter of fact, such as a son is born to thee, this is no snake, evidently have a name, insofar as they either give rise to joy or remove pain and fear. Against this view the Purvapakshin now argues as follows. The Vedanta texts do not impart knowledge of Brahman, for unless related to activity or the cessation of activity, Scripture would be unmeaning, devoid of all purpose. Perception and the other means of knowledge indeed have their aim and end in supplying knowledge of the nature of accomplished things and facts. Scripture, on the other hand, must be supposed to aim at some practical purpose. For neither in ordinary speech nor in the Veda do we ever observe the employment of sentences devoid of a practical purpose. The employment of sentences not having such a purpose is in fact impossible. And what constitutes such purpose is the attainment of a desired, or the avoidance of an undesired object, to be effected by some action or abstention from action. Let a man desirous of wealth attach himself to the court of a prince. A man with a weak digestion must not drink much water. Let him who is desirous of the heavenly world offer sacrifices, and so on. With regard to the assertion that such sentences also as refer to accomplished things, a son is born to thee and so on, are connected with certain names of man, joy or the cessation of fear, we ask whether in such cases the attainment of man's purpose results from the thing or fact itself, as the birth of a son, or from the knowledge of that thing or fact. You will reply that as a thing although actually existing is of no use to man as long as it is not known to him. Man's purpose is accomplished by his knowledge of the thing. It then appears, we rejoin, that man's purpose is effected through mere knowledge, even if there is no actual thing, and from this it follows that Scripture, although connected with certain aims, is not a means of knowledge for the actual existence of things. In all cases, therefore, sentences have a practical purpose. They determine either some form of activity or cessation from activity, or else some form of knowledge. No sentence, therefore, can have for its purport an accomplished thing, and hence the Vedanta texts do not convey the knowledge of Brahman as such an accomplished entity. At this point somebody propounds the following view. The Vedanta texts are an authoritative means for the cognition of Brahman, because as a matter of fact they also aim at something to be done. What they really mean to teach is that Brahman, which in itself is pure homogeneous knowledge, without a second, not connected with the world, but is, owing to beginningless nescience, viewed as connected with the world, should be freed from this connection. And it is through this process of dissolution of the world that Brahman becomes the object of an injunction. But which texts embody this injunction, according to which Brahman in its pure form is to be realized through the dissolution of this apparent world, with its distinction of knowing subjects and objects of knowledge. Texts such as the following: one should not see the seer of seeing, one should not think the thinker of thinking, for this means that we should realize Brahman in the form of pure seeing, free from the distinction of seeing agents and objects of sight. Brahman is indeed accomplished through itself, but all the same it may constitute an object to be accomplished, insofar as it is being disengaged from the apparent world. This view is unfounded. He who maintains that injunction constitutes the meaning of sentences must be able to assign the injunction itself, the qualification of the person to whom the injunction is addressed, the object of the injunction, the means to carry it out, the special mode of the procedure, and the person carrying out the injunction. Among these things the qualification of the person to whom the injunction addresses itself is something not to be enjoined, and is of the nature either of cause or a result aimed at. We then have to decide what, in the case under discussion, constitutes the qualification of the person to whom the injunction addresses itself, and whether it be of the nature of a cause or of a result. Let it then be said that what constitutes the qualification in our case is the intuition of the true nature of Brahman. This, we rejoin, cannot be a cause, as it is not something previously established, while in other cases the nimitta is something so established, as life is in the case of a person to whom the following injunction is addressed: as long as his life lasts he is to make the Agnihotra oblation. And if, after all, it were admitted to be a cause, it would follow that, as the intuition of the true nature of Brahman is something permanent, the object of the injunction would have to be accomplished even subsequently to final release, in the same way as the Agnihotra has to be performed permanently as long as life lasts. Nor again can the intuition of Brahman's true nature be a result, for then, being the result of an action enjoined, it would be something non-permanent, like the heavenly world. What, in the next place, would be the object to be accomplished of the injunction? You may not reply Brahman, for as Brahman is something permanent it is not something that can be realized, and moreover it is not denoted by a verbal form. Let it then be said that what is to be realized is Brahman, insofar as free from the world. But, we rejoin, even if this be accepted as a thing to be realized, it is not the object of the injunction, that it cannot be for the second reason just stated, but its final result. What moreover is, on this last assumption, the thing to be realized, Brahman, or the cessation of the apparent world? Not Brahman, for Brahman is something accomplished, and from your assumption it would follow that it is not eternal. Well then, the dissolution of the world. Not so, we reply, for then it would not be Brahman that is realized. Let it then be said that the dissolution of the world only is the object of the injunction. This, too, cannot be. We rejoin, that dissolution is the result and cannot therefore be the object of the injunction. For the dissolution of the world means final release, and that is the result aimed at. Moreover, if the dissolution of the world is taken as the object of the injunction, that dissolution would follow from the injunction, and the injunction would be carried out by the dissolution of the world, and this would be a case of vicious mutual dependence. We further ask, is the world, which is to be put an end to, false or real? If it is false, it is put an end to by knowledge alone, and then the injunction is needless. Should you reply to this that the injunction puts an end to the world insofar as it gives rise to knowledge, we reply that knowledge springs of itself from the texts which declare the highest truth, hence there is no need of additional injunctions. As knowledge of the meaning of those texts sublates the entire false world distinct from Brahman, the injunction itself with all its adjuncts is seen to be something baseless. If, on the other hand, the world is true, we ask, is the injunction, which puts an end to the world, Brahman itself or something different from Brahman? If the former, the world cannot exist at all, for what terminates it? Brahman is something eternal, and the injunction thus being eternal in itself cannot be accomplished by means of certain actions. Let then the latter alternative be accepted. But in that case, the noga being something which is accomplished by a set of performances the function of which it is to put an end to the entire world, the performing person himself perishes, and the noga thus remains without a substrate. And if everything apart from Brahman is put an end to by a performance the function of which it is to put an end to the world, there remains no result to be effected by the noga, consequently there is no release. Further, the dissolution of the world cannot constitute the instrument in the action enjoined, because no mode of procedure can be assigned for the instrument of the noga. And unless assisted by a mode of procedure an instrument cannot operate. But why is there no mode of procedure? For the following reasons. A mode of procedure is either of a positive or a negative kind. If positive, it may be of two kinds, either such as to bring about the instrument or to assist it. Now in our case there is no room for either of these alternatives. Not for the former, for there exists in our case nothing analogous to the stroke of the pestle, whereby the visible effect of the dissolution of the whole world could be brought about, nor, Secondly, is there the possibility of anything assisting the instrument, already existing independently, to bring about its effect, for owing to the existence of such an assisting factor the instrument itself, the cessation of the apparent world, cannot be established. Nor must you say that it is the cognition of the non-duality of Brahman that brings about the means for the dissolution of the world, for, as we have already explained above, this cognition directly brings about final release, which is the same as the dissolution of the world, and thus there is nothing left to be effected by special means. And if finally the mode of procedure is something purely negative, it can, owing to this its nature, neither bring about nor in any way assist the instrumental cause. From all this it follows that there is no possibility of injunctions having for their object the realization of Brahman, in so far as free from the world. Here another prima facie view of the question is set forth. It must be admitted that the Vedanta texts are not means of authoritative knowledge, since they refer to Brahman, which is an accomplished thing. Nevertheless, Brahman itself is established by means of those passages which enjoin meditation. This is the purport of texts such as the following: the self is to be seen, to be heard, to be reflected on, to be meditated upon. The self, which is free from sin, must be searched out. Let a man meditate upon him as the self. Let a man meditate upon the self as his world. These injunctions have meditation for their object, and meditation again is defined by its own object only, so that the injunctive word immediately suggests an object of meditation, and as such an object that presents itself. The self mentioned in the same sentence. Now there arises the question, what are the characteristics of that self? And in reply to it there come in texts such as the true knowledge, infinite is Brahman, being only this was in the beginning, one without a second. As these texts give the required special information, they stand in a supplementary relation to the injunctions, and hence a means of right knowledge. And in this way the purport of the Vedanta texts includes Brahman, as having a definite place in meditation, which is the object of injunction. Texts such as one only without a second, that is the true, that is the self, there is here not any plurality, teach that there is one reality only, Brahman, and that everything else is false, and as perception and the other means of proof, as well as that part of scripture which refers to action and is based on the view of plurality, convey the notion of plurality, and as there is contradiction between plurality and absolute unity, we form the conclusion that the idea of plurality arises through beginningless savoir, while absolute unity alone is real, and thus it is through the injunction of meditation on Brahman, which has for its result the intuition of Brahman, that man reaches final release, becomes one with Brahman, which consists of non-dual intelligence free of all the manifold distinctions that spring from nescience. Nor is this becoming one with Brahman to be accomplished by the mere cognition of the sense of certain Vedanta texts, for this is not observed. The fact rather being that the view of plurality persists even after the cognition of the sense of those texts, and, moreover, if it were so, the injunction by scripture of hearing, reflecting, would be purposeless. To this reasoning the following objection might be raised. We observe that when a man is told that what he is afraid of is not a snake, but only a rope, his fear comes to an end. And as bondage is as unreal as the snake imagined in Pharaoh pit also admits of being sublated by knowledge, and may therefore, apart from all injunction, be put an end to by the simple comprehension of the sense of certain texts. If final release were to be brought about by injunctions, it would follow that it is not eternal, not any more than the heavenly world and the like, while yet its eternity is admitted by everyone. Acts of religious merit, moreover, can only be the causes of certain results insofar as they give rise to a body capable of experiencing those results, and thus necessarily produce the so-called samsara state, which consists in the connection of the soul with some sort of body, high or low. Release, therefore, is not something to be brought about by acts of religious merit. In agreement here with Scripture says, for the soul as long as it is in the body, there is no release from pleasure and pain. When it is free from the body, then neither pleasure nor pain touch it. This passage declares that in the state of release, when the soul is freed from the body, it is not touched by either pleasure or pain. The effects of acts of religious merit or demerit, and from this it follows that the disembodied state is not to be accomplished by acts of religious merit. Nor may it be said that, as other special results are accomplished by special injunctions, so the disembodied state is to be accomplished by the injunction of meditation, for that state is essentially something not to be affected. Thus scriptural texts say, the wise man who knows the self as bodiless among the bodies, as persisting among non-persisting things, as great and all-pervading, he does not grieve. That person is without breath, without internal organ, pure, without contact. Release, which is a bodiless state, is eternal, and cannot therefore be accomplished through meritorious acts. In agreement here with Scripture says, that which thou sayest apart from merit and non-merit, from what is done and not done, from what exists and what has to be accomplished, tell me that. Consider what follows also. When we speak of something being accomplished, we mean one of four things. Its being originated, or obtained, or modified, or in some way or other made ready or fit. Now in neither of these four senses can final release be said to be accomplished. It cannot be originated, for being Brahman itself it is eternal. It cannot be attained, for Brahman, being the self, is something eternally attained. It cannot be modified, for that would imply that like sour milk and similar things it is non-eternal. Nor finally can it be made ready or fit. A thing is made ready or fit either by the removal of some imperfection or by the addition of some perfection. Now Brahman cannot be freed from any imperfection, for it is eternally faultless, nor can a perfection be added to it, for it is absolutely perfect. Nor can it be improved in the sense in which we speak of improving a mirror by polishing it. For as it is absolutely changeless, it cannot become the object of any action, either of its own or of an outside agent. And, again, actions affecting the body, such as bathing, do not purify the self but only the organ of egoity, which is the product of ADHYÂYA, and connected with the body. It is this same ahankara also that enjoys the fruits springing from any action upon the body. Nor must it be said that the self is the ahankara, for the self rather is that which is conscious of the ahankara. This is the teaching of the mantras. One of them eats the sweet fruit, the other looks on without eating, when he is in union with the body, the senses, and the mind. Then wise men call him the enjoyer, the one God, hidden in all beings, all-pervading, the self within all beings, watching over all works, dwelling in all beings, the witness, the perceiver, the only one, free from qualities. He encircled all, bright, bodiless, scatheless, without muscles, pure, untouched by evil. All these texts distinguish from the ahankara due to nescience, the true self, absolutely perfect and pure, free from all change. Release therefore, which is the self, cannot be brought about in any way. But, if this is so, what then is the use of the comprehension of the texts? It is of use, we reply, insofar as it puts an end to the obstacles in the way of release. Thus scriptural texts declare, "You indeed are our Father, you who carry us from our ignorance to the other shore. I have heard from men like you that he who knows the self overcomes grief. I am in grief. Do, sir, help me over this grief of mine." To him whose faults had thus been rubbed out, Sanat Kumara showed the other bank of darkness. This shows that what is effected by the comprehension of the meaning of texts is merely the cessation of impediments in the way of release. This cessation itself, although something effected, is of the nature of that kind of non-existence which results from the destruction of something existent, and as such does not pass away. Texts such as "He knows Brahman, he becomes Brahman. Having known him he passes beyond death," declare that release follows immediately on the cognition of Brahman, and thus negative the intervention of injunctions. Nor can it be maintained that Brahman is related to action insofar as constituting the object of the action, either of knowledge or of meditation, for scriptural texts deny its being an object in either of these senses. Compare different is this from what is known, and from what is unknown. By whom he knows all this, whereby should he know him? That do thou know as Brahman, not that on which they meditate as being this. Nor does this view imply that the sacred texts have no object at all, for it is their object to put an end to the view of difference springing from avidya. Scripture does not objectivize Brahman in any definite form, but rather teaches that its true nature is to be non-object, and thereby puts an end to the distinction, fictitiously suggested by nescience, of the knowing subjects, acts of knowledge, and objects of knowledge. Compare the text, "You should not see a seer of seeing, you should not think a thinker of thought." Nor, again, must it be said that, if knowledge alone puts an end to bondage, the injunctions of hearing and so on are purposeless, for their function is to cause the origination of the comprehension of the texts, insofar as they divert from all other alternatives the student who is naturally inclined to yield to distractions. Nor, again, can it be maintained that a cessation of bondage through mere knowledge is never observed to take place, for as bondage is something false it cannot possibly persist after the rise of knowledge. For the same reason it is a mistake to maintain that the cessation of bondage takes place only after the death of the body. In order that the fear inspired by the imagined snake should come to an end, it is required only that the rope should be recognized as what it is, not that a snake should be destroyed. If the body were something real, its destruction would be necessary, but being apart from Brahman it is unreal. He whose bondage does not come to an end, in him true knowledge has not arisen. This we infer from the effect of such knowledge not being observed in him, whether the body persist or not. He who has reached true knowledge is released from that very moment. The general conclusion of all this is that, as release is not something to be accomplished by injunctions of meditation, Brahman is not proved to be something standing in a supplementary relation to such injunctions, but is rather proved by texts, such as "Thou art that." The true knowledge, infinite, is Brahman. This self is Brahman. This view is untenable, since the cessation of bondage cannot possibly spring from the mere comprehension of the meaning of texts. Even if bondage was something unreal, and therefore capable of sublation by knowledge, yet being something direct, immediate, it could not be sublated by the indirect comprehension of the sense of texts. When a man directly conscious of a snake before him is told by a competent bystander that it is not a snake but merely a rope, his fear is not dispelled by a mere cognition contrary to that of a snake, and due to the information received, but the information brings about the cessation of his fear in that way that it rouses him to an activity aiming at the direct perception, by means of his senses, of what the thing before him really is. Having at first started back in fear of the imagined snake, he now proceeds to ascertain by means of ocular perception the true nature of the thing, and having accomplished this is freed from fear. It would not be correct to say that in this case words produce this perceptional knowledge, for words are not a sense organ, and among the means of knowledge it is the sense organs only that give rise to direct knowledge. Nor, again, can it be pleaded that in this special case of Vedic texts sentences may give rise to direct knowledge, owing to the fact that the person concerned has cleansed himself of all imperfection through the performance of actions not aiming at immediate results, and has been withdrawn from all outward objects by hearing, reflection, and meditation. For in other cases also, where special impediments in the way of knowledge are being removed, we never observe that the special means of knowledge, such as the sense organs and so on, operate outside their proper limited sphere. Nor, again, can it be maintained that meditation acts as a means helpful towards the comprehension of texts, for this leads to vicious reciprocal dependence. When the meaning of the texts has been comprehended, it becomes the object of meditation, and when meditation has taken place there arises comprehension of the meaning of the texts. Nor can it be said that meditation and the comprehension of the meaning of texts have different objects, for if this were so the comprehension of the texts could not be a means helpful towards meditation. Meditation on one thing does not give rise to eagerness with regard to another thing. For meditation, which consists in uninterrupted remembrance of a thing cognized, the cognition of the sense of texts, moreover, forms an indispensable prerequisite for knowledge of Brahman. The object of meditation cannot originate from any other source. Nor can it be said that knowledge on which meditation is based is produced by one set of texts, while that knowledge which puts an end to the world is produced by such texts as Thou art that, and the like. For, we ask, has the former knowledge the same object as the latter, or a different one? On the former alternative we are led to the same vicious reciprocal dependence which we noted above, and on the latter alternative it cannot be shown that meditation gives rise to eagerness with regard to the latter kind of knowledge. Moreover, as meditation presupposes plurality comprising an object of meditation, a meditating subject and so on, it really cannot in any perceptible way be helpful towards the origination of the comprehension of the sense of texts, the object of which is the oneness of a Brahman free from all plurality. He, therefore, who maintains that nescience comes to an end through the mere comprehension of the meaning of texts really implies that the injunctions of hearing, reflection, and meditation are purposeless. The conclusion that, since direct knowledge cannot spring from texts, nescience is not terminated by the comprehension of the meaning of texts, disposes at the same time of the hypothesis of the so-called release in this life. For what definition, we ask, can be given of this release in this life? Release of a soul while yet joined to a body. You might as well say, we reply, that your mother never had any children. You have yourself proved by scriptural passages that bondage means the being joined to a body, and release being free from a body. Let us then define Jivanmukti as the cessation of embodiedness, in that sense that a person, while the appearance of embodiedness persists, is conscious of the unreality of that appearance. But, we rejoin, if the consciousness of the unreality of the body puts an end to embodiedness, how can you say that Jivanmukti means release of a soul while joined to a body? On this explanation there remains no difference whatsoever between release in this life and release after death, for the latter also can only be defined as cessation of the false appearance of embodiedness. Let us then say that a person is given mukta when the appearance of embodiedness, although sublated by true knowledge, yet persists in the same way as the appearance of the moon being double persists. This too we cannot allow, as the sublating act of cognition on which release depends extends to everything with the exception of Brahman. It sublates the general defect due to causal nescience, inclusive of the particular erroneous appearance of embodiedness. The latter being sublated in this way cannot persist. In the case of the double moon, on the other hand, the defect of vision on which the erroneous appearance depends is not the object of the sublative art of cognition, the cognition of the oneness of the moon, and it therefore remains non-sublated, hence the false appearance of a double moon may persist. Moreover, the text for him there is delay only as long as he is not freed from the body, then he will be released, teaches that he who takes his stand on the knowledge of the real requires for his release the putting off of the body only. The text thus negatives Givan Mukti. Upastamba also rejects the view of Givan Mukti, abandoning the Vedas, this world and the next. He is to seek the self. He obtains salvation when he knows. This opinion is contradicted by the sutras. If salvation were obtained when the self is known, he should not feel any pain even in this world. Hereby that which follows is explained. This refutes also the view that release is obtained through mere knowledge. The conclusion to be drawn from all this is that release, which consists in the cessation of all plurality, cannot take place as long as a man lives, and we therefore adhere to our view that bondage is to be terminated only by means of the injunctions of meditation, the result of which is direct knowledge of Brahman. Nor must this be objected to on the ground that release, if brought about by injunctions, must therefore be something non-eternal, for what is effected is not release itself, but only the cessation of what impedes it. Moreover, the injunction does not directly produce the cessation of bondage, but only through the mediation of the direct cognition of Brahman as consisting of pure knowledge, and not connected with the world. It is this knowledge only which the injunction produces. But how can an injunction cause the origination of knowledge? How, we ask in return, can, on your view, works not aiming at some immediate result cause the origination of knowledge? You will perhaps reply by means of purifying the mind, but this reply may be given by me also. But there is a difference. On my view, scripture produces knowledge in the mind purified by works, while on your view we must assume that in the purified mind the means of knowledge are produced by injunction. The mind itself, we reply, purified by knowledge, constitutes this means. How do you know this? Our opponent questions. How, we ask in return, do you know that the mind is purified by works, and that, in the mind so purified of a person withdrawn from all other objects by hearing, reflection and meditation, scripture produces that knowledge which destroys bondage? Through certain texts such as the following, they seek to know him by sacrifice, by gifts, by penance, by fasting. He is to be heard, to be reflected on, to be meditated on. He knows Brahman. He becomes Brahman. Well, we reply, in the same way our view, that through the injunction of meditation the mind is cleared, and that a clear mind gives rise to direct knowledge of Brahman, is confirmed by scriptural texts such as he is to be heard, to be reflected on, to be meditated on. He who knows Brahman reaches the highest. He is not apprehended by the eye nor by speech, but by a pure mind. He is apprehended by the heart, by wisdom, by the mind. Nor can it be said that the text not that which they meditate upon is this negatives meditation, It does not forbid meditation on Brahman, but merely declares that Brahman is different from the world. The mantra is to be explained as follows: what men meditate upon as his world, that is not Brahman. Know Brahman to be that which is not uttered by speech, but through which speech is uttered. On a different explanation, the clause know that to be Brahman would be irrational, and the injunctions of meditation on the self would be meaningless. The outcome of all this is that unreal bondage which appears in the form of a plurality of knowing subjects, objects of knowledge, is put an end to by the injunctions of meditation, the fruit of which is direct intuitive knowledge of Brahman. Nor can we approve of the doctrine held by some that there is no contradiction between difference and non-difference, for difference and non-difference cannot coexist in one thing, any more than coldness and heat, or light and darkness. Let us first hear in detail what the holder of this so-called Vedanta view has to say. The whole universe of things must be ordered in agreement with our cognitions. Now we are conscious of all things as different and non-different at the same time. They are non-different in their causal and generic aspects, and different insofar as viewed as effects and individuals. There indeed is a contradiction between light and darkness and so on, for these cannot possibly exist together, and they are actually met with in different abodes. Such contradictoriness is not, on the other hand, observed in the case of cause and effect, and genus and individual. On the contrary, we here distinctly apprehend one thing as having two aspects. This jar is clay, this cow is short-horned. The fact is that experience does not show us anything that has one aspect only. Nor can it be said that in these cases there is absence of contradiction, because as fire consumes grass, so non-difference absorbs difference, for the same thing which exists as clay, or gold, or cow, or horse, at the same time exists as jar or diadem, or short-horned cow or mare. There is no command of the Lord to the effect that one aspect only should belong to each thing, non-difference to what is non-different, and difference to what is different. But one aspect only belongs to each thing, because it is thus that things are perceived. On the contrary, we reply, things have twofold aspects, just because it is thus that they are perceived. No man, however wide he may open his eyes, is able to distinguish in an object, a jar or a cow, placed before him which part is the clay and which the jar, or which part is the generic character of the cow and which the individual cow. On the contrary, his thought finds its true expression in the following judgments: this jar is clay, this cow is short-horned. Nor can it be maintained that he makes a distinction between the cause and genus as objects of the idea of persistence, and the effect and individual as objects of the idea of discontinuance, for as a matter of fact, there is no perception of these two elements in separation. A man may look ever so close at a thing placed before him, he will not be able to perceive a difference of aspect and to point out this is the persisting, general, element in the thing, and that the non-persistent, individual, element. Just as an effect and an individual give rise to the idea of one thing, so the effect plus cause, and the individual plus generic character, also give rise to the idea of one thing only. This very circumstance makes it possible for us to recognize each individual thing, placed as it is among a multitude of things differing in place, time, and character. Each thing thus being cognized as endowed with a twofold aspect, the theory of cause and effect, and generic character and individual, being absolutely different, is clearly refuted by perception. But, an objection is raised, if on account of grammatical coordination and the resulting idea of oneness, the judgment this pot is clay is taken to express the relation of difference, plus non-difference, we shall have analogously to infer from judgments such as I am a man, I am a divine being, that the self and the body also stand in the Veda relation. The theory of the coexistence of difference and non-difference will thus act like a fire which a man has lit on his hearth, and which in the end consumes the entire house. This, we reply, is the baseless idea of a person who has not duly considered the true nature of coordination, as establishing the Veda relation. Their correct principle is that all reality is determined by states of consciousness not sublated by valid means of proof. The imagination, however, of the identity of the self and the body is sublated by all the means of proof which apply to the self. It is in fact no more valid than the imagination of the snake in the rope, and does not therefore prove the non-difference of the two. The coordination, on the other hand, which is expressed in the judgment the cow is short-horned, is never observed to be refuted in any way, and hence establishes the Veda relation. For the same reasons the individual soul is not absolutely different from Brahman, but stands to it in the Veda relation insofar as it is a part of Brahman. Its non-difference from Brahman is essential. Its difference is due to limiting adjuncts. This we know, in the first place, from those scriptural texts which declare non-difference, such as "Thou art that, there is no other seer but he, this self is Brahman," and the passage from the Brahma Sukta in the Samhitopanishad of the Atharvanas which, after having said that Brahman is heaven and earth, continues, "The fishermen are Brahman, the slaves are Brahman, Brahman are these gamblers, man and woman are born from Brahman, women are Brahman and so are men." And, in the second place, from those texts which declare difference, he who, 1. Eternal, intelligent, fulfills the desires of many non-eternal intelligent beings. There are two unborn, one knowing, the other not knowing, one strong, the other weak, being the cause of their connection with him, through the qualities of action and the qualities of the self. He is seen as another, the lord of nature and the souls, the ruler of the qualities, the cause of the bondage, the existence and the release of the samsara. He is the cause, the lord of the lords of the organs. One of the two eats the sweet fruit, without eating the other looks on. He who dwelling in the self, embraced by the intelligent self, he knows nothing that is without, nothing that is within. Mounted by the intelligent self he goes groaning. Having known him he passes beyond death. On the ground of these two sets of passages the individual and the highest self must needs be assumed to stand in the Veda relation, and texts such as "He knows Brahman, he becomes Brahman," which teach that in the state of release the individual soul enters into Brahman itself, and again texts such as "But when the self has become all for him, whereby should he see another," which forbid us to view, in the state of release, the Lord as something different, show that non-difference is essential. But, an objection is raised, the text "He reaches all desires together" in the wise Brahman, in using the word together shows that even in the state of release the soul is different from Brahman. This is not so, we reply, for the text, "There is no other seer but he," and many similar texts distinctly negative all plurality in the self. The Taittiriya text quoted by you means that man reaches Brahman with all desires, Brahman comprising within itself all objects of desire. If it were understood differently, it would follow that Brahman holds a subordinate position only. And if meant that the released soul is separate from Brahman, it would follow that it is deficient in lordly power. For these reasons, non-difference is the essential condition, while the distinction of the souls from Brahman and from each other is due to their limiting adjuncts, the internal organ, the sense organs, and the body. Brahman indeed is without parts and omnipresent, but through its adjuncts it becomes capable of division just as ether is divided by jas and the like. Nor must it be said that this leads to a reprehensibly mutual dependence, Brahman in so far as divided entering into conjunction with its adjuncts, and again the division in Brahman being caused by its conjunction with its adjuncts, for these adjuncts and Brahman's connection with them are due to action, and the stream of action is without a beginning. The limiting adjuncts to which a soul is joined spring from the soul as connected with previous works, and work again springs from the soul as joined to its adjuncts, and as this connection with works and adjuncts is without a beginning in time, no fault can be found with our theory. The non-difference of the souls from each other and Brahman is thus essential, while their difference is due to the upadis. These upadis, on the other hand, are at the same time essentially non-distinct and essentially distinct from each other and Brahman, for there are no other upadis, and if we admitted such, we should again have to assume further upadis, and so on in infinitum. We therefore hold that the upadis are produced, in accordance with the actions of the individual souls, as essentially non-different and different from Brahman. To this Beda view the Purvapakshan now objects on the following grounds. The whole aggregate of Vedanta texts aims at enjoining meditation on a non-dual Brahman whose essence is reality, intelligence, and bliss, and thus sets forth the view of non-difference, while on the other hand the Karma section of the Veda, and likewise perception and the other means of knowledge, intimate the view of the difference of things. Now, as difference and non-difference are contradictory, and as the view of difference may be accounted for as resting on beginningless nescience, we conclude that universal non-difference is what is real. The tenet that difference and non-difference are not contradictory because both are proved by our consciousness, cannot be upheld. If one thing has different characteristics from another, there is distinction of the two. The contrary condition of things constitutes non-distinction. Who in his senses then would maintain that these two, suchness and non-suchness, can be found together? You have maintained that non-difference belongs to a thing viewed as cause and genus, and difference to the same viewed as effect and individual, and that, owing to this twofold aspect of things, non-difference and difference are not irreconcilable, but that this view also is untenable. A presentation of the question in definite alternatives will show. Do you mean to say that the difference lies in one aspect of the thing and the non-difference in the other? Or that difference and non-difference belong to the thing possessing two aspects? On the former alternative, the difference belongs to the individual and the non-difference to the genus. And this implies that there is no one thing with a double aspect. And should you say that the genus and individual together constitute one thing only, you abandon the view that it is difference of aspect which takes away the contradictoriness of difference and non-difference. We have moreover remarked already that difference in characteristics and its opposite are absolutely contradictory. On the second alternative, we have two aspects of different kind and an unknown thing supposed to be the substrate of those aspects. But this assumption of a triad of entities proves only their mutual difference of character, not their non-difference. Should you say that the non-contradictoriness of two aspects constitutes simultaneous difference and non-difference in the thing which is their substrate, we ask in return, how can two aspects which have a thing for their substrate, and thus are different from the thing, introduce into that thing a combination of two contradictory attributes? And much less even are they able to do so if they are viewed as non-different from the thing which is their substrate. If, moreover, the two aspects on the one hand, and the thing in which they inhere on the other, be admitted to be distinct entities, there will be required a further factor to bring about their difference and non-difference, and we shall thus be led into a regressus in infinitum. Nor is it a fact that the idea of a thing inclusive of its generic character bears the character of unity, in the same way as the admittedly uniform idea of an individual. For wherever a state of consciousness expresses itself in the form "this is such and such," it implies the distinction of an attribute or mode, and that to which the attribute or mode belongs. In the case under discussion, the genus constitutes the mode, and the individual that to which the mode belongs. The idea does not therefore possess the character of unity. For these very reasons the individual soul cannot stand to Brahman in the Veda-Veda relation. And as the view of non-difference is founded on scripture, we assume that the view of difference rests on beginningless nescience. But on this view want of knowledge and all the imperfections springing therefrom, such as birth, death, would cling to Brahman itself. And this would contradict scriptural texts such as "He who is all-knowing, that self-free from all evil." Not so, we reply, for all those imperfections we consider to be unreal. On your view, on the other hand, which admits nothing but Brahman and its limiting adjuncts, all the imperfections which spring from contact with those adjuncts must really belong to Brahman. For as Brahman is without parts, indivisible, the upadas cannot divide or split it so as to connect themselves with a part only, but necessarily connect themselves with Brahman itself and produce their effects on it. Here the following explanation may possibly be attempted. Brahman determined by an upadi constitutes the individual soul. This soul is of atomic size, since what determines it, the internal organ, is itself of atomic size, and the limitation itself is without beginning. All the imperfections therefore connect themselves only with that special place that is determined by the upadi, and do not affect the highest Brahman, which is not limited by the upadi. In reply to this we ask, do you mean to say that what constitutes the atomic individual soul is a part of Brahman which is limited and cut off by the limiting adjunct, or some particular part of Brahman which, without being thereby divided off, is connected with an atomic upadi, or Brahman in its totality is connected with an upadi, or some other intelligent being connected with an upadi, or finally the upadi itself? The first alternative is not possible, because Brahman cannot be divided. It would moreover imply that the individual soul has a beginning, for division means the making of one thing into two. On the second alternative it would follow that, as a part of Brahman would be connected with the upadi, all the imperfections due to the upadis would adhere to that part. And further, if the upadi would not possess the power of attracting to itself the particular part of Brahman with which it is connected, it would follow that when the upadi moves, the part with which it is connected would constantly change. In other words, bondage and release would take place at every moment. If, on the contrary, the upadi possessed the power of attraction, the whole Brahman, as not being capable of division, would be attracted and move with the upadi. And should it be said that what is all-pervading and without parts cannot be attracted and move, well then the upadi only moves, and we are again met by the difficulties stated above. Moreover, if all the upadis were connected with the parts of Brahman viewed as one and undivided, all individual souls, being nothing but parts of Brahman, would be considered as non-distinct. And should it be said that they are not thus cognized as one because they are constituted by different parts of Brahman, it would follow that as soon as the upadi of one individual soul is moving, the identity of that soul would be lost. On the third alternative, Brahman itself being connected with the upadi enters into the condition of individual soul, and there remains no non-conditioned Brahman. And, moreover, the soul in all bodies will then be one only. On the fourth alternative, the individual soul is something altogether different from Brahman, and the difference of the soul from Brahman thus ceases to depend on the upadis of Brahman. And the fifth alternative means the embracing of the view of the Carvaka. The conclusion from all this is that on the strength of the texts declaring non-difference we must admit that all difference is based on nescience only. Hence, Scripture being an authoritative instrument of knowledge insofar only as it is for its end action and the cessation of action, the Vedanta texts must be allowed to be a valid means of knowledge with regard to Brahman's nature, insofar as they stand in a supplementary relation to the injunctions of meditation. This view is finally combated by the Mimamsaka. Even if, he says, we allow the Vedanta texts to have a purport insofar as they are supplementary to injunctions of meditation, they cannot be viewed as valid means of knowledge with regard to Brahman. Do the texts referring to Brahman, we ask, occupy the position of valid means of knowledge insofar as they form a syntactic whole with the injunctions of meditation, or as independent sentences? In the former case the purport of the syntactic whole is simply to enjoin meditation, and it cannot therefore aim at giving instruction about Brahman. If, on the other hand, the texts about Brahman are separate independent sentences, they cannot have the purport of prompting to action and are therefore devoid of instructive power. Nor must it be said that meditation is a kind of continued remembrance, and as such requires to be defined by the object remembered, and that the demand of the injunction of meditation for something to be remembered is satisfied by texts such as all this is that self, the true knowledge, infinite is Brahman, which set forth the nature and attributes of Brahman and, forming a syntactic whole with the injunctions, are a valid means of knowledge with regard to the existence of the matter they convey. For the fact is that the demand on the part of an injunction of meditation for an object to be remembered may be satisfied even by something unreal, as in the case of injunctions such as let him meditate upon mind as Brahman. The real existence of the object of meditation is therefore not demanded. The final conclusion arrived at in this Purvapakshya is therefore as follows: as the Vedanta texts do not aim at prompting to action or the cessation of action, as, even on the supposition of their being supplementary to injunctions of meditation, the only thing they effect is to set forth the nature of the object of meditation, and as, even if they are viewed as independent sentences, they accomplish the end of man by knowledge merely, being thus comparable to tales with which we soothe children or sick persons, it does not lie within their province to establish the reality of an accomplished thing, and hence Scripture cannot be viewed as a valid means for the cognition of Brahman. To this prima facie view the Sutrakara replies, but this on account of connection. Connection is here to be taken in an eminent sense, as connection with the end of man. That Brahman, which is measureless bliss and therefore constitutes the highest end of man, is connected with the texts as the tropic set forth by them, proves Scripture to be a valid means for the cognition of Brahman. To maintain that the whole body of Vedanta texts which teach us that Brahman is the highest object to be attained, since it consists of supreme bliss free of all blemish whatsoever, is devoid of all use and purpose merely because it does not aim at action or the cessation of action, is no better than to say that a youth of royal descent is of no use because he does not belong to a community of low wretches living on the flesh of dogs. The relation of the different texts is as follows. There are individual souls of numberless kinds: gods, asuras, gandharvas, siddhas, vidyadharas, kinnaras, kimpurushas, yakshas, rakshasas, pisakas, men, beasts, birds, creeping animals, trees, bushes, creepers, grasses and so on, distinguished as male, female, or sexless, and having different sources of nourishment and support and different objects of enjoyment. Now all these souls are deficient in insight into the true nature of the highest reality, their understandings being obscured by nescience operating in a form of beginningless karma, and hence those texts only are fully useful to them which teach that there exists a highest Brahman, which the souls in the state of release may cognize as non-different from themselves, and Victan, through its own essential nature, qualities, power and energies, imparts to those souls bliss infinite and unsurpassable. When now the question arises, as it must arise, as to how this Brahman is to be attained, the step in certain other Vedanta texts, such as he who knows Brahman reaches the highest, and let a man meditate on the self as his world, and, by means of terms denoting knowing and so on, enjoin meditation as the means of attaining Brahman. The case is like that of a man who has been told there is a treasure hidden in your house. He learns through this sentence the existence of the treasure, is satisfied, and then takes active steps to find it and make it his own. Or take the case of a young prince who, intent on some boyish play, leaves his father's palace and, losing his way, does not return. The king thinks his son is lost. The boy himself is received by some good Brahman who brings him up and teaches him without knowing who the boy's father is. When the boy has reached his 16th year and is accomplished in every way, some fully trustworthy person tells him, "Your father is the ruler of all these lands, famous for the possession of all noble qualities, wisdom, generosity, kindness, courage, valor and so on, and he stays in his capital, longing to see you, his lost child." Hearing that his father is alive and a man so high and noble, the boy's heart is filled with supreme joy, and the king also, understanding that his son is alive, in good health, handsome and well instructed, considers himself to have attained all a man can wish for. He then takes steps to recover his son, and finally the two are reunited. The assertion again that a statement referring to some accomplished thing gratifies men merely by imparting a knowledge of the thing, without being a means of knowledge with regard to its real existence, so that it would be comparable to the tales we tell to children and sick people, can in no way be upheld. When it is ascertained that a thing has no real existence, the mere knowledge or idea of the thing does not gratify. The pleasure which stories give to children and sick people is due to the fact that they erroneously believe them to be true. If they were to find out that the matter present to their thought is untrue, their pleasure would come to an end that very moment. And thus in the case of the texts of the Upanishads also. If we thought that these texts do not mean to intimate the real existence of Brahman, the mere idea of Brahman to which they give rise would not satisfy us in any way. The conclusion therefore is that texts such as that from whence these beings are born do convey valid instruction as to the existence of Brahman, that being which is the sole cause of the world, is free from all shadow of imperfection, comprises within itself all auspicious qualities, such as omniscience and so on, and is of the nature of supreme bliss. Here terminates the adhikârana of connection. On account of seeing that which is not founded on scripture is not. We have maintained that what is taught by the texts relative to the origination of the world is Brahman, omniscient, and so on. The present sutra and the following sutras now add that those texts can in no way refer to the pradhana and similar entities which rest on inference only. We read in the Khandogya, "Being only was this in the beginning, one only, without a second. It thought, may I be many, may I grow forth. It sent forth fire." Here a doubt arises whether the cause of the world denoted by the term being is the pradhana, assumed by others, which rests on inference, or Brahman as defined by us. The Purvapakshan maintains that the pradhana is meant. For he says, the Khandogya text quoted expresses the causal state of what is denoted by the word this. The aggregate of things comprising manifold effects, such as ether, consisting of the three elements of goodness, passion and darkness, and forming the sphere of fruition of intelligent beings. By the affected state we understand the assuming, on the part of the causal substance, of a different condition. Whatever therefore constitutes the essential nature of a thing in its affected state, the same constitutes its essential nature in the causal state also. Now the effect, in our case, is made up of the three elements goodness, passion and darkness, hence the cause is the pradhana, which consists in an equipoise of those three elements. And as in this pradhana all distinctions are merged, so that it is pure being, the Khandogya text refers to it as being one only, without a second. This establishes the non-difference of effect and cause, and in this way the promise that through the knowledge of one thing all things are to be known admits of being fulfilled. Otherwise, moreover, there would be no analogy between the instance of the lump of clay and the things made of it, and the matter to be illustrated thereby. The texts speaking of the origination of the world therefore intimate the pradhana taught by the great sage Kapila. And as the Khandogya passage has, owing to the presence of an initial statement and a proving instance, the form of an inference, the term being means just that which rests on inference. The pradhana. This prima facie view is set aside by the words of the sutra. That which does not rest on scripture, the pradhana, which rests on inference only, is not what is intimated by the texts referring to the origination of the world, for the text exhibits the root ikshapostrophe, which means to think, as denoting a special activity on the part of what is termed being. It thought, may I be many, may I grow forth. Thinking cannot possibly belong to the non-sentient pradhana. The term being can therefore denote only the all-knowing highest person who is capable of thought. In agreement with this we find that, in all sections which refer to creation, the act of creation is stated to be preceded by thought. He thought, shall I send forth worlds? He sent forth these worlds. He thought he sent forth prana, and others. But it is a rule that as a cause we must assume only what corresponds to the effect. Just so, and what corresponds to the total aggregate of effects is the highest person, all-knowing, all-powerful, whose purposes realize themselves, who has minds and matter in their subtle state for his body. Compare the texts. His high power is revealed as manifold, as inherent, acting as force and knowledge. He who is all-knowing, all-perceiving, he of whom the unevolved is the body, of whom the imperishable is the body, of whom death is the body. He is the inner self of all things. The present sutra declares that the texts treating of creation cannot refer to the pradhana. The sutra just mentioned will dispose of objections. Nor is the Purvapakshan right in maintaining that the Khandogya passage is of the nature of an inference, for it does not state to reason. The illustrative instance is introduced merely in order to convince him who considers it impossible that all things should be known through one thing, as maintained in the passage through which that is heard which was not heard, that this is possible after all, and the mention made in the text of seeing clearly shows that there is absolutely no intention of setting forth an inference. Let us assume, then, the Purvapakshan resumes, that the seeing of the text denotes not seeing in its primary, direct sense, such as belongs to intelligent beings only, but seeing in a secondary, figurative sense which there is ascribed to the pradhana in the same way as in passages immediately following it is ascribed to fire and water. The fire saw, the water saw, the transference, to non-existent things, of attributes properly belonging to sentient beings is quite common, as when we say the rice fields look out for rain, the rain delighted the seeds. If it be said that has a secondary meaning, we deny this, on account of the word self. The contention that, because, in passages standing close by, the word seeing is used in a secondary sense, the seeing predicated of the sat is also to be taken in a secondary sense, as denoting a certain condition previous to creation, cannot be upheld, for in other texts met within the same section, that which first had been spoken of as sat is called the self. The designation self, which in this passage is applied to the sat in its relation to the entire world, sentient or non-sentient, is in no way appropriate to the pradhana. We therefore conclude that, as the highest self is the self of fire, water, and earth also, the words fire denote the highest self only. This conclusion agrees with the text "Let me enter into these three beings with this living self, and evolve names and forms," for this text implies that fire, water, possess substantial being and definite names only through the highest self having entered into them. The thought ascribed in the text to fire, water, hence is thought in the proper sense, and the hypothesis that, owing to its connection with these latter texts, the thought predicated of being should be thought in a figurative sense only thus lapses altogether, because release is taught of him who takes his stand on it. Svetaketu, who is desirous of final release, is at first, by means of the clause "thou art that," instructed to meditate on himself as having his self in that which truly is, and thereupon the passage "for him there is delay only as long as I shall not be released, then I shall be united" teaches that for a man taking his stand upon that teaching there will be release, union with Brahman, which is delayed only until this mortal body falls away. If, on the other hand, the text would teach that the non-intelligent pradhana is the general cause, it could not possibly teach that meditation on this pradhana being a man's self is the means towards his release. A man taking his stand on such meditation rather would on death be united with a non-sentient principle, according to the scriptural saying, "According as his thought is in this world, so will he be when he has departed this life," and scripture, which is more loving than even 1,000 parents, cannot possibly teach such union with the non-sentient, which is acknowledged to be the cause of all the assaults of suffering in its threefold form. Moreover, those who hold the theory of the pradhana being the cause of the world do not themselves maintain that he who takes his stand upon the pradhana attains final release. The pradhana is not the cause of the world for the following reason also, and because there is no statement of its having to be set aside. If the word sat denoted the pradhana as the cause of the world, we should expect the text to teach that the idea of having his self in that sat should be set aside by Svetaketu as desirous of release, for that idea would be contrary to release. So far from teaching this, the text, however, directly inculcates that notion in the words "thou art that," and on account of the contradiction of the initial statement, the pradhanas being the cause of the world would imply a contradiction of the initial statement, that through the knowledge of one thing all things are to be known. Now, on the principle of the non-difference of cause and effect, this initial statement can only be fulfilled in that way that through the knowledge of the sat, which is the cause, there is known the entire world, whether sentient or non-sentient, which constitutes the effect. But if the pradhana were the cause, the aggregate of sentient beings could not be known through it, for sentient beings are not the effect of a non-sentient principle, and there would thus arise a contradiction. On account of going to the self, with reference to the sat the text says, "Learn from me the true nature of sleep," When a man sleeps here, he becomes united with the sat, he has gone to his own. Therefore they say he sleeps, because he is gone to his own apostrophe. This text designates the soul in the state of deep sleep as having entered into, or being merged or reabsorbed in, the self. By reabsorption we understand something being merged in its cause. Now the non-intelligent pradana cannot be the cause of the intelligent soul, hence the soul's going to itself can only mean it's going to the universal, self. The term individual soul denotes Brahman insofar as having an intelligent substance for its body, Brahman itself constituting the self, as we learn from the text referring to the distinction of names and forms. This Brahman, thus called Jiva, is in the state of deep sleep, no less than in that of a general pralaya, free from the investment of names and forms, and is then designated as mere being. As the text says, he is then united with the sat, as the soul is in the state of deep sleep free from the investment of name and form, and invested by the intelligent self only. Another text says with reference to the same state, embraced by the intelligent self he knows nothing that is without, nothing that is within. Up to the time of final release there arise in the soul invested by name and form the cognitions of objects different from itself. During deep sleep the souls divest themselves of names and forms, and are embraced by the sat only, but in the waking state they again invest themselves with names and forms, and thus bear corresponding distinctive names and forms. This, other scriptural texts also distinctly declare, when a man lying in deep sleep sees no dream whatever, he becomes one with that prana alone. From that self the pranas proceed, each towards its place. Whatever these creatures are here, whether a lion or a wolf or a boar or a gnat or a mosquito, that they become again. Hence the term sat denotes the highest Brahman, the all-knowing highest Lord, the highest person. Thus the Vritikara also says, then he becomes united with the sat. This is proved by entering into it and coming back out of it. And scripture also says, embraced by the intelligent self, on account of the uniformity of view. In the beginning the self was all this, there was nothing else whatsoever thinking. He thought, shall I send forth worlds? He sent forth these worlds. From that self sprang ether, from ether air, from air fire, from fire water, from water earth. From this great being were breathed forth the Rig Veda. These and similar texts referring to the creation have all the same purport. They all teach us that the Supreme Lord is the cause of the world. We therefore conclude that in the KH passage also the Sat, which is said to be the cause of the world, is the Supreme Lord, and because it is directly stated in Scripture, the text of the same Upanishad directly declares that the being denoted by the word Sat evolves, as the universal self, names and forms, is all-knowing, all-powerful, all-embracing, is free from all evil, realizes all its wishes and purposes. Let me, entering those beings with this living self, evolve names and forms. All these creatures have their root in the Sat, they dwell in the Sat, they rest in the Sat. All this has that for itself, it is the true, it is the self, whatever there is of him here in the world, and whatever is not, all that is contained within it, in it all desires are contained. It is the self free from sin, free from old age, from death and grief, from hunger and thirst, whose wishes come true, whose purposes come true. And analogously other scriptural texts, of him there is no master in the world, no ruler, not even a sign of him. He is the cause, the Lord of the lords of the organs, and there is of him neither parent nor lord. The wise one who, having created all forms and having given them names, is calling them by those names. He who entered within is the ruler of all beings, the self of all, the self of all, the refuge, the ruler of all, the Lord of the souls. Whatsoever is seen or heard in this world, inside or outside, pervading that all Narayana abides. He is the inner self of all beings, free from all evil, the divine, the only God Narayana. These and other texts which declare the world to have sprung from the highest Lord, can in no way be taken as establishing the pradhana. Hence it remains a settled conclusion that the highest person, Narayana, free from all shadow of imperfection, is the single cause of the whole universe, and is that Brahman which these sutras point out as the object of inquiry. For the same reasons the theory of a Brahman, which is nothing but non-differenced intelligence, must also be considered as refuted by the Sutrakara, with the help of the scriptural texts quoted, for those texts prove that the Brahman, which forms the object of inquiry, possesses attributes such as thinking, and so on, in their real literal sense. On the theory, on the other hand, of a Brahman that is nothing but distinctionless intelligence, even the witnessing function of consciousness would be unreal. The sutras propose as the object of inquiry Brahman as known from the Vedanta texts, and thereupon teach that Brahman is intelligent. To be intelligent means to possess the quality of intelligence. A being devoid of the quality of thought would not differ in nature from the pradhana. Further, on the theory of Brahman being mere non-differenced light, it would be difficult to prove that Brahman is self-luminous. For by light we understand that particular thing which renders itself, as well as other things, capable of becoming the object of ordinary thought and speech, but as a thing devoid of all difference does not, of course, possess these two characteristics. It follows that it is as devoid of intelligence as a pot may be. Let it then be assumed that although a thing devoid of all distinction does not actually possess these characteristics, yet it has the potentiality or possessing them. But if it possesses the attribute of potentiality, it is clear that you abandon your entire theory of a substance devoid of all distinction. Let us then admit, on the authority of Scripture, that the universal substance possesses this one distinguishing attribute of self-luminousness. Well, in that case you must of course admit, on the same authority, all those other qualities also which Scripture vouches for, such as all-knowingness, the possession of all powers, and so on. Moreover, potentiality means capability to produce certain special effects, and hence can be determined on the ground of those special effects only. But if there are no means of knowing these particular effects, there are also no means of cognizing potentiality, and those who hold the theory of a substance devoid of all difference, have not even means of proof for their substance, for as we have shown before, perception, inference, scripture, and one's own consciousness, are all alike in so far as having for their objects things marked by difference. It therefore remains a settled conclusion that the Brahman to be known is nothing else but the highest person capable of the thought of becoming many by manifesting himself in a world comprising manifold sentient and non-sentient creatures. Here terminates the adhikārana of seeing. So far the sutras have declared that the Brahman which forms the object of inquiry is different from the non-intelligent pradhana, which is merely an object of fruition for intelligent beings. They now proceed to show that Brahman, which is antagonistic to all evil and constituted by supreme bliss, is different from the individual soul, which is subject to karman, whether that soul be in its purified state or in the impure state that is due to its immersion in the ocean of manifold and endless sufferings, springing from the soul's contact with Prakriti, the self consisting of bliss on account of multiplication. We read in the text of the ADHYÄYAs, different from this self, which consists of understanding, is the other inner self, which consists of bliss. Here the doubt arises whether the self consisting of bliss be the highest self, which is different from the inner self subject to bondage and release, and termed giver, or whether it be that very inner self, the giver. It is that inner self, the Purvapakshan contends. For the text says of that this, the self consisting of bliss, is the Sarira self, and Sarira means that which is joined to a body, in other words, the so-called giver. But, an objection is raised. The text enumerates the different selves, beginning with the self consisting of bliss, to the end that man may obtain the bliss of Brahman, which was, at the outset, stated to be the cause of the world, and in the end teaches that the self consisting of bliss is the cause of the world, and that the cause of the world is the all-knowing Lord, since Scripture says of him that he thought. We have already explained that cause of the world, the Purvapakshan rejoins, is not different from the giver, for in the text of the Khandogya's that being which first is described as the creator of the world is exhibited, in two passages, in coordination with the giver. And the purport of coordination is to express oneness of being, as when we say, this person here is that Vedanta we knew before, and creation preceded by thought can very well be ascribed to an intelligent giver. The connection of the whole Transitory text then is as follows. In the introductory clause, he who knows Brahman attains the highest, the true nature of the giver, free from all connection with matter, is referred to as something to be attained. And of this nature a definition is given in the words, the true knowledge, the infinite is Brahman. The attainment of the giver in this form is what constitutes release. In agreement with the text, so long as he is in the body he cannot get free from pleasure and pain, but when he is free from the body then neither pleasure nor pain touches him. This true nature of the self, free from all avidya, which the text begins by presenting as an object to be attained, is thereupon declared to be the self consisting of bliss. In order to lead up to this, just as a man points out to another the moon by first pointing out the branch of a tree near which the moon is to be seen, the text at first refers to the body, next to the vital breath with its 5 modifications which is within the body and supports it, then to the manas within the vital breath, then to the buddhi within the manas, the self consisting of breath, the self consisting of mind, the self consisting of understanding. Having thus gradually led up to the giver, the text finally points out the latter, which is the innermost of all, and thus completes the series of selves one inside the other. We hence conclude that the self consisting of bliss is that same giver self, which was at the outset pointed out as the Brahman to be attained. But the clause immediately following, Brahman is the tail, the support, indicates that Brahman is something different from the self of bliss. By no means. Brahman is, owing to its different characteristics, there compared to an animal body, and head, wings, and tail are ascribed to it, just as in a preceding clause the body consisting of food had also been imagined as having head, wings, and tail, these members not being something different from the body, but the body itself. Joy, satisfaction, great satisfaction, bliss, are imagined as the members, non-different from it, of Brahman consisting of bliss, and of them all the unmixed bliss constituted Brahman is said to be the tail or support. If Brahman were something different from the self consisting of bliss, the text would have continued, different from this self consisting of bliss is the other inner self, Brahman. But there is no such continuation. The connection of the different clauses stands as follows. After Brahman has been introduced as the topic of this section, and defined as different in nature from everything else, the text designates it by the term self, and then, in order to make it clear that Brahman is the innermost self of all, enumerates the pranamaya and so on, designating them in succession as more and more inward selves, and finally leads up to the anandamaya as the innermost self, from all which it appears that the term self up to the end denotes the Brahman mentioned at the beginning. But, in immediate continuation of the clause, Brahman is the tail, the support, the text exhibits the following sloka: non-existing becomes he who views Brahman as non-existing, who knows Brahman as existing. Him we know as himself existing. Here the existence and non-existence of the self are declared to depend on the knowledge and non-knowledge of Brahman, not of the self consisting of bliss. Now no doubt can possibly arise as to the existence or non-existence of this latter self, which, in the form of joy, satisfaction, is known to everyone. Hence the sloka cannot refer to that self, and hence Brahman is different from that self. This objection, the Purvapakshin rejoins, is unfounded. In the earlier parts of the chapter we have corresponding slokas, each of them following on a preceding clause that refers to the tail or support of a particular self. In the case of the self consisting of food, we read, "This is the tail, the support," and then comes the sloka, "From food are produced all creatures." Now it is evident that all these slokas are meant to set forth not only what had been called tail, but the entire self concerned, and from this it follows that also the sloka, non-existing becomes, does not refer to the tail only as something other than the self of bliss, but to the entire self of bliss. And there may very well be a doubt with regard to the knowledge or non-knowledge of the existence of that self consisting of unlimited bliss. On your view also the circumstance of Brahman which forms the tail not being known is due to its being of the nature of limitless bliss. And should it be said that the self of bliss cannot be Brahman because Brahman does not possess a head and other members, the answer is that Brahman also does not possess the quality of being a tail or support, and that hence Brahman cannot be a tail. Let it then be said that the expression, Brahman is the tail, is merely figurative, insofar as Brahman is the substrate of all things imagined through avidya. But, the Purvapakshin rejoins, we may as well assume that the ascription to Brahman of joy, as its head and so on, is also merely figurative, meant to illustrate the nature of Brahman, the self of bliss as free from all pain. To speak of Brahman or the self as consisting of bliss has thus the purpose of separating from all pain and grief that which in a preceding clause had already been separated from all changeful material things. As applied to Brahman, whose nature is nothing but absolute bliss, the term Anandamaya therefore has to be interpreted as meaning nothing more than Ananda, just as Pranamaya means prana. The outcome of all this is that the term Anandamaya denotes the true essential nature, which is nothing but absolute uniform bliss, of the Jiva that appears as distinguished by all the manifold individualizing forms, which are the figments of nescience. The self of bliss is the Jiva or Pratyagatman, the individual soul. Against this prima facie view the Sutrakara contends that the self consisting of bliss is the highest self on account of multiplication. The section which begins with the words comma this is an examination of bliss, and terminates with the sloka, from whence all speech turns back, arrives at bliss, supreme and not to be surpassed, by successively multiplying inferior stages of bliss by 100. Now such supreme bliss cannot possibly belong to the individual soul which enjoys only a small share of very limited happiness, mixed with endless pain and grief, and therefore clearly indicates, as its abode, the highest self, which differs from all other selves in so far as being radically opposed to all evil and of an unmixed blessed nature. The text says, Different from this self consisting of understanding, there is the inner self consisting of bliss. Now that which consists of understanding is the individual soul, not the internal organ only, for the formative element, Maya, indicates a difference. The term pranamaya we explain to mean prana only, because no other explanation is possible. But as Vijnanamaya may be explained as Jiva, we have no right to neglect Maya as unmeaning. And this interpretation is quite suitable, as the soul in the states of bondage and release alike is a knowing subject. That moreover even in pranamaya, and so on, the affix Maya may be taken as having a meaning will be shown further on. But how is it then that in the sloka which refers to the Vijnanamaya, understanding performs the sacrifice, the term Vijnana only is used? The essential nature, we reply, of the knowing subject is suitably called knowledge, and this term is transferred to the knowing subject itself, which is defined as possessing that nature. For we generally see that words, which denote attributes defining the essential nature of a thing, also convey the notion of the essential nature of the thing itself. This also accounts for the fact that the sloka speaks of Vijnana as being the agent in sacrifices and so on. The buddhi alone could not be called an agent. For this reason the text does not ascribe agency to the other selves which are mentioned before the Vijnanamaya, for they are non-intelligent instruments of intelligence, and the latter only can be an agent. With the same view the text further on, distinguishing the intelligent and the non-intelligent by means of their different characteristic attributes, says in the end knowledge and non-knowledge, meaning thereby that which possesses the attribute of knowledge and that which does not. An analogous case is met within the so-called Antaryami Brahmana. There the canvas read, he who dwells in knowledge, but instead of this the Madhya and Dinas read he who dwells in the self, and so make clear that what the canvas designate as knowledge really is the knowing self. That the word Vijnana, although denoting the knowing self, yet has a new determination, is meant to denote it as something substantial. We hence conclude that he who is different from the self consisting of knowledge, the individual self, is the highest self, which consists of bliss. It is true indeed that the sloka, knowledge performs the sacrifice, directly mentions knowledge only, not the knowing self. All the same we have to understand that what is meant is the latter, who is referred to in the clause. Different from this is the inner self, which consists of knowledge. This conclusion is supported by the sloka referring to the self, which consists of food, for that sloka refers to food only. From food are produced all creatures. All the same the preceding clause this man consists of the essence of food does not refer to food, but to an effect of it which consists of food. Considering all this the Sutrakara himself in a subsequent sutra bases his view on the declaration, in the scriptural text, of difference. We now turn to the assertion, made by the Purvapakshin, that the cause of the world is not different from the individual soul because in two Khandogya passages it is exhibited in coordination with the latter, and that hence the introductory clause of that passage refers to the individual soul, which further on is called consisting of bliss, because it is free from all that is not pleasure. This view cannot be upheld, for although the individual soul is intelligent, it is incapable of producing through its volition this infinite and wonderful universe, a process described in texts such as it thought, may I be many, may I grow forth. It sent forth fire, that even the released soul is unequal to such world business as creation. Two later sutras will expressly declare, but, if you deny that Brahman, the cause of the world, is identical with the individual soul, how then do you account for the coordination in which the two appear in the Khandogya texts? How, we ask in return, can Brahman, the cause of all, free from all shadow of imperfection, omniscient, omnipotent, be one with the individual soul, all whose activities, whether it be thinking, or winking of an eye, or anything else, depend on karman, which implies endless suffering of various kind. If you reply that this is possible if one of two things is unreal, we ask, which then do you mean to be unreal? Brahman's connection with what is evil, or its essential nature, owing to which it is absolutely good and antagonistic to all evil? You will perhaps reply that, owing to the fact of Brahman, which is absolutely good and antagonistic to all evil, being the substrate of beginningless nescience, that presents itself the false appearance of its being connected with evil. But there you maintain what is contradictory. On the one side there is Brahman's absolute perfection and antagonism to all evil, on the other it is the substrate of nescience, and thereby the substrate of a false appearance which is involved in endless pain, for to be connected with evil means to be the substrate of nescience and the appearance of suffering which is produced thereby. Now it is a contradiction to say that Brahman is connected with all this and at the same time antagonistic to it. Nor can we allow you to say that there is no real contradiction because that appearance is something false, for whatever is false belongs to that group of things contrary to man's true interest, for the destruction of which the Vedanta texts are studied. To be connected with what is hurtful to man, and to be absolutely perfect and antagonistic to all evil is self-contradictory. But, our adversary now rejoins, what after all are we to do? The holy text at first clearly promises that through the cognition of one thing everything will be known, thereupon declares that Brahman is the sole cause of the world, and possesses exalted qualities such as the power of realizing its intentions, and then finally, by means of the coordination, thou art, that intimates that Brahman is one with the individual soul, which we know to be subject to endless suffering. Nothing therefore is left to us but the hypothesis that Brahman is the substrate of nescience and all that springs from it. Not even for the purpose, we reply, of making sense of scripture may we assume what in itself is senseless and contradictory. Let us then say that Brahman's connection with evil is real, and its absolute perfection unreal. Scripture, we reply, aims at comforting the soul afflicted by the assaults of threefold pain, and now, according to you, it teaches that the assaults of suffering are real, while its essential perfection and happiness are unreal figments, due to error. This is excellent comfort indeed. To avoid these difficulties let us then assume that both aspects of Brahman, on the one hand its entering into the distressful condition of individual souls other than non-differenced intelligence, and on the other its being the cause of the world, endowed with all perfections, are alike unreal. Well, we reply, we do not exactly admire the depth of your insight into the connected meaning of texts. The promise that through the knowledge of one thing everything will be known can certainly not be fulfilled if everything is false, for in that case there exists nothing that could be known. Insofar as the cognition of one thing has something real for its object, and the cognition of all things is of the same kind, and moreover is comprised in the cognition of one thing, insofar it can be said that everything is known through one thing being known. Through the cognition of the real shell we do not cognize the unreal silver of which the shell is the substrate. Well, our adversary resumes, let it then be said that the meaning of the declaration that through the cognition of one thing everything is to be known is that only non-differenced being is real, while everything else is unreal. If this were so, we rejoin, the text would not say, by which the non-heard is heard, the non-known is known, for the meaning of this is, by which when heard and known the non-heard is heard. Moreover, If the meaning were that only the one non-differenced substance understood to be the cause of the world is real, the illustrative instance, as by one lump of clay everything made of clay is known, would not be suitable, for what is meant there is that through the cognition of the lump of clay its effects are known. Nor must you say that in the illustrative instance also the unreality of the effect is set forth, for as the person to be informed is not in any way convinced at the outset that things made of clay are unreal, like the snake imagined in the rope, it is impossible that such unreality should be referred to as if it were something well known, in order to render the initial assertion plausible. And we are not aware of any means of knowledge, assisted or non-assisted by ratiocination, that would prove the non-reality of things affected, previous to the cognition produced by texts such as that art thou. Being only this was in the beginning, one. Without a second, it thought, may I be many, may I grow forth, it sent forth fire, let me now enter those three beings with this living self and evolve names and forms. All these creatures, my son, have their root in the true, they dwell in the true, they rest in the true. These passages declare in succession that that which really is the self of this world, that previous to creation there is no distinction of names and forms, that for the creation of the world Brahman, termed the true, requires no other operative cause but itself, that at the time of creation it forms a resolution, possible to itself only, of making itself manifold in the form of endless movable and immovable things, that in accordance with this resolution there takes place a creation, proceeding in a particular order, of an infinite number of manifold beings, that by Brahman entering into all non-intelligent beings with the living soul, which has itself in Brahman, there takes place an evolution, infinite in extent, of all their particular names and forms, and that everything different from Brahman has its root and abode in that, is moved by that, lives by that, rests on that. All the different points, to be learned from Scripture only, which are here set forth agree with what numerous other scriptural texts teach about Brahman. That it is free from all evil, devoid of all imperfection, all-knowing, all-powerful, that all its wishes and purposes realize themselves, that it is the cause of all bliss, that it enjoys bliss not to be surpassed. To maintain then that the word that, which refers back to the Brahman mentioned before, a Brahman possessing infinite attributes, should aim at conveying instruction about a substance devoid of all attributes, is as unmeaning as the incoherent talk of a madman. The word thou again denotes the individual soul as distinguished by its implication in the course of transmigratory existence, and the proper sense of this term also would have to be abandoned if it were meant to suggest a substance devoid of all distinctions. And that, in the case of a being consisting of non-differenced light, obscuration by nescience would be tantamount to complete destruction. We have already explained above. All this being thus, your interpretation would involve that the proper meaning of the two words that and thou, which refer to one thing, would have to be abandoned, and both words would have to be taken in an implied sense only. Against this the Purvapaksha now may argue as follows. Several words which are applied to one thing are meant to express one sense, and as this is not possible in so far as the words connote different attributes, this part of their connotation becomes inoperative, and they denote only the unity of one substance. Implication, therefore, does not take place. When we say blue lotus we employ two words with the intention of expressing the unity of one thing, and hence do not aim at expressing a duality of attributes. The quality of blueness and the generic character of a lotus. If this latter point was aimed at, it would follow that the sentence would convey the oneness of the two aspects of the thing, its being blue and its being a lotus. But this is not possible, for the thing is not characterized by the word lotus, insofar as itself characterized by blueness, for this would imply a reciprocal inherence of class characteristics and quality. What the coordination of the two words conveys is, therefore, only the oneness of a substance characterized by the quality of blueness, and at the same time by the class attributes of a lotus. In the same way, when we say this, the Vedanta, the coordination of the words cannot possibly mean that Vedanta insofar as distinguished by his connection with a past time and a distant place is one with Vedanta insofar as distinguished by his connection with the present time and a near place. What it means to express is only that there is oneness on the part of a personal substance, which substance is characterized by connection with both places and moments of time. It is true indeed that when we at first hear the one word blue we form the idea of the attribute of blueness, while, after having apprehended the relation of coordination, this idea no longer presents itself, for this would imply a contradiction. But all the same implication does not take place. The essence of coordination consists, in all cases, therein that it suppresses the distinguishing elements in the words coordinated, and as thus our explanation cannot be charged with implication, it cannot be objected to. All this, we rejoin, is unfounded. What the words in all sentences whatsoever aim at conveying is only a particular connection of the things known to be denoted by those words. Words such as blue, standing in coordination with others, express that some matter possessing the attribute of blueness, as known from the ordinary use of language, is connected with some other matter. When somebody says bring the blue lotus, a thing is brought which possesses the attribute of blueness. And when we are told that a herd of elephants excited with passion lives in the Vindhya forest, we again understand that what is meant is something possessing several attributes denoted by several words. Analogously we have to understand, as the thing intimated by Vedanta texts in the form of coordination, Brahman as possessing such and such attributes. It is an error to assume that, where a sentence aims at setting forth attributes, one attribute is to be taken as qualifying the thing insofar as qualified by another attribute. The case rather is that the thing itself is equally qualified by all attributes, for coordination means the application, to one thing, of several words having different reasons of application, and the effect of coordination is that one and the same thing, because being connected, positively or negatively, with some attribute other than that which is conveyed by one word, is also known through other words, as when it is said that Vedanta dark-complexioned, young, reddish-eyed, not stupid, not poor, of irreproachable character. Where two coordinate words express two attributes which cannot exist combined in one thing, one of the two words is to be taken in a secondary sense, while the other retains its primary meaning, as in the case of the sentence, the vehicle man is an ox. But in the case of the blue lotus and the like, where there is nothing contradictory in the connection of the two attributes with one thing, coordination expresses the fact of one thing being characterized by two attributes. Possibly our opponent will here make the following remark. A thing insofar as defined by its correlation to some one attribute is something different from the thing insofar as defined by its correlation to some second attribute. Hence, even if there is equality of case suffixes, the words coordinated are incapable of expressing oneness, and cannot, therefore, express the oneness of a thing qualified by several attributes, not any more than the juxtaposition of two words such as jar and cloth, both having the same case ending, can prove that these two things are one. A statement of coordination, therefore, rather aims at expressing the oneness of a thing in that way that it presents to the mind the essential nature of the thing by means of its attributes. This would be so, we reply, if it were only the fact of a thing standing in correlation to two attributes that is in the way of its unity. But this is not the case, for what stands in the way of such unity is the fact of there being several attributes which are not capable of being combined in one thing. Such incapability is, in the case of the generic character of a jar and that of a piece of cloth, proved by other means of knowledge. But there is no contradiction between a thing being blue and its being a lotus, not any more than there is between a man and the stick or the earrings he wears, or than there is between the color, taste, smell, of one and the same thing. Not only is there no contradiction, but it is this very fact of one thing possessing two attributes which makes possible coordination, the essence of which is that, owing to a difference of causes of application, several words express one and the same thing. For if there were nothing but essential unity of being, what reason would there be for the employment of several words? If the purport of the attributes were, not to intimate their connection with the thing, but merely to suggest the thing itself, one attribute would suffice for such suggestion, and anything further would be meaningless. If, on the other hand, it were assumed that the use of a further suggestive attribute is to bring out a difference of aspect in the thing suggested, such difference of aspect would imply differentiation in the thing. Nor is there any shade even of implication in the judgment, this person is that Vedanta, for there is absolutely no contradiction between the past Vedanta, who is connected with some distant place, and the present Vedanta, who is connected with the place before us. For this very reason those who maintain the permanency of things prove the oneness of a thing related to two moments of time on the basis of the judgment of recognition. If there really were a contradiction between the two representations, it would follow that all things are momentary only. The fact is that the contradiction involved in one thing being connected with two places is removed by the difference of the correlative moments of time. We therefore hold to the conclusion that coordinated words denote one thing qualified by the possession of several attributes. For this very reason the Vedic passage, "He buys the soma by means of a cow 1 year old, of a tawny color, with reddish-brown eyes," must be understood to enjoin that the purchase is to be effected by means of a cow 1 year old, possessing the attributes of tawny color. The Purvapakshinda argues as follows: we admit that the word aranya denotes the quality of tawniness inclusive of the thing possessing that quality. For qualities as well as generic character exist only in so far as being modes of substances, but it is not possible to restrict tawny color to connection with a cow 1 year old, for the injunction of two different things he buys by means of a cow 1 year old, and that a red one is not permissible. We must therefore break up the sentence into two, one of which is constituted by the one word aranya. This word expressing that tawny color extends equally to all the substances enjoined in that section, and the use of the feminine case termination of the word is merely meant to suggest a special instance of all the things, of whatever gender, which are enjoined in that section. Tawniness must not therefore be restricted to the cow 1 year old only. Of this Purvapaksha the sutra disposes in the following words: the being oneness of sense, and hence connection of substance and quality with one action, there is restriction. The fact that the two words aranya and ikahanya, which denote a substance, a cow 1 year old, distinguished by the quality of possessing tawny color, stand in coordination establishes that they have one sense, and is the substance, the cow, and the quality, tawny color, which the word aranya denotes as standing in the relation of distinguishing attribute and thing distinguished thereby, can thus, without any contradiction, be connected with the one action called the buying of the soma. Tawny color is restricted to the cow 1-year-old, which is instrumental with regard to the purchase. If the connection of tawniness with the action of buying were to be determined from syntactical connection, in the same way as there is made out the connection of the cow 1-year-old with that action, then the injunctory sentence would indeed enjoin two matters. But such is not the case, for the one word aranya denotes a substance characterized by the quality of tawniness, and the coordination in which aranya stands to ADHYÄYA makes us apprehend merely that the thing characterized by tawniness also is 1-year-old, but does not make a special statement as to the connection of that quality with the thing. For the purport of coordination is the unity of a thing distinguished by attributes, according to the definition that the application to one thing of several words possessing different reasons of application, constitutes coordination. For the same reason, the syntactical unity of sentences such as the cloth is red follows from all the words referring to one thing. The function of the syntactical collocation is to express the connection of the cloth with the action of being. The connection of the red color on the other hand is denoted by the word red only. And what is ascertained from coordination is only that the cloth is a substance to which a certain color belongs. The whole matter may, without any contradiction, be conceived as follows. Several words, having either the affixes of the oblique cases or that of the nominative case, which denote one or two or several qualities, present to the mind the idea of that which is characterized by those qualities, and their coordination intimates that the thing characterized by all those attributes is one only, and the entire sentence finally expresses the connection in which the thing with its attributes stands to the action denoted by the verb. This may be illustrated by various sentences exhibiting the coordination of words possessing different case endings, as there stands Vedanta, a young man of a darkish complexion, with red eyes, wearing earrings and carrying a stick. Let him make a stage curtain by means of a white cloth. We may further illustrate the entire relation of coordinated words to the action by means of the following two examples. Let him boil rice in the cooking pot by means of firewood. Here we take in simultaneously the idea of an action distinguished by its connection with several things. If we now consider the following amplified sentence, let a skillful cook prepare, in a vessel of even shape, boiled rice mixed with milk, by means of sticks of dry Kadira wood, we find that each thing connected with the action is denoted by an aggregate of coordinated words, but as soon as each thing is apprehended, it is at one and the same moment conceived as something distinguished by several attributes, and as such connects itself with the action expressed by the verb. In all this there is no contradiction whatever. We must further object to the assertion that a word denoting a quality which stands in a sentence that has already mentioned a substance denotes the quality only, and that hence the word aranya also denotes a quality only. The fact is that neither in ordinary nor in Vedic language we ever meet with a word which, denoting a quality and at the same time standing in coordination with a word denoting a substance, denotes a mere quality. Nor is it correct to say that a quality word occurring in a sentence which has already mentioned a substance denotes a mere quality, for in a sentence such as the cloth white, where a substance is mentioned in the first place, the quality word clearly denotes something which possesses the quality of whiteness. When, on the other hand, we have a collocation of words such as the idea of a cloth distinguished by whiteness does not arise, But this is due not to the fact of the substance being mentioned first, but to the fact of the two words exhibiting different case terminations. As soon as we add to those two words an appropriate third one, bhaga, the coordination of two words with the same case termination gives rise to the idea of a thing distinguished by the attribute of whiteness. Nor can we agree to the contention that, as the buying of the soma is exclusively concluded by the cow 1-year-old, the quality of tawniness cannot connect itself with the action expressed by the verb, for a word that denotes a quality and stands in coordination with a word denoting a substance which has no qualities opposed in nature to that quality, denotes a quality abiding in that substance, and thus naturally connects itself with the action expressed by the verb. And since, as shown, the quality of tawniness connects itself with its substance on the mere basis of the form of the words, it is wrong to establish their connection on the ground of their being otherwise incapable of serving as means of the purchase. All this confirms our contention that the coordination of thou and that must be understood to express oneness, without, at the same time, there being given up the different attributes denoted by the two words. This, however, is not feasible for those who do not admit a highest self free from all imperfection and endowed with all perfections, and different from that intelligent soul which is conditioned by nescience, involved in endless suffering and undergoing alternate states of purity and impurity. But, an objection is raised, even if such a highest self be acknowledged, it would have to be admitted that the sentence aims at conveying the oneness of that which is distinguished by the different attributes denoted by the words coordinated, and from this it follows that the highest self participates in all the suffering expressed by the word thou. This is not so, we reply, since the word thou also denotes the highest self. Insofar as it is the inner ruler of all souls, the connected meaning of the text is as follows: that which is denoted as being the highest Brahman, which is the cause of all, free from all shadow of imperfection, resolved to be many, it thereupon sent forth the entire world, consisting of fire, water, introduced, in this world so sent forth, the whole mass of individual souls into different bodies divine, human, corresponding to the desert of each soul, the souls thus constituting the self of the bodies, and finally, itself entering according to its wish into these souls, so as to constitute their inner self, evolved in all these aggregates, names and forms, rendered each aggregate something substantial and capable of being denoted by a word. Let me enter into these beings with this living self means with this living me, and this shows the living self, the individual soul to have Brahman for itself, and that this having Brahman for itself means Brahman's being the inner self of the soul. Scripture declares by saying that Brahman entered into it. He sent forth all this, whatever there is. Having sent forth he entered into it. Having entered it he became Sat and Tayat. For here all this comprises beings intelligent as well as non-intelligent, which afterwards are distinguished as Sat and Tayat, as knowledge and non-knowledge. Brahman is thus said to enter into intelligent beings also. Hence, owing to this evolution of names and forms, all words denote the highest self-distinguished be non-intelligent matter and intelligent souls. All this has itself in that, denotes by all this the entire world inclusive of intelligent souls, and says that of this world that is the self. Brahman thus being the self with regard to the whole universe of matter and souls, the universe inclusive of intelligent souls is the body of Brahman. Other scriptural texts teach the same doctrine. Entered within, the ruler of beings, the self of all, he who dwelling in the earth is within the earth, whose body is the earth, up to he who dwelling within the self is within the self, whom the self does not know, of whom the self is the body, who rules the self from within. He is thyself, the ruler within, the immortal, he who moves within the earth, of whom the earth is the body, who moves within the imperishable, of whom the imperishable is the body, whom the imperishable does not know, he the inward ruler of all beings, free from evil, the divine, the one God, Narayana. All these texts declare that the world inclusive of intelligent souls is the body of the highest self, and the latter the self of everything. Hence those words also that denote intelligent souls designate the highest self as having intelligent souls for his body and constituting the self of them, in the same way as words denoting non-sentient masses of matter, such as the bodies of gods, men, designate the individual souls to which those bodies belong. For the body stands towards the embodied soul in the relation of a mode, and as words denoting a mode accomplish their full function only in denoting the thing to which the mode belongs, we must admit an analogous comprehensiveness of meaning for those words which denote a body. For, when a thing is apprehended under the form "this is such," the element apprehended as such is what constitutes a mode. Now as this element is relative to the thing, the idea of it is also relative to the thing, and finds its accomplishment in the thing only. Hence the word also which expresses the mode finds its accomplishment in the thing. Hence words such as cow, horse, man, which denote a mode, a species, comprise in their meaning also that mass of matter which exhibits the characteristics of the species, and as that mass of matter constitutes the body and therefore is a mode of a soul, and as that soul again, so embodied, is a mode of the highest self, it follows that all these words extend in their signification up to the highest self. The meaning of all words then is the highest self, and hence their coordination with words directly denoting that highest self is a primary one. But, an objection is raised, we indeed observe that words denoting species or qualities stand in coordination to words denoting substances. The ox is short-horned, the sugar is white. But where substances appear as the modes of other substances we find that formative affixes are used. The man is Dundin, Kundlin. This is not so, we reply. There is nothing to single out either species, or quality, or substance, as what determines coordination. Coordination disregards such limitations. Whenever a thing has existence as a mode only, owing to its proof, existence and conception being inseparably connected with something else, the words denoting it, as they designate a substance characterized by the attribute denoted by them, appropriately enter into coordination with other words denoting the same substance as characterized by other attributes. Where, on the other hand, a substance which is established in separation from other things and rests on itself, is assumed to stand occasionally in the relation of mode to another substance. This is appropriately expressed by the use of derived forms such as Dandin, Kundlin. Hence such words as I, thou, which are different forms of appellation of the individual soul, at bottom denote the highest self only, for the individual souls together with non-sentient matter are the body, and hence modes, of the highest self. This entire view is condensed in the coordination thou art that, the individual soul being thus connected with the highest self as its body, its attributes do not touch the highest self, not any more than infancy, youth, and other attributes of the material body touch the individual soul. Hence, in the coordination thou art that, the word that denotes the highest Brahman which is the cause of the world, whose purposes come true, which comprises within itself all blessed qualities, which is free from all shadow of evil, while the word thou denotes the same highest self insofar as having for its body the individual souls together with their bodies. The terms coordinated may thus be taken in their primary senses. There is no contradiction, either with the subject matter of this section, or with scripture in general, and not a shadow of imperfection such as nescience, and so on, attaches to Brahman, the blameless, the absolutely blessed. The coordination with the individual soul thus proves only the difference of Brahman from the soul, which is a mere mode of Brahman, and hence we hold that different from the self consisting of knowledge, the individual soul, is the self consisting of bliss, the highest self. Nor is there any force in the objection that as the self of bliss is said to be sarira, embodied in the clause of him the embodied self is the same, it cannot be different from the individual soul, for throughout this section the recurring clause of him the embodied self is the same as of the preceding one, refers to the highest self, calling that the embodied one. The clause from that same self-sprang ether designates the highest Brahman, which is different from the individual soul and is introduced as the highest cause of all things created, as the self, whence we conclude that all things different from it, from ether up to the self of food, constitute its body. The Subala Upanishad moreover states quite directly that all beings constitute the body of the highest self. He of whom the earth is the body, of whom water is the body, of whom fire is the body, of whom wind is the body, of whom ether is the body, of whom the imperishable is the body, of whom death is the body. He the inner self of all, the Divine One, the one God Narayana. From this it follows that what constitutes the embodied self of the self of food is nothing else but the highest self referred to in the clause from that same self sprang ether. When, then, the text further on says with regard to the self of breath, of him the embodied self is the same as of the preceding one, the meaning can only be that what constitutes the embodied self of the preceding self of food, the highest self, which is the universal cause, is also the embodied self of the self consisting of breath. The same reasoning holds good with regard to the self consisting of mind and the self consisting of knowledge. In the case, finally, of the self consisting of bliss, the expression the same is meant to convey that that self has itself in nothing different from itself. For when, after having understood that the highest self is the embodied self of the Vijnanamaya also, we are told that the embodied self of the Vijnanamaya is also the embodied self of the Anandamaya, we understand that of the Anandamaya, which we know to be the highest self on the ground of multiplication, its own self is the self. The final purport of the whole section thus is that everything different from the highest self, whether of intelligent or non-intelligent nature, constitutes its body, while that self alone is the non-conditioned embodied self. For this very reason competent persons designate this doctrine, which has the highest Brahman for its subject matter, as the Sariraka, i.e., the doctrine of the embodied self. We have thus arrived at the conclusion that the self of bliss is something different from the individual self. The highest self. Here the Purvapakshin raises the following objection. The self consisting of bliss is not something different from the individual soul, because the formative element, Maya, denotes something made, a thing effected. That this is the meaning of Maya in Anandamaya. But Maya has also the sense of abounding in, as when we say the sacrifice is Annamaya, abounds in food. And this may be its sense in Anandamaya also. Not so, the Purvapakshin replies. In Annamaya, in an earlier part of the chapter, Maya has the sense of made of, consisting of, and for the sake of consistency, we must hence ascribe the same sense to it in Anandamaya. And even if, in the latter word, it denoted abundance, this would not prove that the Anandamaya is other than the individual soul. For if we say that a self abounds in bliss, this implies that with all this bliss there is mixed some small part of pain, and to be mixed with pain is what constitutes the character of the individual soul. It is therefore proper to assume, in agreement with its previous use, that Anandamaya means consisting of bliss. In ordinary speech as well as in Vedic language, Maya as a rule means consisting of, and this meaning hence presents itself to the mind first, and the individual soul may be denoted as made of bliss, for in itself it is of the essence of bliss, and its samsara state therefore is something made of bliss. The conclusion therefore is that, owing to the received meaning of Maya, the Anandamaya is none other than the individual soul. To this prima facie view the next sutra refers and refutes it. If, on account of its being a word denoting an effect, not, no, on account of abundance, we deny the conclusion of the Purvapakshan, on the ground of there being abundance of bliss in the highest Brahman, and abundance being one of the possible meanings of Maya, since bliss such as described in the up, bliss which is reached by successively multiplying by 100 all inferior kinds of bliss, cannot belong to the individual soul, we conclude that it belongs to Brahman, and as Brahman cannot be an effect, and as Maya may have the sense of abounding in, we conclude that the Anandamaya is Brahman itself, in a contradiction obliging us to set aside that sense of Maya which is recommended by regard to consequence and frequency of usage. The regard for consistency, moreover, already has to be set aside in the case of the Pranamaya, for in that term mu cannot denote made of. The Pranamaya self can only be called by that name insofar as air with its 5 modifications has the modification called prana, breathing out, or because among the 5 modifications or functions of air prana is the abounding, prevailing one. Nor can it be truly said that Maya is but rarely used in the sense of abounding in. Expressions such as a sacrifice abounding in food, a procession with many carriages, are by no means uncommon. Nor can we admit that to call something abounding in bliss implies the presence of some pain, for abundance precludes paucity on the part of that which is said to abound, but does not imply the presence of what is contrary. The presence or absence of what is contrary has to be ascertained by other means of proof. And in our case we do ascertain the absence of what is contrary to bliss by such means. The clause free from evil, abundance of bliss on the part of Brahman certainly implies a relation to paucity on the part of some other bliss, and in accordance with this demand the text says that is one measure of human bliss. The bliss of Brahman is of measureless abundance, compared to the bliss of the individual soul. Nor can it be maintained that the individual soul may be viewed as being an effect of bliss. For that a soul whose essential nature is knowledge and bliss should in any way be changed into something else, as a lump of clay is made into a pot, is an assumption contradicted by all scripture, sacred tradition, and reasoning. That in the samsara state the soul's bliss and knowledge are contracted owing to karma will be shown later on. The self of bliss therefore is other than the individual soul, it is Brahman itself. And because he is declared to be the cause of thatra, for who could breathe forth, if that bliss existed not in the ether, he alone causes bliss. This means, he alone is the cause of bliss on the part of the individual souls. Someone is here designated as the cause of bliss enjoyed by the souls, and we thus conclude that the causer of bliss, who must be other than the souls to which bliss is imparted, is the highest self abounding in bliss. In the passage quoted the term bliss denotes him who abounds in bliss, as will be shown later on. A further reason is given in the next sutra, and because that which is referred to in the mantra is declared. That Brahman which is described in the mantra, true being, knowledge, infinite is Brahman, is proclaimed as the self abounding in bliss. And that Brahman is the highest Brahman, other than the individual soul, for the passage he who knows Brahman attains the highest refers to Brahman as something to be obtained by the individual soul, and the words on this the following verse is recorded show that the verse is related to that same Brahman. The mantra thus is meant to render clear the meaning of the Brahmana passage. Now the Brahman to be reached by the meditating devotee must be something different from him. The same point is rendered clear by all the following Brahmana passages and mantras. From that same self sprang ether, and so on. The self abounding in bliss therefore is other than the individual soul. Here an opponent argues as follows. We indeed must acknowledge that the object to be reached is something different from the meditating devotee, but the fact is that the Brahman described in the mantra does not substantially differ from the individual soul, that Brahman is nothing but the soul of the devotee in its pure state, consisting of mere non-differenced intelligence, free from all shade of nescience. To this pure condition it is reduced in the mantra describing it as true being, knowledge, infinite. A subsequent passage, that from which all speech, with the mind, turns away, unable to reach it, expresses the same state of non-differentiation, describing it as lying beyond mind and speech. It is this therefore to which the mantra refers, and the self of bliss is identical with it. To this view the next sutra replies, not the other, on account of impossibility. The other than the highest self, the one called Jiva, even in the state of release, is not that self which the mantra describes, for this is not possible. For to a self of that kind unconditioned intelligence cannot belong. Unconditioned intelligence is illustrated by the power of all one's purposes realizing themselves, as expressed in the text he desired. May I be many, may I grow forth. Intelligence does indeed belong to the soul in the state of release, but as in the samsara state the same soul is devoid of such insight, we cannot ascribe to it non-conditioned intelligence. And if the released soul is viewed as being mere non-differenced intelligence, it does not possess the capacity of seeing different things, and hence cannot of course possess vipassana in the sense stated above. That, however, the existence of a substance devoid of all difference cannot be proved by any means of knowledge, we have already shown before. Again, if the clause from whence speech returns, were meant to express that speech and mind return from Brahman, this could not mean that the real is devoid of all difference, but only that mind and speech are not means for the knowledge of Brahman, and from this it would follow that Brahman is something altogether empty, futile. Let us examine the context. The whole section, beginning with he who knows Brahman reaches Brahman, declares that Brahman is all-knowing, the cause of the world, consisting of pure bliss, the cause of bliss in others, that through its mere wish it creates the whole universe comprising matter and souls, that entering into the universe of created things it constitutes their self, that it is the cause of fear and fearlessness, that it rules ADHYÄYA and other divine beings, that its bliss is ever so much superior to all other bliss, and many other points. Now, all at once, the clause from whence speech returns is said to mean that neither speech nor mind applies to Brahman, and that thus there are no means whatever of knowing Brahman. This is idle talk indeed. In the clause from which speech returns, the relative pronoun from which denotes bliss, this bliss is again explicitly referred to in the clause knowing the bliss of Brahman, the genitive of Brahman intimating that the bliss belongs to Brahman, What then could be the meaning of this clause which distinctly speaks of a knowledge of Brahman, if Brahman had at the same time to be conceived as transcending all thought and speech? What the clause really means rather is that if one undertakes to state the definite amount of the bliss of Brahman, the superabundance of which is illustrated by the successive multiplications with 100, mind and speech have to turn back powerless, since no such definite amount can be assigned. He who knows the bliss of Brahman as not to be defined by any definite amount, does not fear anything. That, moreover, the all-wise being referred to in the mantra is other than the individual soul in the state of release, is rendered perfectly clear by what, in passages such as it desired, is said about its effecting, through its mere volition, the origination and subsistence of the world, its being the inner self of the world, and so on. And on account of the declaration of difference, the part of the chapter, beginning with the words from that same self the sprang ether, which sets forth the nature of the Brahman referred to in the mantra, declares its difference from the individual soul, no less than from the selves consisting of food, breath, and mind. In the clause different from this which consists of knowledge, is the other inner self which consists of bliss. Through this declaration of difference from the individual soul we know that the self of bliss referred to in the mantra is other than the individual soul. And on account of desire, there is no regard to what is inferred. In order that the individual soul which is enthralled by nescience may operate as the cause of the world, it must needs be connected with non-sentient matter, called by such names as pradhana, or anumanika. For such is the condition for the creative energy of Brahma and similar beings. Our text, on the other hand, teaches that the creation of the aggregate of sentient and non-sentient things results from the mere wish of a being free from all connection with non-sentient matter. He desired, "May I be many, may I grow forth." He sent forth all, whatever there is. We thus understand that that self of bliss which sends forth the world does not require connection with non-sentient matter called anumanika, and hence conclude that it is other than the individual soul. A further reason is stated in the next sutra, and scripture teaches the joining of this with that in that a flavor he is indeed. Having obtained a flavor this one enjoys bliss. This text declares that this one, the so-called individual soul, enjoys bliss through obtaining the Anandamaya, here called flavor. Now to say that anyone is identical with that by obtaining which he enjoys bliss, would be madness indeed. It being thus ascertained that the self of bliss is the highest Brahman, we conclude that in passages such as if that bliss were not in the ether and knowledge, bliss is Brahman, the word Ananda denotes is the Anandamaya, just as Vijnana means the Vijnanamaya. It is for the same reason that the clause he who knows the bliss of Brahman exhibits Brahman as being connected with Ananda, and that the further clause he who knows this reaches the self of bliss, declares the reaching of the self of bliss to be the fruit of the knowledge of bliss. In the subsequent Anuvaka also, in the clauses he perceived that food is Brahman, he perceived that breath is Brahman, the words food, breath, and so on, are meant to suggest the self made of food, the self made of breath, mentioned in the preceding Anuvaka, and hence also in the clause he perceived that bliss is Brahman. The word bliss must be understood to denote the self of bliss. Hence, in the same Anuvaka, the account of the fate after death of the man who knows concludes with the words, having reached the self of bliss. It is thus finally proved that the highest Brahman, which in the previous adhikarana had to be shown to be other than the so-called pradhana, is also other than the being called individual soul. This concludes the Tropic of the Anandamaya. A new doubt here presents itself. It must indeed be admitted that such individual souls as possess only a moderate degree of merit are unable to accomplish the creation of the world by their mere wish, to enjoy supreme bliss, to be the cause of fearlessness, and so on. But why should not beings like ADHYÂYA and Prajapati, whose merit is extraordinarily great, be capable of all this? Of this suggestion the next sutra disposes. The one within, on account of his qualities being declared, it is said in the Canto, now that person bright as gold, who is seen within the sun, with beard bright as gold and hair bright as gold, golden altogether to the very tips of his nails, whose eyes are like blue lotus, his name is Ut. For he has risen above all evil. He also who knows this rises above all evil. Rik and Saman are his joints. So much with reference to the devas. Now with reference to the body. Now that person who is seen within the eye, he is Rik. He is Saman, Yuktha, Yagas, Brahman. The form of this person is the same as of that person yonder. The joints of the one are the joints of the other. The name of the one is their name of the other. Here there arises the doubt whether that person dwelling within the eye and the sun be the individual soul called ADHYÂYA, who through accumulation of religious merit possesses lordly power, or the highest self other than that soul. That individual soul of high merit, the Purvapakshan maintains. For the text states that that person has a body, and connection with a body belongs to individual souls only, for it is meant to bring the soul into contact with pleasure and pain, according to its deserts. It is for this reason that Scripture describes final release where there is no connection with works as a state of disembodiedness. So long as he is in the body he cannot get free from pleasure and pain. But when he is free from the body, then neither pleasure nor pain touches him. And a soul of transcendent merit may possess surpassing wisdom and power, and thus be capable of being lord of the worlds and the wishes. For the same reason such a soul may be the object of devout meditation, bestow rewards, and by being instrumental in destroying evil, be helpful towards final release. Even among men some are seen to be of superior knowledge and power, owing to superior religious merit, and this holds good with regard to the Siddhas and Gandharvas also, then with regard to the Devas, then with regard to the divine beings, beginning with Indra. Hence, also, one among the divine beings, beginning with Brahma, may in each kalpa reach, through a particularly high degree of merit, vast lordly power and thus effect the creation of the world, and so on. On this supposition the texts about that which constitutes the cause of the world and the inward self of the world must also be understood to refer to some such soul which, owing to superiority of merit, has become all-knowing and all-powerful. A so-called highest self, different from the individual souls, does not therefore exist. Where the texts speak of that which is neither coarse nor fine nor short, they only mean to characterize the individual soul, and those texts also which refer to final release aim only at setting forth the essential nature of the individual soul and the means of attaining that essential nature. This prima facie view is set aside by the sutra. The person who is perceived within the sun and within the eye is something different from the individual soul, the highest self, because there are declared qualities belonging to that. The text ascribes to him the quality of having risen above, being free from all evil, and this can belong to the highest self only, not to the individual soul. For to be free from all evil means to be free from all influence of karma, and this quality can belong to the highest self only, differing from all individual souls which, as is shown by their experience of pleasure and pain, are in the bonds of karman. Those essential qualities also which presuppose freedom from all evil, such as mastery over all worlds and wishes, capability of realizing one's purposes, being the inner self of all, belong to the highest self alone. Compare passages such as "It is the self free from evil, free from old age, from death and grief, from hunger and thirst, whose wishes come true, whose purposes come true, and he is the inner self of all, free from evil, the Divine One, the one God Narayana." Attributes such as the attribute of being the creator of the whole universe, which presupposes the power of realizing one's wishes, the attribute of being the cause of fear and fearlessness, the attribute of enjoying transcending bliss not limited by the capabilities of thought and speech and the like, are essential characteristics of that only which is not touched by karman, and they cannot therefore belong to the individual soul. Nor is there any truth in the contention that the person within the sun cannot be a being different from individual souls because it possesses a body. For since a being which possesses the power of realizing all its desires can assume a body through its mere wish, it is not generally true that embodiedness proves dependence on karman. But, it may be said, by a body we understand a certain combination of matter which springs from the primal substance with its three constituents. Now connection with such a body cannot possibly be brought about by the wish of such souls even as are free from all evil and capable of realizing their desires, for such connection would not be to the soul's benefit. In the case, on the other hand, of a soul subject to karman and not knowing its own essential nature, such connection with a body necessarily takes place in order that the soul may enjoy the fruit of its actions, quite apart from the soul's desire. Your objection would be well founded, we reply, if the body of the highest self were an effect of prakriti with its three constituents, but it is not so. It rather is a body suitable to the nature and intentions of that self. The highest Brahman, whose nature is fundamentally antagonistic to all evil and essentially composed of infinite knowledge and bliss, whereby it differs from all other souls, possesses an infinite number of qualities of unimaginable excellence, and, analogously, a divine form suitable to its nature and intentions, adorned with infinite, supremely excellent and wonderful qualities, splendor, beauty, fragrance, tenderness, loveliness, youthfulness, and so on. And in order to gratify his devotees he individualizes that form so as to render it suitable to their apprehension, he who is a boundless ocean as it were of compassion, kindness and lordly power, whom no shadow of evil may touch, he who is the highest self, the highest Brahman, the supreme soul, Narayana. Certain texts tell us that the highest Brahman is the sole cause of the entire world, from which these beings originate. Being only was this in the beginning, the self only was this in the beginning, Narayana alone existed, not Brahman nor Shiva. Other texts define his nature. The true knowledge, infinite is Brahman, knowledge, bliss is Brahman, and others again deny of Brahman all connection with evil qualities and inferior bodies sprung from Prakriti, and all dependence on karman, and proclaim his glorious qualities and glorious forms, free from qualities, free from taint, free from old age, from death and grief, from hunger and thirst, realizing his wishes and purposes. There is no effect and no cause known of him, no one is seen like to him or superior, his high power is revealed as manifold, as inherent action of force and knowledge, that highest great Lord of Lords, the highest deity of deities. He is the cause, the Lord of the Lords of the organs, and there is of him neither parent nor lord. Having created all forms and given names to them, the wise one goes on calling them by those names. I know that great person of sun-like luster beyond the darkness. All moments originated from the person shining like lightning. This essential form of his, the most compassionate Lord, by his mere will individualizes as a shape, human or divine or otherwise, so as to render it suitable to the apprehension of the devotee and thus satisfy him. This the following scriptural passage declares: unborn he is born in many ways, and likewise Smriti. Though unborn I, the imperishable self, the Lord of the beings, presiding over my nature, manifest myself by my Maya for the protection of the good and the destruction of the evildoers. The good here are the devotees, and by Maya is meant the purpose, the knowledge of the divine being, in agreement with the Nanshukas who register Maya as a synonym of Nana. In the Mahabharata also the form assumed by the highest person in his avatars is said not to consist of Prakriti. The body of the highest self does not consist of a combination of material elements. For these reasons the person within the sun and the eye is the highest self, which is different from the individual soul of the sun, and on account of the declaration of difference there are texts which clearly state that the highest self is different from Aditya and the other individual souls. He who, dwelling within Aditya, is different from Aditya, whom Aditya does not know, of whom Aditya is the body, who rules Aditya from within, who dwelling within the self is different from the self, of whom the imperishable is the body, whom the imperishable does not know, who moves within death, of whom death is the body, whom death does not know. He is the inner self of all beings, free from evil, divine, the one God Narayana. These texts declare all individual souls to be the body of the sinless highest self, which is said to be the inward principle of all of them. It is thereby completely proved that the highest self is something different from all individual souls such as Aditya, and so on. Here terminates the adhikarana of the one within. The text, that from which these beings are born, teaches that Brahman is the cause of the world. To the question thence arising of what nature the cause of the world is, certain other texts give a reply in general terms, and thereupon it is shown on the basis of the special nature of that cause as proved by the attributes of thought and bliss, that Brahman is different from the pradhana and the individual souls. The remaining part of this part now is devoted to the task of proving that where such special terms as ether and the like are used in sections setting forth the creation and government of the world, they designate not the thing sentient or non-sentient, which is known from ordinary experience, but Brahman as proved so far. Ether, on account of the characteristic marks. We read in the Kandajur, "What is the origin of this world?" Ether, he replied, "for all these beings spring from the ether only, and return into the ether. Ether is greater than these, ether is their rest." Here there arises the doubt whether the word ether denotes the well-known element or Brahman. The Purvapakshan maintains the former alternative. For, he says, in the case of things to be apprehended through words, we must accept that sense of the word which, proved by etymology, is immediately suggested by the word. We therefore conclude from the passage that the well-known ether is the cause of the entire aggregate of things, moving or non-moving, and that hence Brahman is the same as ether. But has it not been shown that Brahman is something different from non-sentient things because its creative activity is preceded by thought? This has been asserted indeed, but by no means proved. For the proper way to combine the different texts is as follows. Having been told that that from which these beings are born is Brahman, we desire to know more especially what that source of all beings is. And this desire is satisfied by the special information given by the text, All these things spring from the ether. It thus being ascertained that the ether only is the cause of the origin, and so on, of the world, we conclude that also such general terms as being denote the particular substance called ether. And we further conclude that in passages such as the self only was all this in the beginning, the word self also denotes the ether, for that word is by no means limited to non-sentient things. The phrase, clay constitutes the self of the jar, and its etymology also shows that it may very well be applied to the ether. It having thus been ascertained that the ether is the general cause or Brahman, we must interpret such words as thinking in a suitable, secondary, or metaphorical sense. If the texts denoted the general cause by general terms only, such as being, we should, in agreement with the primary sense of thinking, and similar terms, decide that that cause is an intelligent being. But since, as a matter of fact, we ascertain a particular cause on the basis of the word ether, our decision cannot be formed on general considerations of what would suit the sense, but what then about the passage, from the self there sprang the ether, from which it appears that the ether itself is something created. All elementary substances, we reply, such as ether, air, and so on, have two different states, a gross material one, and a subtle one. The ether, in its subtle state, is the universal cause. In its gross state it is an effect of the primal cause. In its gross state it thus springs from itself. Ether in the subtle state. The text, all these beings spring from ether only, declares that the whole world originates from ether only, and from this it follows that ether is none other than the general cause of the world, Brahman. This non-difference of Brahman from the empirically known ether also gives a satisfactory sense to texts such as the following: if this ether were not bliss, ether, indeed, is the evolver of names and forms. It thus appears that Brahman is none other than the well-known elemental ether. This prima facie view is set aside by the sutra. The word ether in the text under discussion denotes the highest self with its previously established characteristics, which is something quite different from the non-sentient elemental ether. For the qualities which the passage attributes to ether, its being the one cause of the entire world, its being greater than all, and the rest of all, clearly indicate the highest self. The non-intelligent elemental ether cannot be called the cause of all, since intelligent beings clearly cannot be its effects, nor can it be called the rest of intelligent beings, for non-sentient things are evil and antagonistic to the true aim of man. Nor can it be called greater than all, for it is impossible that a non-sentient element should possess all excellent qualities whatever and thus be absolutely superior to everything else. Nor is the Purvapakshin right when maintaining that, as the word ether satisfies the demand for a special cause of the world, all other texts are to be interpreted in accordance herewith. The words, all these beings indeed spring from the ether only, merely give expression to something generally known, and statements of this nature presuppose other means of knowledge to prove them. Now these other means required are, in our case, supplied by such texts as being only was this in the beginning, and these, as we have shown, establish the existence of Brahman. To Brahman thus established, the text mentioning the ether merely refers as to something well known. Brahman may suitably be called ether, because being of the nature of light it shines itself, and makes other things shine forth. Moreover, the word ether is indeed capable of conveying the idea of a special being, but as it denotes a special non-intelligent thing which cannot be admitted as the cause of the intelligent part of the world, we must deny all authoritativeness to the attempt to tamper, in the interest of that one word, with the sense of other texts which have the power of giving instruction as to an entirely new thing. distinguished by the possession of omniscience, the power of realizing its purposes and similar attributes, which we ascertain from certain complementary texts such as it thought, may I be many, may I grow forth, and it desired, may I be many, may I grow forth. We also point out that the agreement in purport of a number of texts capable of establishing the existence of a wonderful being possessing infinite wonderful attributes is not likely to be disregarded in favor of one single text which moreover only makes a reference to what is already established by other texts. As to the averment that the word self is not exclusively limited to sentient beings, we remark that that word is indeed applied occasionally to non-sentient things, but prevailingly to that which is the correlative of a body, the soul or spirit, in texts such as the self only was this in the beginning, and from the self there sprang the ether. We must therefore understand by the self, the universal spirit, the denotative power of the term Atman, which is thus proved by itself, is moreover confirmed by the complementary passages it desired. May I send forth the worlds, it desired, may I be many, may I grow forth. We thus arrive at the following conclusion, Brahman, which, by the passage being only this was in the beginning, is established as the sole cause of the world, possessing all those manifold wonderful attributes which are ascertained from the complementary passages, is, in the text under discussion, referred to as something already known, by means of the term ether. Here terminates the adhikârana of ether. For the same reason breath. We read in the Khandogya, Prastotri, that deity which belongs to the Prastava, and further on, which then is that deity. He said, breath, for all these beings merge into breath alone, and from breath they arise. This is the deity belonging to the Prastava. If without knowing that deity you had sung forth, your head would have fallen off. Here the word breath, analogously to the word ether, denotes the highest Brahman, which is different from what is commonly called breath. We infer this from the fact that special characteristics of Brahman, the whole worlds entering into and rising from it, are in that text referred to as well-known things. There indeed here arises a further doubt, for as it is a matter of observation that the existence, activity, of the whole aggregate of creatures depend on breath, breath, in its ordinary acceptation, may be called the cause of the world. This doubt is, however, disposed of by the consideration that breath is not present in things such as stones and wood, nor in intelligence itself, and that hence of breath in the ordinary sense it cannot be said that all beings enter into it. We therefore conclude that Brahman is here called breath insofar as he bestows the breath of life on all beings. And the general result of the discussion carried on in connection with the last two sutras thus is that the words ether and breath denote something other than what is ordinarily denoted by those terms. The highest Brahman, the sole cause of this entire world, free from all evil. Here terminates the adhikârana of breath. The subsequent sutras up to the end of the Pada demonstrate that the being which the texts refer to as light or Indra, terms which in ordinary language are applied to certain other well-known beings, and which is represented as possessing some one or other supremely exalted quality that is invariably connected with world creative power, is no other than the highest Brahman. The light, on account of the mention of feet. We read in the Khandogya, now that light which shines above this heaven, higher than everything, in the highest worlds beyond which there are no other worlds, that is the same light which is within man. Here a doubt arises, whether the brightly shining thing here called light is the well-known light of the sun and so on, viewed as a causal universal principle, or the all-knowing, highest person of infinite splendor, who is different in nature from all sentient and non-sentient beings, and is the highest cause, The Purvapakshan maintains that the reference is to ordinary light. For, he says, the passage does not mention a particular characteristic attribute which can belong to the highest self only, while such attributes were met within the texts referring to ether and breath, and as thus there is no opening for a recognition of the highest self, and as at the same time the text identifies light with the intestinal heat of living beings, we conclude that the text represents the well-known ordinary light as Brahman, the cause of the world, which is possible as causal agency is connected with extreme light and heat. This prima facie view the sutra sets aside. The light which the text states to be connected with heaven and possessing supreme splendor can be the highest person only, since a preceding passage in the same section, all the beings are 1 foot of it, 3 feet are the immortal in heaven, refers to all beings as being a foot of that same being which is connected with heaven. Although the passage, that light which shines above, does not mention a special attribute of the highest person, yet the passage previously quoted refers to the highest person as connected with heaven, and we therefore recognize that person as the light connected with heaven, mentioned in the subsequent passage. Nor does the identification, made in a clause of the text, of light with the intestinal heat give rise to any difficulty, for that clause is meant to enjoin meditation on the highest Brahman in the form of intestinal heat, such meditation having a special result of its own. Moreover, the Lord himself declares that he constitutes the self of the intestinal fire, becoming the Vaisvana or fire I abide in the body of living creatures. If it be objected that not on account of the meter being denoted, not so, because thus the direction of the mind is declared, for thus it is seen. The previous section at first refers to the meter called Gayatri. The Gayatri indeed is everything, and then introduces, with the words "this is also declared by a Rik verse," the verse, "such is the greatness of it." Now, as this verse also refers to the meter, there is not any reference to the highest person. To this objection the second part of the sutra replies. The word Gayatri does not here denote the meter only, since this cannot possibly be the self of all, but the text declares the application of the idea of Gayatri to Brahman, teaches, to the end of a certain result being obtained, meditation on Brahman insofar as similar to Gayatri. For Brahman having 4 feet, in the sense indicated by the Rik, may be compared to the Gayatri with its 4 feet. The Gayatri occasionally a Gayatri with 4 feet is met with, so, Indra's Sakapati, Valina Pidata, Duskya Vanavrisha, Samitsu Sasahih. We see that in other passages also words primarily denoting meters are employed in other senses. Thus, in the Samvargavidya, where Virag denotes a group of 10 divine beings. For this conclusion the next sutra supplies a further argument, and thus also, because the designation of the beings, and so on, being the feet is possible. The text, moreover, designates the Gayatri as having 4 feet, after having referred to the beings, the earth, the body, and the heart. Now this has a sense only if it is Brahman, which here is called Gayatri. If it be said that not on account of the difference of designation, not so, on account of there being no contradiction in either. In the former passage, 3 feet of it are what is immortal in heaven. Heaven is referred to as the abode of the being under discussion, while in the latter passage, that light which shines above this heaven, heaven is mentioned as marking its boundary. Owing to this discrepancy, the Brahman referred to in the former text is not recognized in the latter. This objection the sutra disposes of by pointing out that owing to the essential agreement of the two statements, nothing stands in the way of the required recognition. When we say, the hawk is on the top of the tree, and the hawk is above the top of the tree, we mean one and the same thing. The light, therefore, is nothing else but the most glorious and luminous highest person. Him who in the former passage is called four-footed, we note to have an extraordinarily beautiful shape and color. And as hence his brilliancy also must be extraordinary, he is, in the text under discussion, quite appropriately called light. Here terminates the adhikārana of light. It has been shown that the being endowed with supreme brilliance, called light, which the text mentions as something well known, is the highest person. The Sutrakara will now show that the being designated as Indra and Prana, which the text enjoins as an object of meditation, for the reason that it is the means for attaining immortality, a power which is inseparable from causal power, is likewise the highest person. Prana is Brahman, on account of connection. We read in the Pratardhana Vidya in the Kaushitaki Brahmana that Pratardhana, the son of Divodasa, came, by fighting and strength, to the beloved abode of Indra. Being asked by Indra to choose a boon, he requests the god to bestow on him that boon which he himself considers most beneficial to man, whereupon Indra says, "I'm Prana, the intelligent self, meditate on me as life, as immortality." Here the doubt arises whether the being called Prana and Indra, and designating itself as the object of a meditation most beneficial to man, is an individual soul, or the highest self. An individual soul, the Purvapakshan maintains. For, he says, the word Indra is known to denote an individual god, and the word Prana, which stands in grammatical coordination with Indra, also applies to individual souls. This individual being, called Indra, instructs Pratardhana that meditation on himself is most beneficial to man. But what is most beneficial to man is only the means to attain immortality, and such a means is found in meditation on the causal principle of the world, as we know from the text. For him there is delay only so long as he is not delivered, then he will be perfect. We hence conclude that Indra, who is known as an individual soul, is the causal principle, Brahman. This view is rejected by the sutra. The being called Indra and Prana is not a mere individual soul, but the highest Brahman, which is other than all individual souls. For on this supposition only it is appropriate that the being introduced as Indra and Prana should, in the way of grammatical coordination, be connected with such terms as blessed, non-aging, immortal. If it be said that not on account of the speaker denoting himself, because the multitude of connections with the inner self in that an objection is raised that the being introduced as Indra and Prana should be the highest Brahman, for the reason that it is identical with him who, later on, is called blessed, non-aging, immortal, this we cannot admit. Know me only, I'm Prana, meditate on me as the intelligent self, as life, as immortality. The speaker of these words is Indra, and this Indra enjoins on Pratardhana meditation on his own person only, the individual character of which is brought out by reference to certain deeds of strength such as the slaying of the son of Tvashtri. As thus the initial part of the section clearly refers to an individual being, the terms occurring in the concluding part must be interpreted so as to make them agree with what precedes. This objection the sutra disposes of. For the multitude of connections with the self, the multitude of things connected with the self as its attributes, is possible only in that speaker viewed as the highest Brahman. For, as in a car, the circumference of the wheel is placed on the spokes, and the spokes on the nave, thus are these objects placed on the subjects, and the subjects on the prana. That prana indeed is the intelligent self, blessed, non-aging, immortal. The objects here are the aggregate of non-sentient things, the subjects are the sentient beings in which the objects are said to abide, when thereupon the text says that of these subjects the being called Indra and Prana is the abode, and that he is blessed, non-aging, immortal. This qualification of being the abode of this universe, with all its non-sentient and sentient beings, can belong to the highest self only, which is other than all individual souls. The sutra may also be explained in a somewhat different way. There is a multitude of connections belonging to the highest self, of attributes special to the highest self, in that section. The text at first says, "Choose thou that boon for me which thou deemest most beneficial to man apostrophe," to which the reply is, "Meditate on me." Here Indra Prana is represented as the object of a meditation which is to bring about release. The object of such meditation can be none but the highest self. He makes him whom he wishes to lead up from these worlds do a good deed, and him whom he wishes to lead down from these worlds he makes do a bad deed. The causality with regard to all actions which is here described is again a special attribute of the highest self. The same has to be said with regard to the attribute of being the abode of all, in the passage about the wheel and spokes, quoted above, and with regard to the attributes of bliss, absence of old age and immortality, referred to in another passage quoted before. Also the attributes of being the ruler of the worlds, the Lord of all, can belong to the highest self only. The conclusion therefore is that the being called Indra and Prana is none other but the highest self. But how then can Indra, who is known to be an individual person only, enjoin meditation on himself? To this question the next sutra replies, "The instruction through insight based on scripture, as in the case of Vamadeva, the instruction which, in the passages quoted, Indra gives as to the object of meditation, Brahman constituting his self, is not based on such an insight into his own nature as is established by other means of proof, but on an intuition of his own self, mediated by scripture. Having entered into them with this living self, let me evolve names and forms. In it all that exists has itself entered within, the ruler of creatures, the self of all. He who dwelling in the self is different from the self." From these and similar texts Indra has learned that the highest self has the individual souls for its body, and that hence words such as I and thou, which denote individual beings, extend in their connotation up to the highest self. When, therefore, he says, "Know me only, and meditate on me," he really means to teach that the highest self, of which his own individual person is the body, is the proper object of meditation, as in the case of Vamadeva, as the rishi Vamadeva perceiving that Brahman is the inner self of all, that all things constitute its body, and that the meaning of words denoting a body extends up to the principle embodied, denotes with the word I the highest Brahman to which he himself stands in the relation of a body, and then predicates of this I Manu Surya and other beings. Seeing this the rishi Vamadeva understood, I Manu, I am Surya. Similarly Prahlada says, as the Infinite One abides within all, he constitutes my I also, all is from me, I am all, within me is all. The next sutra states, in reply to an objection, the reason why, in the section under discussion, terms denoting the individual soul, and others denoting non-sentient things are applied to Brahman. If it be said on account of characteristic marks of the individual soul and the chief vital air, we say no, on account of the threefoldness of meditation, on account of being met, and on account of being appropriate here. An objection is raised. Let none try to find out what speech is, let him know the speaker. I slew the three-headed son of Tvashtri, I delivered the Aranmakas, the devotees, to the wolves. These passages state characteristic marks of an individual soul, As long as prana dwells in this body, so long there is life. Prana alone is the conscious self, and having laid hold of this body, it makes it rise up. These passages again mention characteristic attributes of the chief vital air. Hence there is here no multitude of attributes belonging to the self. The latter part of the sutra refutes this objection. The highest self is called by these different terms in order to teach threefoldness of devout meditation. Meditation on Brahman in itself as the cause of the entire world, on Brahman as having for its body the totality of enjoying souls, and on Brahman as having for its body the objects and means of enjoyment. This threefold meditation on Brahman, moreover, is met with also in other chapters of the sacred text. Passages such as the true knowledge, infinite is Brahman, bliss is Brahman, dwell on Brahman in itself. Passages again such as having created that he entered into it. Having entered it he became sat and tayat, defined and undefined, represent Brahman as having for its body the individual souls and inanimate nature. Hence, in the chapter under discussion also, this threefold view of Brahman is quite appropriate. Where to particular individual beings such as Hiranyagarbha, and so on, or to particular inanimate things such as Prakriti, and so on, there are attributed qualities especially belonging to the highest self, or where with words denoting such persons and things there are coordinated terms denoting the highest self. The intention of the texts is to convey the idea of the highest self being the inner self of all such persons and things. The settled conclusion, therefore, is that the being designated as Indra and Prana is other than an individual soul. The highest self,